Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a new edition of PEPAGANDA and a new week of this space. Appreciate you all being here and supporting this space because you know what? I love this project. I've been talking about this a little bit on my own stream, and I just have to say, we have a really, really good thing here. And I hope that you guys have been enjoying the programming. So, I just want to say, we got some irons in the fire, as they would say. So just stay tuned, folks. We got some fun stuff and some fun changes that are going to be happening, where it's more content, more live content, and in general just more collaborative content. So this is gonna be awesome. You know what? And I just want to say a special thank you to all the other creators on this space. Thank you for, putting your stuff out there. All the syndicated people, I appreciate you guys too. I seriously, thank you for allowing this space to get out there, because I'm waxing poetic because I really do feel like this is something that is not only needed, but it has the opportunity to be exactly what we have always envisioned it to be, because there is a major appetite out there for this. The fact that we have so many people that just tell it like it is, and I know that can get annoying when you have people just be like, oh, these creators, they tell it like it is. It almost, I hope it doesn't lose its power, because realistically, that's one of the best things that we have here, is just the no BS approach to news. And also just in general, everything realistically. And that we have shows that, you learn some things, that's also where I have to say the mix of creators that we have here it's awesome. So continue to support us, and just look out in the future here for some fun stuff coming up. So real quick, want to say hello to some of our watchers here, or watchers. Yes, like the Marvel watcher. That's how I feel sometimes, where it's just one almighty watcher. Isn't that what? Yeah, it's technically God, right? It's just a big bald baby looking dude that's just like the multiverse. But how are you guys? Welcome in. Jet, how you doing? Johnny, how you doing? Pinkerbell, how you doing? ThinkVid, how you doing? Good to see you. And Etch, there, I was about to say, we're missing an Etch. And also Ken, how you doing? It's good to see you folks. You guys know what's up. Hit that like button as you file in here. Double tap the screen as we were on vertical there. Whoops. Wait, does that work? No, it doesn't work if you double tap the screen. You have to actually hit the little thumbs up. So let's do that. Also, do your thing. Where you subscribe to the channel if you have not done that. And I'm sorry to admit some disappointment if that's the case, but you don't want to disappoint Pep. Come on, guys. Also, if you guys could do me the solid and follow me over on @PepTalksTV on YouTube and Twitch. I really appreciate all the support, and in general, I have a little bit of a different flow over there. Like yesterday, was going to do a shorter show, 8 hours. 8 hours later, we're wrapping up. So thank you for everybody that was hanging last night. I had a good time. If you double tap on horizontal, just pauses the video. Well, You know what? I apologize for anybody that I just told to pause the video. Let's not do that. Yeah, and just like I was saying earlier, thank you for supporting this space. So today we got some news. We'll cover some news, but I just kind of want to hang for a little bit. Do like a little micro version of my show that you guys, like I said, can catch over on Pep Talks TV. Yeah, guys, like I've been doing like a lot more chilling. I'm not sure if you guys have noticed, but yeah, the news is a little crazy. It's a little crazy. So I've been decompressing by just kind of, rambling to you guys, and yesterday was a perfect example of that. 3 hours. It was like a 3 hour pep rant. Um, and it was just about like awesome, fun stuff. And oh, hey, who's that? Who's that? That's me. That's my logo. Hey, that's cool. Look at that. Yeah, I didn't know that we were doing that. I love it. All right, Pep approved. It was so effing good though. Yeah. Thank you, Etch. I appreciate that, man. I felt the vibe. I liked it. I liked it. Dare I say? It was kind of funny. I did the thing that I have talked about where I kind of felt like because we did have like a back and forth, so I'm like I have to go revisit that and see where I went wrong. Yeah, I could see where you guys you guys were definitely onto something. So yeah, you got to watch a Pep learns moment. And I'm more than happy to admit that, yeah, my view on that specific thing has evolved. And if you are interested in seeing what I'm talking about, check out the VOD from yesterday. Yeah, I know that that's a big ask because checking out an 8 hour VOD, wow, that's like a big task in itself. But I do, I kind of like revisited this. I kind of took it as a backhanded compliment, but at the same time, I don't think that's how it was meant in the slightest. So somebody had told me that they had just taken a flight to Europe. And then they were like, your one show got me to Europe, like on the plane. And I was just like, oh, oh, yeah, yeah. I literally do like the length of a flight to to Europe. That's kind of crazy. Timestamps, people, timestamps. Yes, guys, got to work on timestamps in real time. Yeah, so somebody gave me like a game clock where it's like for speed runs. So it marks the timestamps that your speed run ends at, right? And they were telling me that I could use like multiple ones, obviously, and I should be doing that where it's just like boom, 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 boom. But I'm also me. Yeah. Mike Figueredo does it during Leftist Mob. Oh, really? Okay, so he does timestamp that. All right, then that means I'm just gonna have to. I gotta get better about this, guys. I have got to get better about this because I have got to get my content out there in shorter form. I meant to sit there and edit pretty much all weekend, but yeah, this pesky thing called life and having other responsibilities is just like, oh, kind of takes away from my ability to do what I really want to do, and that's edit videos and content for you fine folks, so you guys can share it with your friends, get it out there, and yeah, kind of grow this entire community. You also need downtime. Yeah, no, I know. But we kind of covered that at the beginning of the show yesterday. I can't have too much downtime, otherwise I start spiraling. Yeah, if you guys don't know, like I'm an open book. I really am. I have this policy. We'll call it the PEP policy. That life is too short to not speak your mind, and also just not let what am I hiding? What there's there's certain things that I'm private with. But realistically, if people are curious, then fuck it. Like I will put it out there. And that's I do that specific, and I'm talking specifically like emotional stuff. I've talked in depth about my mom's death. I've talked in depth about my epilepsy. It doesn't work. But I've also talked a lot about the journey of my wife's with my wife's cancer here. Because it's a lot. And you know what? I recognize that a lot of people there, you guys are going through your own stuff, and if it helps at all, just to hear somebody else talk about like the what's going on in their life, then I kind of hope that I'm helping at least even one person. Like that's kind of yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it. Um, and I'll be honest, guys, like this community that we have on this space and also on over on my show, you guys like it has a major impact on me where it don't think that I'm not getting anything from it because I am. I take away like everything that you guys share with me. It does help. Like I was kind of going and saying yeah, hearing that we're all kind of going through it, it kind of makes me feel like I don't like this. I don't want to say like misery loves company. Like so, I'm kind of stammering on this, but it is nice just knowing that it's like, oh, we're we're in a similar position. Okay, cool. There's this weird like dome of understanding. There we go. I could have put that better, but realistically, I just want to say I appreciate y'all. Um, Also, appreciate the hardworking man behind the curtain here. Everybody, give a shout out to our producer on this space. Without him, this would be a rudderless boat, and we know how that goes. You just kind of float all over the place, and then you could sink. You could totally sink. So, um, yes, thank you for steering the rudder there, man. Always appreciate you. A memorandum of of understanding. Dude, I'm gonna just add that to the lexicon of things that I say to my wife, where it's just like, okay, so in order to end this argument, I'm gonna require you to sign this memorandum, this memorandum of understanding, and we're gonna need at least 60 minutes of peacetime. And then it's like, well, you did. Hey, I thought we had a ceasefire. What's going on here? That's one hell of a way to handle an argument with your significant other. It's like I require a ceasefire. We it worked for Trump. Come on. Oh God. Yeah, you know what's funny? Yeah, see me do that and see how effective it is. All of a sudden, I just get a book to the face or something. Wow. No, that happens. Honestly, my yeah. In reality. All arguments. Sorry, guys. I just had a glitch. Frozen. Nope. Okay, cool. If you guys had a hiccup on your end, that's because I just was informed that I had a minor internet hiccup. I hope it didn't affect anything. No, I'm still live. Okay, cool. That scared me a little bit. Anyway, foreign policy at home. Yeah. Wait a minute. So does that mean if you have a fight in the mall, then that's technically foreign policy abroad? Nothing glitching here? Okay, cool. Then that means that my delay actually worked. Cool. That's always nice. All right, look at that. Fiber coming in clutch for once. I've been having issues with my my internet pretty much since I got it, and you know what? It's been a lot better. I will give them credit. I've noticed. You know what? Now that I think about it. All right. Well, you guys kind of come here for news, right? I would think so, but this is also the thing. There's like I have to acknowledge that we all watch very similar stuff, right? So this is why I'll just go into it. This is why I've been talking a little bit more. My show's called Pep Talks. I mean, or my show actually, I'm called Pep Talks. That's a weird thing, by the way. Somebody even pointed that out there. Like, why didn't you just name the show? Pep Talks. I'm like, I don't know because I brainstormed high on politics. It was fun. um, but yeah, I've been talking a lot more, and I don't know, trying to make it more personality based. because we've been discussing this pretty openly, do I always want to talk politics? Not necessarily. I did kind of pigeonhole myself into that. But like I was saying, like we all watch a lot of the same stuff. Yeah, the show is hot. Yeah, it's funny because anytime that I have to save my stuff, like whether it be a thumbnail, that's how I have to put it in. It's just HOP and then just like the date. Yeah. Actually, you just kind of remind me I have to download all my stuff just in case. This goes for all my fellow creators on this space and anybody that's trying to do YouTube. Make sure that you periodically go download your library. That's a good idea, just in case. You never know. I'm very much in that you never know camp. And honestly, I think that would be devastating to lose hours and hours of content all because you were procrastinating. I'm literally looking right at me in my camera thing, and I'm just you. Meta moment there. It's like how Leonard Skinner is the band, not the person. Yeah. Wait, there's a few of those, like Hootie and the Blowfish. Yeah, everybody calls him Hootie, which he kind of did it to himself. Oh man. Also, Darius Rucker is kind of a disappointing person. Like he's apparently like a big Trumper kind of guy, or was. I don't know where he stands now. I know that this was during like the first administration. So alrighty, let's pull this up. Because I do actually want to like break some news here, and Democracy Now! Had God, it was almost like a PBS NewsHour approach to doing the news today. It was very nostalgic. Also, can I just say PBS NewsHour is not what it used to be. They tried to make it more mainstream. They got the double desk now. It looks like that. It actually reminds me of like the way that they used to present the news in RoboCop. Yeah. That's why when he started his country arc, everybody was like, wait, Hootie has a real name? Yep. And that it's like, oh, ain't that a bitch? But then you have like the other side of that where it's like Bon Jovi, and you're like, wait, you named the band after one guy, but you guys are actually a band? That's kind of wild. I don't know. I'm not gonna pontificate on this too much longer, because like I was just saying, Democracy Now! Has a really good news update. Come on, what is going on here? Man, okay, yeah, I definitely had something happen. I hope I don't have to reload this. That would be bad. We do it live here, folks. I like how Alex also does the same thing. I noticed that. Bill O'Reilly, that dude, you want to talk about a moment that just like crossed over, and I hope everybody does that. Like, I hope that you're just like, if you code at your job and you're having a moment where you're like, we have to reset the whole network. Fuck it, we'll do it live. At least I would do that. I would totally do that. Okay. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna just reset this. Give me a second. 1 second. 1 second. Just hold on. There we go. We got it back. All right. Sorry, yeah. So what was going on is the screen completely froze, and every time I tried to bring it on to the show, it would just show like a black screen on my end. All righty. Let's get to some news, and then we will comment on it, because this is what news commentary is all about.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org.
And I hate that this audio ducking is a real thing. If you guys are experiencing that, I will try to back off the mic and equalize this in real time.
The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We're broadcasting from Belfast, Northern Ireland. Vice President J.D. Vance says the Trump administration plans to release the full text of its memorandum of understanding to end the war with Iran this week, as details of the agreement with Tehran remain a secret. On Monday, Vance disputed a report by an Iranian state-run news agency that the memo would see billions of dollars in Iranian assets unfrozen.
I mean, if it's true and it's like $300 billion or like $30 billion, no, was it? I think it was 300.
mandating
If it's 300 billion, then what are we doing?
that the U.S. pay Iran $300 billion.
Yeah, it was. Oh my God. Do you understand how absurd that number is?
Dollars for reconstruction costs. That said, the reparations would instead be paid by neighboring Gulf states. This comes as the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu
Don't you start with me. Don't you do this.
pledged not to abide by the latest ceasefire agreement between the U.S. and Iran. On Monday,
Speed it up
Netanyahu
just a
made his
little bit.
first public
Sorry,
remarks
guys.
since Trump announced the deal over the weekend. The Israeli leader said he had no intention of withdrawing his forces from southern Lebanon.
It's the mic?
For decades, I've been fighting Iran's efforts to acquire nuclear weapons. I can define this as my life's mission. I have upheld it till now, and I will uphold it in the future as well.
Earlier today, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi warned Iran will consider it a direct violation of the interim agreement with the United States unless Israel halts all attacks.
Yep. So they're literally putting the ball in Israel's court, and they're like, this is Iran being very smart with the way that Trump is, because Trump wants this peace deal more than anything right now. And if Israel does actually fuck about, they could, ironically, that's where Donald Trump could be like, no more money for you.
Draws from occupied Lebanese territory.
Which would be wild.
We'll have more on Iran after headlines with Trita Parsi of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft in Gaza.
Bibi loves war. The thing is, he thinks he needs it to stay in power.
Palestinian health officials say Israeli strikes and gunfire killed at least
So
4
obvious.
Palestinians Monday. Among the dead, Palestinian paramedic Mohammed El Habil. He worked at Al-Shifa Hospital. His father says Al Habil was filling water containers on a rooftop with his son Musa when the two were blown up in an Israeli airstrike.
He was on the rooftop with his son. Why did they target him? He hadn't done anything wrong. They targeted him because he is a doctor who works at Al-Shifa Hospital. They knew he is a doctor, and they targeted him.
In the occupied West Bank, Palestinians in the village of Burqa say Israeli settlers tried to burn down a mosque with dozens of people inside during religious services Sunday evening. That followed a separate arson attack in the nearby town of Deir Dibwan, where Israeli settlers reportedly set fire to 2 vehicles and damaged several others. This is Yassir Rashid, a 92-year-old Palestinian-American resident of Deir Dibwan who narrowly avoided being burned alive.
I looked out the window and leaned forward. Suddenly, a person with a gasoline canister sprayed it in my eyes and on my clothes and lit the fire. The window caught on fire, but I stepped back and it did not get to me, thank God.
A Palestinian-American 20-year-old woman has been imprisoned by Israel for about 2 weeks. On June 2nd, Israeli soldiers broke down the door of Sama Safi's family home in the occupied West Bank and took her in the middle of the night. Safi is a psychology student at Birzeit University in the occupied West Bank. The Guardian reports at least 3 other students at Birzeit have also been detained, including a member of the Palestinian women's national soccer team. Safi's families raised concerns, saying she has a chronic medical condition that needs treatment. Several U.S. lawmakers, including Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen, have demanded Safi's release.
Good.
In Russia, the Moscow oil refinery.
Yeah. Okay. So, by the way, I'm not sure if you guys had the same thing happen. This morning when I looked at my For You feed on my phone, it was nothing but Ukraine this, Russia that, and I was just like, I know it's like the G7, but it seems like they are pivoting hard now to that.
Erupted in flames today following a long-range Ukrainian drone attack.
It's like the news is kind of doing the thing like, okay, so the war's over, but don't forget, you need to watch us daily.
Targeting energy infrastructure. The refinery normally provides nearly half of fuel supplied to Russia's capital city. The attack followed deadly Russian strikes across Ukraine over the weekend and came one day after Ukraine officially began negotiations in Luxembourg to join the European Union, a years-long process that will require Kyiv to commit to political reforms. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has joined leaders of the U.S. and its allies for closed-door meetings on Russia's war in Ukraine as the G7 holds its annual summit in the French town of Evian-les-Bains. President Trump.
All right. So is this why the United States is getting involved and they're just like now Trump is kind of backing Ukraine again?
Trump arrived at the talks Monday. Also on the agenda, trade tensions.
Did you see him fucking navigate that first step?
And the U.S. and Israeli wars on Iran and Lebanon. In Pennsylvania, the Allegheny County Medical Examiner's Office has ruled Haitian asylum seeker Daffy Michel's death a homicide after she was found lying cold and unresponsive at a Pittsburgh bus stop where ICE had left her days
Jesus fucking Christ.
earlier. A statement released by the Allegheny County Medical Examiner read, quote, "The opinion of the forensic pathologist in this case is that Ms. Michel was a vulnerable adult suffering from untreated severe mental health issues and a significant language barrier when she was released from federal custody February 27th, unquote." Immigration attorney Joseph Patrick Murphy represents Michelle's family. He spoke with CBS Pittsburgh.
She had mental challenges. She was arrested for, at one point, screaming at imaginary people, and they knew this. They just dumped her in a bus shelter, language barrier, educational barrier, and psychiatric barrier, and left her to fend for herself. The bus shelter, she never figured out how to leave. She sat there for days and ultimately froze to death.
An immigrant from Belize and leading organizer of an ongoing hunger strike at the Adelanto ICE jail in California has reportedly been deported. The Immigrant Offenders Law Center says Kayan Shaquille Swazo was transferred to various detention facilities in Texas and Louisiana.
Just remember that there's enough money with like all the ruling class that could take care of all this and they could still live their opulent lives.
Without notice.
I mean, shit. I think it's like 10% of Elon Musk's wealth could take care of the entire deficit of our country.
Before being deported in what advocates believe is retaliation for his organizing. His deportation came just days after Swazo spoke out about inhumane conditions at Adelanto with members of Congress and his legal team. The Adelanto ICE jail is operated by the for-profit private prison company Geo Group, which also runs the Delaney Hall ICE jail in Newark, New Jersey, where a labor and hunger strike led by detained immigrants reportedly continues after nearly a month. In Indiana, over 150 people gathered outside the Clay County Jail for an interfaith vigil demanding the release of Salah Sarsour, the president of the Islamic Society of Milwaukee, a revered Palestinian community leader. Sarsour has been held at the jail for over 2 months. The vigil Sunday was attended by Jewish community members, Muslim leaders, and members of Sarsour's family, including his eldest son, Kareem. This is Rachel.
It was funny because he tried to pull that cute shit on the way up because I grabbed him and he started licking me like, I'm sorry.
Writer, organizer, and historian at the University of Wisconsin, Milwaukee.
Since they kidnapped him on March 30th, Salah has been in that detention center in the Clay County Jail. He has been denied his medical and religious rights. Salah is a type 2 diabetic. He needs to test his blood every day. They let him test monthly at best. He has lost 30 pounds in detention.
Jesus.
He's very ill.
30 pounds? Guys, like...
He has asked for a prayer rug and had it taken away. When he asked for a Quran, he was offered a Bible.
You know what's wild? The stories that you hear, like, so in my locality, right, we got this Trump store lady. You like my regular viewers, they know the whole deal with this. So I'll just kind of give you like the synopsis that Trump store lady is a problem, like, and she's obviously not mentally well. I'll just say it that way. But she's also just one of the dumbest human beings I've ever fucking seen, because she has 24 moving violations, and she has had multiple multiple suspensions on her license. But this is what really bugs me, is that they constantly just let her go. And then they'll just be like, nah, pay this fine, blah, blah, blah. Like, and this kind of shit, where this guy's being held for, again, a civil infraction in being here illegally, like, it kind of makes you think about this a little bit differently. But then recently, Lisa, the Trump store owner, Karen, yeah, you guys can call her Karen too. So she ended up getting arrested finally, because we do have one county that just doesn't play. And I don't think she knows anybody in this neighboring county that she got busted in. So thank God she's dumb enough to, drive there. Like, because realistically, I don't think she would have been busted otherwise. And she also missed a court date. So they held her. They denied her release, and they held her overnight. And just in that overnight stay, she acted like she was abused, that she was denied her religious service, that she was also denied vegan-friendly food. Like, she understands exactly what it means to have this type of treatment, but she loves this. She supports this like full-throatedly. So honestly, when I think about that, it really does kind of make me think like, oh yeah, you know, those Law and Order types. It's exactly like I've been saying this, where DUI checkpoints. These are the same assholes that talk about how they're losing their freedoms with a DUI checkpoint because they are obviously drinking and driving.
When he's asked for healthy food, they have offered him pork rinds.
Point being, shitty white people be shitty white people, and they can actually recognize like, oh, this is mistreatment. Maybe we should probably maybe just maybe we should care about that.
Which is just cruelty in action.
Why don't they? Because they're brown people. That's why.
Yes.
Oh, so you mean that it's as simple as they are racist? Yes.
Officials last year.
But these are the same assholes that are like, I don't have a hateful bone in my body. I just want people to follow the law.
Whether to suspend habeas corpus rights for immigrants and asylum seekers as President Trump looked for ways to bypass judges in deportation cases.
He was going to suspend the Constitution, guys. That's a huge fucking story.
That's according to the New York Times, which reports White House Staff Secretary Will Scharf wrote a secret memo to Susie Wiles, Chief of Staff, outlining his opposition to a plan by senior Trump advisor Stephen Miller to suspend the rights of immigrants to challenge their deportations in court.
Yeah, because he understood that would lead to a constitutional crisis, which, as the administration, you don't want that.
The New York Times.
Wow, those photos. Good on Democracy Now.
It's also reported Vice President J.D.
The anal polyp that is Stephen Miller.
Vance pushed to invoke the Insurrection Act in January, just days after federal immigration agents in Minnesota shot and killed the intensive care nurse Alex Pretty. The revelations draw from reporting by New York Times reporters Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan in their forthcoming book titled...
Oh, that's why they've been targeting Maggie.
Regime...
Oh, that makes so much sense.
Change inside the imperial presidency of Donald Trump.
And now they're going after Aaron Parnas, which Aaron Parnas and Taylor Lorenz are going at it. And I gotta say, Taylor, like if you've ever had a doubt that Taylor Lorenz is a bad faith human being, just read what the fuck she's saying about Aaron.
No. The United Kingdom will ban children under the age of 16 from accessing social media platforms.
You didn't hear about this? Not until today. I read the New York Times was it the New York Times piece? It might have been a summary, but I finally had this put on my radar today.
Including Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, X, and YouTube, to protect them from harmful content. The restrictions were announced Monday by British Prime Minister Keir Starmer.
Really? And the free speech absolutists are where?
It will make a huge difference. It will make our children safer. It will make our children happier. It will give them more time, more security, more freedom to grow up.
They're going after it because they think they somehow required recording of the Situation Room due to the accuracy of the quote they have.
More opportunity.
So you mean that they can't just, spot the leak, and instead of admitting that somebody leaked it, they're just like, somebody must have been spying on us.
Britain joins Australia, which last year became the first country in the world to impose a ban on social media for children under 16. Meanwhile, over a dozen...
Man, I kind of wish Rebecca were here so she could let us know about that.
In other countries, including France and Denmark.
How it might, does she know how it's impacting anybody? Because I know that she has nieces and nephews that were impacted by this.
Are weighing legislation that would restrict children's access to social media websites and apps.
JD leaked it. I don't know if he actually was the leak. I don't know if he was actually there. He just sucks. Oh, that's what this whole JD Vance thing. See, I pulled that up for the next story.
More news from Britain. An appeals court has ruled the British government acted...
I just thought it was the whole thing he'd said on The View. I didn't know it was that, because I also saw him get clowned on another meme where he was saying, happy anniversary to our lovely second lady, 12 years and almost 4 kids later. And we're still going strong. Love you, Usha. Almost 4 sure sounds like he doesn't consider the fetus the fetus she's pregnant with to be a real person yet. Weird.
Lawfully when it banned the group Palestine Action under its Terrorism Act. More than 3,000 activists have been arrested since the ban was imposed in July of last year, according to Al Jazeera. Amnesty International UK said on social media, quote, The banning of Palestine Action as a terrorist organization is a grave misuse of counterterrorism powers with serious consequences for human
it's burying a genocide.
rights, unquote.
Yeah.
To see our coverage of Palestine Action.
Yeah, and it's odd how Hassan and Cenk Uygur get banned for their critiques of Israel while they pull this shit. I mean, dude, if you live in the UK and you are kind of on the same page as like the American left, specifically, well, American left, and also, you know, the likes of Tucker Carlson, some right wingers on the whole thing with Gaza, then I don't know, guys, you might want to do something about this, because it seems that those right wing shitheads are having a lot more of an impact on your government than you think.
Go to democracynow.org. And the South African jazz musician and pianist Abdullah Ibrahim has died at the age of 91. Ibrahim was born to parents of mixed ethnic descent in the 30s, Cape Town, South Africa, and made his professional debut as Dollar Brand at the age of 15. Over the decades, he went on to produce more than 70 records. Ibrahim's best-known work is Manenberg.
Oh, that's a nice piano.
Recorded in 1974, a major anti-apartheid anthem that reportedly inspired Nelson Mandela during his long imprisonment. Ibrahim performed at Mandela's 1994 inauguration as South Africa's first black
If someone in the admin bites it soon, that might have been the mole.
president. Mandela reportedly referred to him as our Mozart. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in
Belfast, Ireland, which, they're having their whole thing. Stats for nerds. Really?
The CIA director and the secretary.
Okay, so we're going to cover the Iran thing here. If Trump's deal is so good, why aren't they releasing the details public? Now, I had the same take on this, where I was just like, okay, the Trump administration has been notorious for, like, if they have these types of deals, that they'll just release them immediately. Like, look at the way that they declassify anytime that they do like a big boom. So when this, like, we're talking about like the actual peace agreement didn't come out, and we're all like, we're getting the same news where Iran and we all did the same thing, by the way. When they announced the whole thing, I guarantee we all went, and then they said it again. We were like, really? Like, we probably all had the weird acceptance thing where we were just, is this actually happening? Wow. Just because the way that this has been reported on for the past 2 months, where every weekend we're going to make a deal. We're so close to a deal. We're almost there. Deal. It's the art of the Neil. I hope you guys like that title from yesterday.
The CIA director and the Secretary of State doubting the agreement with Iran tonight. This is according to a new report just breaking from Axios, which reports that CIA Director John Ratcliffe reportedly told President Trump that U.S. intelligence raised serious doubts about Iran's willingness to make the nuclear concessions the United States wants. Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth both also expressing concerns about the deal. All of that is hugely significant, and there is real anger coming from some of Trump's allies publicly, too. Trump and Vance claim they've already signed the agreement, but they've refused to let anybody see it. And tonight, some of Trump's most visible supporters are crying foul.
The Iranians may comply for a short period of time, but then we're going to have a weak American president, and they're going to have gotten the money. And then there's talk of a reconstruction fund of hundreds of billions of dollars. They'll be like doing a Marshall Plan for Germany while the Nazis were still in power. So I'm anxious to see what the details of the deal are and what gets negotiated, but I'm concerned.
I'm sorry, this is so funny. They're all doing the same thing. We're like, we're just waiting for the information.
Those concerns, he's referring to questions of whether Iran could have access to 300.
This is why Fox News is panicking, because they're like, oh my God, if this is true, we don't know how we're going to spin this. This is so much worse than Obama's deal.
What are we doing? Despite holding up its ends of the deal. And another Fox News host and longtime Trump backer, Mark Levin, is raising his.
Although they have 2 outs now. Like, Trump has 2 outs that he could totally pivot and start blaming he could blame the Democrats, and he can blame Congress for stepping in and saying, no, you can't end the war, which would be wild if they did that shit. Which I don't think the Democrats are going to throw that vote. So it would have to be a unilateral Republican vote to get him out of his own mess, or Israel's going to tank the deal.
His hand too, posting
because it is contingent on them not sending a single missile over to Lebanon.
On social media today, and I quote Mark Levin, I've asked for days, why can't we, the people, see the damn MOU? That stands for Memorandum of Understanding. Not through
I said this yesterday. I hadn't heard Mark Levin's voice like a whole lot. He's one of those dudes where you hear his voice like on a radio and you're like, oh, okay, fine. But then you see his face, you're like, that does not match.
Briefed by an anonymous person. Honestly, I've never seen anything like this. If it's a great outcome for peace, then release it.
Trump has surrendered to Iran. That is how conservative Eric Erickson is describing the little-known agreement between the United States and Iran that was signed virtually yesterday. Erickson took his criticism even further, claiming those who kill Americans of this deal. But the truth is, we don't know what exactly was agreed to.
Do not doubt Schumer's willingness to do the wrong thing. You make a good point. You make a very good point there, Shield. Also, what up, dude? Good to see you.
And what we do know changes, depends on who you ask. Questions remain about whether Iran will have access to billions of dollars of frozen funds and what, if any, concessions Iran has already agreed to. And while the White House claims that the Strait of Hormuz will be open toll-free, Iranian officials say it will have fees. Even the question of when we will actually see the text of this agreement isn't clear. J.D. Vance says maybe tomorrow. Trump says Friday. But Erickson is not the only Republican taking issue with the lack of transparency around this deal. Fox News host Mark Levin questions why the American people can't see the, quote, damn MOU. If it's a great outcome for peace, then release it. He added, don't brief a few anointed ones to control the narrative and expect everyone else to sit silently. Controlling the narrative can only last so long. And a new Axios reports finds that there are some skeptics in this administration, too. Sources tell them that the CIA director, John Ratcliffe, advised Trump on some intelligence that raises serious doubts about Iran's willingness to make nuclear concessions. The source also told Axios that Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary, have both expressed concerns based on that intelligence. Now, while Vance, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner have all advocated for this deal, we are now sitting here, I guess, more than a day after apparently the United States and Iran have signed on to some kind of agreement. We don't have any text. We just have anonymous officials. They won't even put their names on the
Notice how Scott Jennings just went
statement, fighting over what is in it. And
pout harder, Jennings. And because honestly, this is one of those times where he's like, oh, so if I have a concrete opinion on this right now, this could really backfire on me because I don't know about it. So I'll just kind of watch his commentaries and just be like, hey, if all of this is right, then it sounds like a good deal to me.
I do think one of the basic things is if this agreement is a page and a half long and it doesn't actually have any hard commitments on the nuclear issue, why are we even talking about sanctions relief? Why are we even talking about reconstruction funds or releasing any money at all?
Well, we're talking to them because we want this conflict to end and we want to get to an ultimate goal where Iran doesn't have any or the capacity to make any nuclear weapons. That is the principal goal. That's number one. Number two, it would be wise for the administration to put this document out for everybody to look at. And they ought to do it.
Scott Jennings is such a putz. I'm in hater mode today. Oh, today's going to be fun.
As soon as they can, both for their allies who are interested, but also for the American people, because we've gone to war here. The American people deserve to know how this is.
I hate that last sip of coffee every time. It's just like
going to come to an end.
Hey, do you want this on your beard? Well,
number three, I talked to the president on Sunday. And he was, telling me he was about to sign something with Iran, and he did. And he was excited to get the Strait of Hormuz open. But he said something very important to me, which is, look, if they don't follow through on their commitments, we will start hitting them again. He's clearly not taking further military action off the table. So we have some miles to travel down this road. The next mile will be on Friday when there's a formal signing. For the people who don't trust Iran, look, I agree with you. I think an Iranian signature is worth very, very little, but it could be worth something if the president keeps this Middle Eastern
bangs do not
coalition together.
What is your understanding of what this deal actually accomplishes?
The accomplishment here principally would be getting all the nuclear material and destroying
this deal?
it.
That's not because that's not what's in this deal.
No, that's the goal.
No, I'm asking you, what do you think this?
No, see, he's going based off like using the same old talking points. This is where you can tell he's floundering, man.
Oh, sorry. I understand. The memorandum of understanding. Yeah. So 60 days, ceasefire, open the Strait of Hormuz, and you have a window to finalize the discussions about ending the nuclear program. The president believes he's got them to agree to do that. They have 60 days to finalize that. And again, I'll just stress, as he said to me on Sunday, if they don't follow through on that, I'll start hitting them again.
Can I just say on the 60 days, though, can I just say that on what Scott was saying on the MOU, 60 days to negotiate anything with Iran when it comes to its nuclear program. We're not even talking about its ballistic missile program, its support to its proxies. 60 days is aspirational at best. I think what we understand this agreement to be is trying to restore the Strait to pre-war conditions where there was freedom of navigation that flew and international law was upheld. But right now, we don't even know the details of this agreement because Iran is saying that they're going to charge some type of fee for ships going in and out of the Strait, which would be highly illegal under international law. Not only that, we don't know when the Strait is open. We don't know when the blockade is ending. And we don't know. I mean, the only ones that can determine if the Strait is open, it's not Iran, it's not the United States, it's the shipping companies.
Told you. Yeah.
If the shipping companies feel confident that they can sail through the Strait unimpeded and safely, then they will do it. But we don't know that.
Well,
let me let Charles say he wanted to get in.
Well, the point you make about whether or not this Strait will be open is, I think, the crucial one. The people who study this, it'll take months to clear it of mind, let alone try to figure out new navigation lanes that the Iranians want to put into effect in order to collect some fees. And then you have to worry about whether or not the shipping companies will be able to pay the insurance. They're not paying war insurance.
Memorandum to a ceasefire to negotiate a memorandum for a ceasefire to facilitate negotiation proceedings.
900%
well said.
Increase in their insurance costs from before this war started. And the insurance companies have to be reassured and that they can bring those costs down, and that the shipping companies have to be reassured that they will be able to pay the new costs to get through it. No one believes that this happens in a couple of months. So the idea that this deal may start the reopening, but it will not reopen the Strait.
I mean, I don't even know that we should even be calling it a deal of any kind because.
Thank you. Oh my God, she finally said it. Somebody in mainstream media just said it. We should not be calling this a deal. That's a big.
Just to be clear, if it's a deal,
I'll give you the W on this one.
Able to say before you even sign it. Here's what we both agreed to. Anna, did you know that John Thune, Senate Majority Leader, has not even been briefed? He told Manu Raju today. He has not been briefed.
Actually, I did know that because I listened to Manu say that, and nobody in Congress has been briefed.
The Israelis are asking, what's in this deal?
What is with Anna Navarro? Why is she always in like full-on bitch mode?
Under what circumstances would the United States sign a document with Iran and not tell anybody?
And it's, so J.D. Vance told Jake Tapper that it is a page and a half. My grocery shopping list for Thanksgiving is longer than that. So it's not like they have that briefing them on what's in this MOU should
they wrote it in the car.
Be that difficult because there doesn't seem to be that much in that MOU. I think it feels like it's kicking the can down the road and giving them 60 days to come up with something else.
Yeah.
But, Donald Trump has done a terrible job selling this entire thing from the beginning. He never went in front of the American people. He never went in front of Congress to explain it thoroughly. I think he gets another shot at doing it now, and he should do it, and he should do it expeditiously because a lot of these attacks are coming from inside the house.
Is written in no. That's funny, but I would say crayon.
So if he doesn't even have his allies on board,
and then they ate it,
selling this, he needs to be clear and transparent with the American people, and certainly with Congress, because if he's going to be disbursing any money,
blue,
they've got to authorize it.
First, on that point, there's no dispersal of funds. I know, and this is what I wanted to address. I think the administration today has been pretty upset about what they say is misinformation flying around out there, even from some of their own people.
I'm glad that they laughed because that's adorable, Scott.
Is the administration worried about misinformation?
If I may,
I'm liking this one.
It's that simple.
If I may, the quickest way to dispel any
Scott, if I may continue before you interrupted me so rudely.
Misinformation would, of course, be to put the document out and say, here's what our intentions are.
Okay, I love that she's eating this up, where she's just like, squirm harder, Scott.
When we get to Friday, and here's what our intentions are over the 60-day period. So hopefully they do that in the next 24 hours, and that'll bring some clarity.
It's funny to watch not be able to be smug.
It doesn't count to claim we are not going to be dispersing funds.
Laughing him out of the studio.
$300 billion fund that we are authorizing to be dispersed to the Iranians, which I'll play what
The working theory is that Trump knew he was going to cave on the deal, but asked Iran to sign it on Sunday so he could ask for some concessions as a birthday gift. Yes.
Said about that. That is not actually
nice. I'm a special boy.
Actually being disputed by the administration. Listen.
The Iranians are saying that they're going to have access to a $300 billion reconstruction fund. True or false?
Well, and that's the sort of thing they could have access to, funded by the Gulf Coast Coalition, so long as they honor their end of the obligation. We absolutely are open.
I nailed it. I fucking nailed it yesterday, where I was just saying, dude, this is Saudi Arabia and the UAE kind of paying Iran off to end the war.
To the Gulf Coast countries investing in the reconstruction of Iran. But
God, I'm good at this.
Only if Iran ends their nuclear program, ends their enriched stockpile of material, and is really open to
who streams? I stream.
An inspections and enforcement regime.
Politics.
that gives the American people confidence they're never going to have a nuclear weapon.
You all have permission to cringe now.
So there it is. What are they mad
Look,
about?
I mean, I don't think
They said it in a call. Dan said it on TV.
Dude, Abby Phillips barely brings receipts like that. That is
more than Obama negotiated with Iran.
I don't think it matters whether when the JCPOA was signed, the money was not taxpayer dollars. That was Iranian money that was
Iranian money.
Accounts.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter if it's our money or not.
It's a good point. Even if it is the Gulf states' money, I don't think the median GOP-based voter is going to be particularly thrilled with the notion of releasing $300 billion in funds to the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. That's not why we got into this. But here's
it's kind of the opposite, that reason that they sold us on there, dude.
What I will say. Me personally, I'm a bomb the terrorists guy. If that didn't work and I was president, I would probably just bomb the terrorists some more. But I'm not the president. Donald Trump is.
He's fucking, you absolute ghoul.
He was elected on a kind of dual message.
Oh my God.
One, the Iranians can never have a nuclear weapon.
This guy fucking sucks.
And two, we're also not going to get into endless quagmire wars in the Middle East. To me, this looks like the execution of that process.
Can I just tell you that
Well,
the bombing of terrorists, we
militarily,
can both agree on, but bombing Iran into submission did not work.
Well,
and Iran,
maybe that's
in March, the president tweeted that Iran will
militarily.
unconditionally surrender, and that just has not happened.
Yeah, that guy's straight up a war hawk.
President Trump says the text of the deal will likely be released only after a formal signing ceremony on Friday. Meanwhile, confusion and contradictions continue.
Why? Because you know that a lot of people are going to be pissed off about it? I mean, hey, I'm here for it. Like, honestly.
Israel's Prime Minister.
I don't have much at stake in this one.
Benjamin Netanyahu, for example.
This is him. This is him and the right wing and the Zionists are freaking the fuck out right now. Just enjoy it, guys. Small wins. Small wins.
Says Israeli forces will remain in Lebanon. Netanyahu added in a defiant address yesterday, quote, the struggle has not ended. Iran's foreign minister said this morning that continuing Israeli occupation of Lebanon would be a violation of the deal. Meanwhile,
I just knocked over my cat tree.
On the Strait of Hormuz, Iran indicated yesterday it intends to charge fees for unspecified services in the key waterway, just one day after President Trump claimed it would be reopened and be permanently toll-free. And when it comes to potential reconstruction...
So you're telling me that there's wildly different information coming out about this? No way.
...funding for Iran. The president is pushing back on those reports, but a senior U.S. official told reporters yesterday that the possibility of releasing frozen funds, sanctions release, and a big $300 billion fund to rebuild Iran was discussed and would be tied to performance.
Iran has never agreed to never have a nuclear weapon. Also, the story about the U.S. paying Iran $300 million is fake news. That was B with a...
Joe, sounds like there's a lot of work to do between now and Friday.
Yes, and also a lot of work to be done.
It's almost like there's not a deal
between the president and the vice president, their communications, because he accused that $300 billion fee being put out by Democrats. His vice president told CBS News that, yes, that $300 billion was possible for Iran to get based on their...
Notice how he said 300 million.
...behavior. So Democrats, no. Vice President J.D. Vance, yes. You need to talk to J.D. because he's the one that was telling everybody yesterday, confirming what the Iranians were also saying. Mark McKinnon, I thought from the beginning of this war that it was deeply ironic that the president that, a lot of people may think that Donald Trump despises Barack Obama or Jimmy Carter the most. George W. Bush, actually, for pound for pound. I mean, based on what I've heard him say, I mean, he just loathes George W. Bush and will tell anybody who will listen to him how dumb and stupid Bush was for getting us into Iraq and not taking the oil. One of the great ironies is he found himself in a similar position as George W. Bush, where actually the stakes were much higher. The stakes were the world economy. Talk about, you saw what getting tied down in the Middle Eastern war.
Interesting side note, the comedian Dan Soder, this is his, I believe, second cousin. It's his mom's cousin.
To a president and the inability to do anything else. Talk about what looks like at least desperation from this vantage point of this president willing to give Iran pretty much what they wanted to get out of this war.
Yeah, Joe, a lot of PTSD that I'm having these days about the Iraq war and the parallels. But the place where the parallels fall apart is, remember how actually popular the Iraq war was when we went in. I mean, on a lot of those resolutions, they got 99 senators voting, including, everybody but one Democrat was supporting it, and huge public support. This was never popular from the very beginning. And so, I mean, we have a Trump supporting publication here skeptical about the mystery deal. And I was thinking, with Jim here on the set, I was thinking, I'm a shallow media guy, so I can't really get into the substance of the deal. But what I can think about is the politics of it. And think about the midterms and this deal. Where would you rather be, attacking this deal or defending it, Jim?
1,000%. You want to attack this. You want to go straight at it. Mika's right. The devil's in the details. We can't see the details. The more the details come out, the worse this deal gets. This entire war starts out as very unpopular. And now it's going to get worse as we see what they had to give Iran to get this deal done. I think this is going to age very poorly.
And Jim, following up, I mean, there's also splits within the Republicans about this deal. First of all, as noted, a number of them have questions like, well, okay, what is the agreement? We haven't even seen it yet. We have seen Lindsey Graham and others, Ted Cruz and some who are more consider Iran hawks, being at least skeptical, if not downright critical of considering where this could go. It feels like we know there are very few places where Republicans are willing to defy Trump, but this seems like a spot where he is going to be open to some criticism.
I think Lindsey Graham's the best example here. He went straight at the vice president of the United States. He said he wants J.D. Vance to come to the Hill and defend this because this is a deal he made, which shows a couple things. They no longer think that J.D. Vance is going to be the definite nominee of the party. And two, they are beginning to split on what they had to promise to get this deal done.
Isn't it odd that Vance is out there as the tip of the spear on this rather than Marco Rubio?
Agree.
But and now he is, and I think there's those who are looking.
Yeah, but he is the vice president
for 2028 on the
Marco Rubio is not.
Republican side.
Even these dipshits want Marco Rubio.
Joe say this is a pretty tough hand for J.D. Vance to have to play. That he is sort of like left holding the bag, and it is remarkable though. The Secretary of State has been nowhere on this Iran war. He has distanced himself from it from the start. Focused much more on Venezuela, focused on perhaps upcoming actions in Cuba and other things. He is sort of clearly decided deliberately to keep his distance.
This is giving J.D. Vance Iran. It's like Joe Biden giving Kamala Harris the border.
I'm so over rich fucks sitting around a table doing what is essentially fancy gossip.
It doesn't work.
Yep. Again, this is why this space is so fucking crucial. To have working class voices that also do have the gift of gab and the ability to broadcast and give you guys the news. Like I hope you guys understand how important this is.
It's not gonna, and it's
especially with these dipshits.
It's not going to work out in the end for him.
Also,
especially when.
Quick reminder that all of us do have other jobs, so support your creators in any way that you possibly can, whether it be hitting that like bell or like button, sharing the streams, all the free ways, and then of course, doing the memberships and all the ways that you can help any of the smaller creators that you guys watch. And this goes for anybody, even off this space. I'm big on this.
When he's saying stupid things like, oh, well, they've changed their ways. So we have that clip yet, Dan, the clip where JD was.
You don't need those big streaming services. You take all that money that you would give to those big streaming services to give it to smaller creators, and you will feel a lot better and also be way more entertained.
So on TV saying, no, the Iranians now.
Except for Crunchyroll. Crunchyroll's okay.
What's so neat is the Iranians have changed their ways. Now, well, get that for me, if you will. I think I asked for it in 1924.
And Hulu. Hulu's actually pretty fucking good. I hate to admit it.
Let's get it before the next World Cup. Anyway, now I've forgotten exactly what I was going to say. Walter Isaacson, when is America going to learn? Actually, I do remember what I was going to say. As a historian, when is America going to learn that you can win every single battle militarily? We won every single battle in Vietnam militarily. At the end of the war, General Herdling tells a great story of one of our colonels saying to one of the Vietnamese colonels, in 75, you guys didn't beat us in a single battle over the course of this entire war, over the course of the decade. And the response was from the Vietnamese colonel, he said, well, that may be true. It's also completely irrelevant. You look at Iraq. You look at Afghanistan.
By the way, look at the American Revolution. We had the American Revolution had trouble winning a lot of battles, but we won the war.
Yeah.
I think in the Revolutionary War, one of Washington's greatest achievements was his retreat from Long Island, just staying alive for the next battle against the British. And so when are we going to learn? When are American presidents going to learn? It doesn't matter what your military might looks like in drawn-out battles. You can win every military battle and still lose the war. And we keep doing it, and it sure as hell happened here. Iran's going to be in a stronger position regardless of how this still ends.
Yeah, this is a win for them, like a big fucking win.
Iran's going to be in a
even if one of these things is true,
stronger position after this war than they were before it.
Yeah, I think we forget how strong nationalism can be. And when we go in And there's many historic examples.
What up, El Latino Mafune?
When Eisenhower was thinking of going into Vietnam after the French lost at the end, he asked Matthew Ridgway, what would it take? And the general says 8 years and 8 divisions. So Eisenhower's smart enough not to do it, not to go in that way. It did take 8 years and 8 divisions, and we still didn't win. The notion that you can bomb or try to invade a country and change the government generally gets us mired down. And
again, he thought it was going to work out like Venezuela. Everybody is negating to say that,
certainly,
which is not good.
The problem for me with the Trump invasion attack on
these, like you said, Pinkerbell, these you forgot to add old.
And around
getting tired of like these people that are staring the Grim Reaper in the face, and they are the ones telling us, you know, this is what's going on in your world.
Is we didn't quite know what the point was. Was it to get the enrich you?
When the median age of America right now is like around 40 years old.
Uranium out? Was it to get regime change? Was it to
almost like we should be in power?
Control the Strait of Hormuz? If you're a Colin Powell, you say, define your objectives, tell me your aims, and then you figure out the resources you need. But if you don't define what we're exactly doing, it's hard to balance the commitment.
By the way, guys, welcome to the second hour of Pepaganda.
With the resources.
Yeah, the smartest thing any president can do is look at how Colin Powell added to the Weinberger Doctrine. Which basically said, first of all, do we have support of Congress? Do we have support of the American people?
What about the hot dog doctrine?
The answers there were no. And then he asks, tell me how
the beer hot dog doctrine.
This is going to end.
That's a good one.
What's a triggering point? What do we have to achieve before we bring our troops home? We never had any of that here, and that's one of the biggest problems. The president finally settled on no nukes for Iran, but we're getting out of this deal right now. Absolutely nothing other than I will talk about it in 60 days. So that doesn't work. So Jim Messina, I see these clips, and the old politician in me thinks, I sure would like to run against that guy.
The hot dog doctrine is supreme law at Costco. Dude, Costco hot dogs rule.
Why wasn't I ever lucky enough?
Oh my God, Dijon mustard with the relish. The relish is actually really good. As a Chicagoan, I can say that the relish fire. And then their chopped onions. They put them in a cup now too, which honestly I like a lot better.
Run against that guy. I want to show you one of those clips.
Now I want a hot dog really bad.
The coolest thing about the progress we've made over the last few weeks is that you see people within the Iranian system, senior leadership, even IRGC officials say, you know what, we may have some animosity.
For any reason that we're in a position where you guys have to buy me a hot dog and like then you guys, you know how I take it.
Have some mistrust, but we recognize the way that we've done business with the United States for 47 years.
I wonder if sriracha would work on a hot dog. It depends. Not with all the other like fixins like that.
Verify that, of course.
If it's just sriracha by itself, maybe.
Of course, but we're certainly willing to try something else if they comply.
I've seen the light. I've seen the light. Praise the Lord. I've seen the light. Yes, the Revolutionary Guard. We are told by J.D. Vance to see the light after we killed their supreme leader, after we killed people that ran parliament, after we killed people that ran their defense.
Dude, if this guy opens his mouth wide, do you think he'd look like a Titan?
Industry, after we killed people that ran their intelligence.
I mean, the mouth to like rest of his face ratio, like, wow.
Like after we obliterated about half of the country, after we killed over 100 girls in a girls' school on the first day of the war. They've seen the light.
Yes.
I am sorry. Again, we don't know what's in the deal. I'm always a big believer. You never know what's going to happen. The Soviet Union falls overnight. Iran looks better 20 years after the invasion.
Good luck on seeing that.
Than they did at the time of the invasion. These things have to play out. But I do know this.
I can't.
The Revolutionary Guard hasn't seen like a vision in the clouds, and they haven't suddenly found Jesus. And now they think, hey, it's cool. Let's work with the United States, the great Satan, instead of working against them.
Oh, Joe, there's clips that you say to yourself, oh my God, what was he thinking? Mark McKinnon is sitting over here giggling because he
Wait a minute, did he not say
make an ad against that clip. It is remarkably bad politics thinking that someday the Iranian Guard is going to pull well in America. They're going to be like, oh, yeah, he did a great job. He made him love America.
I don't know why, but I'm so fascinated by this guy's like
people who said that America's the great Satan.
You would
wanted
think
to
that,
get rid of the entire Jewish state of Israel. Like, what are we doing?
He's very locked in. Okay, I totally like went off the rails at the end there because Troutmouth got me that Troutmouth. All right, you win.
His brother felt compelled enough to
Status quo is live. My bad. I did not mean to do that. Yeah, I'm not going to rebroadcast. I will give them a like, though, before I go. 601, hell yeah. Go support Status Quo, people. I will say that, too. We're not even doing a segment on them or covered by them, but you guys really, if you want great on the ground coverage, and they show up to pretty much every important protest, so yeah. Markets don't care about what's in the Iran deal. They just want to respond. Yep. Why high gas prices are here to stay. Fuck it. I'm interested in it. Let's do it. There we go. Share. All right. First breaking points segment today. This one we kind of found, like I just found this, so obviously no pre-watch. Big Jerry, what's up, man? Good to see you. Welcome in. I have one request. You see what I'm doing here? You see this? Like. You should do the same. And now, on with the video.
We have a memo of understanding for a 60-day negotiation period. A lot that could go wrong with regard to this potential deal with Iran, which we've covered other places in the show. But we wanted to take a look at the economic fallout and assuming the best case scenario.
They're a Status Quo patron because they put themselves on the line to do guerrilla journalism. Same.
Assuming this all goes.
Well, it is one of the channels that I am a member of and will continue to be a member of.
Swimmingly, and the Strait of Hormuz opens imminently. What is likely to be the continued lag effects? How quickly can we expect oil markets in particular to get back?
Actually, interestingly enough, because I already had it like kind of budgeted for TYT, when I left TYT, I gave it to Status Quo.
To normal. So the New York Times has an interesting write-up here. They say
swap.
Deal to reopen Hormuz kicks off a long effort to ease the energy crisis. Because remember, we've had months at this point of things not being normal. And if there's one thing we learned both from Ukraine and from the COVID shock, it can take a while before the kinks get worked out of the system till things truly revert to the way that they were
This
before.
is all predicated too, where it's just like, wait, they have to, they actually like have to maintain this. Like there can't be any, if somebody breaks this, then it's like,
There's also some indications they may never completely return to the way that they were before. Let me read you a little bit from this piece. They say the long-awaited deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz brought quick relief to the oil market, sending prices to their lowest levels since early March. Getting substantial amounts of oil and gas flowing, however, will take much longer. It can take weeks or months, even in the best of times, to get oil and gas from wells in the Persian Gulf to buyers in China or Japan. The first big test for whether the deal will work is whether it gives shipping companies enough confidence to send their vessels through the strait. If they do, tankers that have been stranded in the Persian Gulf will be able to bring much needed fuel to buyers around the world. What comes after that will depend a lot on how long companies think the reopening will last. The U.S. and Iran agreed to a 60-day truce during which they would try to breach a broader agreement on Iran's nuclear weapons program and U.S. sanctions against the country. So, Sagar, what they point to here is the fact that, a lot of the reason that ships have not been transiting the Strait of Hormuz is obviously
she did the same thing I do a lot, where it's like I can't think of the word going through
the war.
But then she was like transiting,
or led to an inability to transit and
Status Quo. Hell yeah,
there were mines in the strait.
High five.
But also, even if you wanted to, you were not going to be able to get insurance.
Current Affairs is offering free digital subscriptions to anyone who cancels their New York Times sub.
The shipping companies that own these giant tankers are not willing to take that risk. And so now you have a situation that continues to be very tenuous. Are they going to be able to get insurance in the near term? Are they going to wait the 60 days until a deal is actually secured before they begin transiting again?
Yeah.
So it will be a further delay before traffic fully returns to normal. You also have a situation where, everybody's stockpiles have dramatically diminished. So there's...
Yeah, so when does this actually hit the market? Because, I'm not sure if y'all have been paying attention, but things are actually kind of going, down. So, and I know it's because of the Asian market thing. Long story short, the Asian markets had projections on how much they would need, and this is why it was affecting the prices. But then I guess that they only used like 40% of their actual projected stockpile and all that. So they were like, no, go ahead, release it back. China was like, realistically, they have alternative means. Like most of their stuff is like solar, even clean coal, which they made a thing. They made it a thing. I still can't believe that they did it. They actually did the thing. And that's why I think that at some point Trump got he had like a memo on this from one of his, like in his first administration. I swear to God, I think that somebody told him like they're cleaning the coal in China. He's like, well, we could have clean coal. They're doing, and like he just didn't say they're doing it in China because he didn't want to give them any credit.
Very low levels in our strategic petroleum reserve as well as countries.
But yeah, that's why the markets are the way they are right now
around the country. So there's going to be, further increased demand as things come back to normal.
If groceries don't go down, it doesn't count. No. And our pay is still not going up.
All of this is to say that it may still be a while before things truly return to anything approximating what they were before the war.
Right. And if we look at some of the oil markets and others, so for example, Brent crude is currently trading around $80 a barrel. I think that West Texas is somewhere around 70. We should begin to see gas prices come, which is good. We're going to see it's still about $4 a gallon nationally. It'll probably normalize around $3.50 or so. But that's the problem, is $3.50 is still at least $1 higher or so than where things were before the war began. And people are going to remember that they still had to pay those 100 days of $4 a gallon gasoline as things continue. The important point that they make inside of this story around the Strait of Hormuz and the resumption of oil traffic is the amount of slack in the system now is basically completely gone. For example, let's put D2 up here on the screen. This is the U.S. Energy Secretary who was speaking just a week ago, who said, quote, it will take many months to get back to normal after this energy crisis. And the specific thing that he points to is around the shifting of supply chain. And so what we were talking about a lot of time during the blockade was it takes like 40-something days.
People not only need to be able to afford to survive, but also have economic freedom to live a normal life. Yep.
From a tanker to get from Asia.
My wife, she actually, like, we had a moment, and I love that she kind of said it too, where she's just like, damn it, I just want this. I want to just stop surviving, and I actually just want to be able to live.
To the United States.
But I think that we're all in survival mode, which do you understand how fucked up that is? Like, the majority of America, lives paycheck to paycheck, and it's the same bullshit we've heard for almost a decade, that we can't afford just one slip up
and then another 40 days, I could be wrong on the exact number of days, but something like that, to go back. And so many different supply chains have been redirected from Asia to America or from America to Asia, that reshifting and coming back to the Strait of Hormuz, it takes months. And there's also all the excess oil that was in the system is gone, basically.
Right.
And the example of this I think we have is about, what was it? Yeah, D5, please, that we can put up here. You can actually see in this chart, what we have is the barrels of crude in the U.S. Petroleum Reserve are literally at their lowest level since the 1980s.
Yeah.
So since Ronald Reagan was president, the U.S. Petroleum Reserve has never been this low. And what the oil,
and that was post the Jimmy Carter administration, where there were oil, like there were already, so many shortages that it was causing, lines at gas stations, and you had to do the even odd system.
Say is that with all these dwindling stockpiles, it basically just means you're going to have some level of demand destruction. For oil facilities and others, as we've described, we still don't even know what level they were operating at. Rory made a real point of telling us here on the show, it's not that simple to go from 10% to 80%. You have all the storage, which is backed up. And if any of these refineries were taken completely to zero, that's not, it takes a while, for everything to spin back up. And you still have all these shifts. The UAE left OPEC. They're going to be pumping as much as they possibly can. Saudi Arabia, and others, it could be even a price war, which could cause problems. So there's just going to be chaos I think, in the markets for probably at least a year or so to come.
So they say in this piece too that a lot of oil and natural gas producers, they some of them shut their wells. Some of the oil fields, there was significant damage that occurred during the war as well. So are you going to do the difficult work of bringing everything back online, of repairing everything when things continue to be uncertain, at least for the 60-day period? According to this New York Times report, Gulf countries slashed up to 15 million barrels a day of oil production this spring. That's nearly 15% of global supply. So you have to judge, okay, is it worth going back to the production levels we had, which is not a simple and straightforward thing, or are we going to wait a little bit longer and see if this thing really comes to fruition and see how this all completely shakes out? With regard to traffic in the Strait of Hormuz, we can go ahead and put D4 up on the screen here as well, because you can see that we are still a long way from getting back to the normal level of traffic within the strait. This tweet says, claims about Hormuz reopening are exactly why we built this. If ships start moving through the strait with AIS transponders on, you'll see it in the index updated every 30 minutes. So this will certainly be something to pay attention to as we see how companies read the political dynamics and how certain they are that this deal is going to come through and is going to ultimately be solid. The other thing I was looking at this morning, Sagar, is, some aspects of the energy market are likely not to go back to normal ever, because I think just like there were a lot of learnings from Ukraine and Russia, there was a big realization here, certainly in other places as well, that as long as you're reliant on global energy markets, your whole economy can be held hostage, right? You are truly at risk.
I was going to say this, where all it takes is one pipeline going down and the entire world market shifts.
And so during the course of this war, there was a massive increase in demand
just go back to Russia. Look at how the market reacted to just that.
Chinese solar panels and for EV cars. That technology has really come of age now, where it can be a reliable and affordable alternative, both at sort of the nationwide level and also at the individual consumer level. And so countries that have started to shift in that direction are not likely to shift back because they don't want to find themselves in this situation again. And the technology has advanced even in just the several years since the Ukraine war began to make it a much more feasible alternative. So I guess thank you to Trump for helping to speed up the renewable energy transition. We appreciate your service, sir.
Dean Baker, I think he was from the Washington Post. He wrote this very interesting story about how BYD should award Trump Salesman of the Year. And I was reading the data. It's unbelievable the amount of cars that they have been able to export and to sell. Actually, in the interim last 6 months, they're actually rolling out all kinds of new technology, which I've been wanting to cover some of this stuff for a while. One of them is a flash charger, which can take your car from 10 to 70% in 5 minutes.
That's amazing.
I mean, on a supercharger with the Tesla, you're probably looking. I did it this weekend for at least 15 minutes or so, and that's assuming there's not some idiot parked next to you. Even when there's 500 stalls that are open.
Or that the chargers are broken.
Or the chargers. I'll say the Tesla's chargers are never broken, but the, what is it, EV America, or not never broken, but I forget exactly what they are. The private other companies are awful in terms of the infrastructure. But I saw that and I was like, man, if you make charging similar to just filling up a gas tank, like that changes the whole ball game.
Yeah, that's when everybody's start moving to electric, and then it's like, oh, but we pivoted away from it because fossil fuel companies have our government by the balls.
Yeah,
I even saw. I think they can go 10 to 90. I think in 10 minutes, which is shocking, right? For hundreds.
Him just figuring out that it's like, yeah, China's got some pretty cool shit.
Miles of charge to be able to go. Like
this dude's, he's still in the 90s era where he's just like, they make a bunch of cheap crap, blah blah blah.
I don't know. I see that, and I see also. You have this feeling of abandonment by the United States in all of these different countries. We talked a lot about Asia over the last several months. Well, it's going to be very difficult for them to keep a superior product and to really just align itself with America over this period. I really do think, that we will live with the consequences of that for a really long time. On top of Tesla, I mean, if you look, they don't even want to be a car company anymore. That's one kind of thing which is crazy. They want to become a robo-taxi and robot company. They want nothing to do with the car business. They've ended the production of some of their models explicitly just to move to, what is it, Cybercab, then robo-taxi, and then to robots. They say it in their own, production documents. So they're almost acquiescing in certain ways. So anyway, yeah, I mean, it's a tangent, but I was fascinated by that.
Yeah, but it's also why when he made that China deal, everybody was kind of like, is he actually going to allow their cars? Because, people that have been paying attention to the automotive market, I want that.
In terms of how the war could significantly accelerate EV adoption in the rest of the world, which is de facto good for China and for their market.
I mean, the only reason our domestic car producers are competitive in the EV market at all is because we cannot buy BYD. Yes. I mean, it would be over for them if we were allowed to purchase their vehicles because they're just more technologically advanced. And if we
I didn't pre-watch
had the infrastructure here and we had that level of tech, it would be, only a matter of time before the full transition happened because the technology genuinely is superior. Like not having to go to the gas station, fill up is great. There's less maintenance on the car, not having to get the little light coming on. Oh, you got to get your oil changed again. It's great. The way they drive is fantastic. It is going to be the future. It's just a matter of time. And, the Trump administration has this like ideological war on EVs and any sort of renewable energy that has precluded us from moving more aggressively in that direction.
Can you imagine the idiots that bought the Cybertruck, how dumb they're going to feel?
But ultimately,
I mean, they should already feel that way. Let's be honest.
I think the technology will win out.
Yeah. It's
the biggest suckers in our society right now.
All right, let's get to the poll.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Where it's just like the entire time that you were getting sold on that, they were dismantling the infrastructure. Oh my God. My talkie hole, it malfunctioned. All right. Here we go. This is the main one I wanted to watch. Okay. I haven't also seen this one. Have I do a pre-watch on any of these? Nope. Because that was not how it worked out today. All right. Giant L, Ben Shapiro melts down over Iran deal. No, that's not it. Sorry, guys. Things got a little messed up on my end. There we go. All righty. I'm going to start this real quick. I have to run to the bathroom. It will only be about a minute. So just give me a intro in.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. I have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed, we do. A lot of updates for you about what we know with regard to the Iran deal. Trump making some interesting comments today about how Syria should actually be in charge of taking care of Hezbollah, not Israel. Netanyahu resisting, pulling out of Lebanon. So a lot to get to there. Trisha Parsi is going to join us to break down his understanding of the deal and how it came together. And also the deportation threats against him, which have been quite significant. We also are going to take a look at some new AI stories. Anthropic's Dario Amodei with some very terrifying and eyebrow-raising comments. Also a major walkout from another graduation ceremony. This one, the CEO of Google was speaking. So that is quite a significant development there. We're taking a look also at the oil markets. Let's say that the deal signing happens this Friday, that they, in 60 days even, are able to come to some sort of agreement. Obviously, a lot of these things have, a lot of question marks around them. But even given the best case scenario, how long will it take for the oil markets to get back to normal? We've got some numbers and some data there to show you. We're also taking a look at the polls this morning and a very interesting clip of a MAGA grandma who says that the Trump economy is giving her literal panic attacks. So a lot to get to this morning. And for the premium subscribers, we'll also have the AMA live after we record the show.
That's right. If you want to watch it, breakingpoint.com. You can sign up.
All right, now I know why Stan isn't here.
Everybody who's been supporting the show show. Thank you. We had a huge day yesterday. So seriously, thank you to all of these viewers. Many of the new viewers who are here, go ahead and check out our premium service. If you're just watching this on YouTube, please hit subscribe to our YouTube channel. If you're listening to this podcast, share an episode with a friend. But let's go ahead and start with Iran. So right now, what we are seeing is extraordinary new comments from President Trump, who is abroad attending the G7. There's a lot of
damn, I'm good at this.
Different bilateral meetings. One was with Zelensky. This one was with the Emir of Qatar, where he appears to say and to shunt Israel under the bus in Lebanon, though, of course, Bibi Netanyahu is resisting. We'll show you that here in just a little bit. But here are his comments where he says that if Israel can't handle Hezbollah, maybe Al-Qaeda in Syria can. Let's take a listen.
Syria, you know, he's pulled that country together amazingly quickly. He's very capable. And he's been very good for me. He's protected everything that I've asked for, he's done. And if Israel can't do the job without killing...
This is why I hate pants suits, by the way. Like, you see his pants and the socks and all that. That ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Everyone else, he'll do the job. Syria will do the job.
He'll do the job. Syria will do the job. So we're going to ask Al-Qaeda to take on Hezbollah. Interesting. Let's go to the next one. This is from Trey Yanks. He compiled all of Trump's comments throughout the day here on Israel and Hezbollah.
Now? Wait a minute.
He says, Israel is fighting Hezbollah too long. Too many people are being killed. You don't have to knock down an apartment house every time you're looking for somebody. There are a lot of people in those apartment houses. They're not all Hezbollah. I suggested to Israel to let Syria take care of Hezbollah. On Israel striking Hezbollah in Beirut, I did not like that. I let them know that. Says the attack was, quote, too much. If Israel can't do the job, he'll do the job. Syria will do the job. Bibi has to be more responsible with respect to Lebanon. I am not happy with the way Israel has handled themselves in Lebanon and Hezbollah. Israel would have blown up a long time ago had I not gotten involved.
New York Times confirms that they lied about Epstein's suicide.
So that is interesting to say the least. And remember, Hezbollah and Lebanon remain the keystone to this entire thing. The Iranians say it's in the memorandum of understanding. The Trump administration briefed a bunch of reporters yesterday. They say it's not in the memorandum of understanding. And yet there is still full-scale freakout because we have no idea what's in that memorandum of understanding. It hasn't been released, according to the vice president. It is, quote, a page and a half. The JCPOA, for reference, was, I think, 159 pages after it was released. But what we do know is that many of the key details, which we brought you all yesterday, which were reported by the Iranian side about what's in it for them, including a $300 billion reconstruction fund, do now appear to be confirmed by the vice president, who was on television yesterday. Let's take a listen.
The Iranians are saying that they're going to have access to a $300 billion reconstruction fund. True or false?
Well, and that's the sort of thing they could have access to, funded by the Gulf Coast Coalition, so long as they honor their end of the obligation. I think that one of the things you're going to see, Ed, and people have to be skeptical of this, is that the hardliners in the Iranian system will overemphasize the benefits that Iran gets while underemphasizing all the things that they have to concede and all the things they have to provide in order to get these benefits. So we absolutely are open to the Gulf Coast countries investing in the reconstruction of Iran, but only if Iran ends their nuclear program.
Is Barry Weiss hiring a bunch of people that look like her?
Ends their...
Odd that she'd, fire Stephen Colbert then.
Rich stockpile of material, and is really open to an inspections and enforcement regime that gives the American people confidence they're never going to have a nuclear weapon. So I think the dance you're going to see, Ed, which is going to be interesting, is the Iranian media, especially the hardline media, they're going to talk a lot about what they get without talking about what they give. It's important for all of us to correct that record.
Correcting the record by confirming that the report is true. I mean, and listen, you spin it however you need. I don't care. All right. 300 billion around what we destroyed in the country. The bottom line is no sanctions, and you allow the money to flow, whether it's from America or a mysterious bank in Swiss. Who was laying that out yesterday on the show about these Swiss banks that Qatar controls but doesn't really control and will transfer it? I don't give a shit which way you do it. All right. But the clear, honest truth is that when you lose a war, sometimes you got to pay the piper. And that's the truth. And the Israeli lobby in Washington is losing it over this. They should.
And I love it. I fucking love this.
Good. Guess what? Iran's entire GDP in 2024 was $456 billion. So this is $300 billion in reconstruction funds, in addition to sanctions relief, in addition to making to requiring like intra-Gulf investment and basically de facto normalization of all of these countries' relations with Iran. And on top,
no, those are not medical.
Top of that, for nuclear enrichment, that remains the biggest sticking point. And don't get me wrong, there's still going to be a ton of fights to be had in the interim 60 days. But to have that on the table for Iran, I understand now why they took the deal. But yeah, I mean, they demanded genuine. Like, they demanded full-on reparations. We all thought that was a joke. It's not. It's now been confirmed here by the vice president. But this is the reality.
Yeah.
This is the reality we have to grapple with. I'm fine with it. We should never have been here in the first place. Israel war lobby, you got what you deserve. I don't know what else to say.
And not only those one-time funds and the sanctions relief, obviously, but also an
like last night we watched the Piers Morgan episode with all of the regular Israeli supporters. And holy shit, dude, they are panicking over this.
In perpetuity, or not a toll, but a fee to transit the Strait of Hormuz is what looks like is going to be contemplated here.
Good to see you.
Going back to the piece about Lebanon and Israel and how central this is, and these disputed characterizations of what is in the memo of understanding, et cetera. Amwaj Media says that they got their hands on the first page of the memo of understanding, and Ryan tweeted this out, paragraph 1 of the MOU, according to Amwaj Media.
First page, I thought it was one page.
As Iran and the U.S., quote, and their allies in the current war, obviously that would include Israel, declare the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon, and undertake from now on not to initiate any war or any military operation against each other, to refrain from the threat or use of force against each other, and ensuring the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Lebanon. So perhaps that language is where there could be, I look at that and I say, okay, that means you have to withdraw from Lebanon. But perhaps the Israelis look at that and say, well, we can ensure the territorial integrity, but still keep our troops occupying on the ground in Lebanon. In any case, paragraph 1 is further described as elaborating how, quote, the final deal, the comprehensive agreement envisioned to be signed within 60 days of the initiation of talks on June 19th, will confirm the permanent termination of the war on all fronts, including in Lebanon, and other provisions of this paragraph. And, previously when the initial ceasefire...
Do you guys, all right, I want your honest opinions on this. Do you think it makes it to Friday?
Which led to
or do you think that Israel's going to tank this?
Decline in hostilities between, all of the various parties. Remember, there was that whole flack about, okay, was Lebanon included or not? The Iranians and then the Pakistanis confirmed, no, Lebanon was in the deal and always contemplated. Iran has made it incredibly clear and has backed that up with attacks directly on Israel, which was the first, because they continue to attack within Lebanon. So this is truly a key point.
First. I mean, he has called him a crazy bastard before.
Get to some of Netanyahu's comments here, because
what are you doing?
He is politically in a very difficult place domestically. He was very unpopular before October 7th. He has forestalled any sort of reckoning with how October 7th unfolded and what problems he may have created in the government that enabled the attacks on that day. He's got his major, corruption trial that keeps getting pushed off as long as he continues to fight new wars. He is facing significant opponents and may actually lose his slot as prime minister. Those supposedly more moderate opponents are all hitting him from the right on not being hardline enough with regard to Iran. And given where the public is in Israel, those attacks have some purchase within Israeli society. But in any case, putting him aside for a moment, the other dynamic here that's very interesting, Sagar, is that J.D. Vance has clearly been put out as the face of this deal. And I think he wants to be the face of this deal. He wants to sell it to the public. He wants to be associated with helping to bring this thing to a close. But it has also made it so that he has become really the target of attacks from neocons who are too scared to directly attack Trump, of course. And so, it's all, it's J.D. Vance's fault. Give me a break. We know in the negotiations in Islamabad, J.D. Vance was stripped of any authority.
Yes.
He kept having to call Trump and reportedly Netanyahu as well, getting up from the table to chat, oh, what about this? What about that? Had very little authority. I mean, this comes directly from Trump because of course it does. You know, he is the one who has to, at the end of the day, say, yes, we're going forward with this deal. But they see him as too powerful a figure. They don't want to go directly against him. So instead, they're attacking J.D. Vance, which creates an interesting political
I was
dynamic.
just ranting to you this morning. These people are the most pathetic cowards. They spent 3 months telling us, oh, nobody controls Trump. He's uncontrollable. He's independent. And he's so wise. And he's the one who took us to war with Iran. And you are a disloyal, to attack him and to say he's controlled. Now, whenever it's time to be doing a deal after the disastrous war you motherfuckers dragged us into, now it's like, oh my God, he's controlled by his vice president. And no way, he's going on Megyn Kelly's show. What a disaster.
Yeah.
I mean, they are such pathetic cowards.
And that now they want the deal to have to go through Congress.
Yeah,
Whereas when going to war, Trump could do that on his own. But if we want peace, you got to have everybody sign off.
Outrage yesterday. John Thune has not been briefed on the memorandum of understanding.
Oh my God.
Oh, nobody briefed him on the decision to go to war. All right. So you don't know if we can go to war without you, then we can get into peace without you, bitch. I mean, I'm sorry. I apologize for getting so worked up about this, but it's like living in an alternative reality, where all of these people for 3 months have just been licking Trump's feet. And guess what? Whenever, Trump attacked Iran, it was very important. I mean, you can go back and look at the record that I blamed Trump. And when I went on Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly's show, when we were talking about the whole Israel, and I was like, no, guys, look, yes, Israel, this is Trump. Mm-hmm. So this time around, they can't do that because they're afraid. They're cowards and they want to retain some level of influence. Now they got to attack J.D. Vance. And by the way, the reason I'm spending so much time on this is Israel Lobby Playbook 101. They are the nastiest, most pathetic, they are the nastiest. They have no scruples. They will do anything to defeat this deal. Anything.
Truly.
And well, $300 billion, this is existential because, by the way, 5 years from now, who's going to have a larger GDP, Iran or Israel? Yes. Yeah. And if we have full-scale normalization of relations, who's going to be maybe more important to the United States? Maybe good relations with the country that controls the Straits of Hormuz and is exporting all this oil, or this little startup nation,
is like, wait, are they trading us?
Which just can't stop bombing all of its neighbors and causing all kinds of...
Israel is panic, dude. I'm gonna just say it's fun.
Problems
it's fun to watch them fucking
on the United States. Which one of those two countries is going to be more important?
All of it.
They are going to do everything, and I mean everything. Do not put anything off the table. Yeah, I tweeted this yesterday. The closer we get to this deal, because they're still digesting. The closer we get to reality, the unhinged behavior. I put nothing off the table.
Because here's the thing is Israel, the way that they operate now and their entire conception is that we cannot allow any nation in our region to rival us, period. Yeah. And that's not, that nation doesn't even have to have direct animosity or be, saying that Israel's the great Satan or the little Satan or whatever. They just want to make sure that there cannot be even the theoretical possibility of any threat. But they are too small of a nation to be able to pull that off on their own. So they require dependence on the U.S. to back up that posture. And so if you have an Iran that is economically, strong, that has clearly demonstrated military capability and also geostrategic dominance in the region, that is an unacceptable state of affairs for Israel as they have currently postured themselves and the expectations that the entire population has. I mean, this is not some fringe view. This is like pretty much unanimously the view in Israel is that they have to make sure there is no even theoretical possibility of any nation that can threaten them. So
according to Iran, they didn't know about the MOU until moments away from them counterattacking.
If this deal goes through, they are going to have to almost rebuild their entire self-conception. They're going to have to rebuild their entire approach to the region. I think that will create a much more stable region if you don't have this rogue superpower-backed nuclear armed state that's constantly going around and bombing their neighbors with, absolute no accountability whatsoever for the crimes that they commit. But in that way, it is existential for Israel. It's existential in the way that Israel has been conducting themselves for years and years at this point. So that's why there's a freak out. Let's go ahead and put A2 up on the screen here. This is Netanyahu speaking to the nation. Again, remember, he is under very strong political pressure from the supposed moderates, although they, are not moderate in any real sense of the word, and have been pushing him from the right to be more hawkish, more aggressive. So what he says on Lebanon is we created a buffer zone, a security
I'm almost disappointed that they found out at all.
zone, and we will remain there as long as necessary. Iran wanted us to withdraw from there. That did not happen. Do you know why it did not happen? Among other reasons, because I stood very, very firmly. I was resolute on this matter. And I think our American friends respect that determination and that steadfastness. So he's saying we aren't withdrawing from Lebanon. We've created what he describes as a buffer zone, otherwise known as an illegal occupation, something the Israelis know quite a lot about. But he's signaling that he is not willing to withdraw from Lebanon. And so you've got, some good language coming from Trump saying, hey, Israel needs to be done here. Maybe Syria should get involved instead. I don't know what's going on with that one. But will Trump actually take the actions that are required to rein Israel in? That we've seen some tough words, allegedly from Biden in the past and on the record now from Trump in public currently. But is he going to be?
I'm saying it now. It's kind of funny that Trump is going to be more hawkish on Iran just because he's sick of Netanyahu's bullshit.
Willing to actually cut them off, to actually say, well, no, we're not doing this. Because if he did that, it would be very simple to compel Israel to do what we want them to do. We have incredible leverage over them, but that's the part that we've never seen, either from Trump or certainly from Biden, is the willingness to take actions and not just rhetorically express some frustration.
This is where, look, if you're a betting man, which side would you do? I don't advocate bets. If it were on Kalshi, which way would you put your money? I can lay out
That's what I've been saying.
Trump seems very frustrated, desperately wants a deal. You've got JD out there. I haven't heard from Pete Hegseth or I won't give him one of the nicknames. Pete Hegseth.
We all call him Keg's Breath. I love it.
Or Marco Rubio in a while.
That one fucking took over. That idiot is going to be remembered as Keg's Breath forever.
These are good things. So people have been sidelined. Things can change literally at any moment. What needs to happen in the interim, and I hate doing this because I don't usually play the inside game, but right now, what needs to happen is that these Mark Levin type characters and others need to be branded as disloyal and anti-Trump. That's really what the internal game and all of that needs to play out.
Now, are they? Because the thing is, they already did this with Thomas Massie. How many people are they going to attack? That's more than half the GOP.
In addition, though, what you need to see is that Bibi has to continue to fight for his domestic political ends, which is increasingly going to put him directly at odds with Trump, because Trump reportedly is now very unpopular inside of Israel because the Israelis are furious that anybody would tell them no, for the first time in their lives. Now, again, if I were to bet, I would definitely not bet against them. I think the next 65 days genuinely will be insane. And on Lebanon, especially, for example, things could not be more clear. Let's put A6 here on the screen. Here you have the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson who says explicitly the Iranian claim that the Israeli strike on Beirut backfired and that Lebanon is explicitly referenced 3 times in the Memorandum of Understanding, including provisions, territorial sovereignty, territorial integrity, and ending the war. You just showed Bibi said, I'm not going to do that. And in fact, put A7 up here on the screen. Netanyahu has explicitly said, we will not just remain in Lebanon, we will remain in Gaza and Syria after the U.S.-Iran deal is signed.
Yeah.
I also love, everyone just implicitly sits and says, oh yeah, Israel currently occupied, as we remember, I covered at the time, they just annexed a part of Syria and nobody said a word here in Washington. They have de facto annexed Lebanon. Nobody says a word. But we do know, and this is where, look, maybe this is me living in a fantasy land. If we just pull aid from them, if we just do that, that all collapses in a day. They cannot defend themselves. Look at them. We have to shoot down all their missiles. I love reading the Israeli press. Front page, Haredim riot over draft. Their own people don't even want to fight. And it's like, look at them. They're actually a weak society, and especially whenever it comes to their ability to fight. Even in Lebanon, I mean, come on, the idea, this whole occupation and everything, the way that it has gone, it's been a disaster actually for the IDF. And the IDF general or chief of staff is the person saying that, not even me, who is arguing about, it's putting all this strain on the military. And then Gaza, we all know how they comported themselves there. If it weren't for bombs, I mean, come on, their ground forces did terribly, actually, whenever it came to fighting. So they cannot sustain any of this without the full force backing of the United States of America. But this is where I have to give the caution. Let's put A8 up here on the screen. I took very, very close notice of this, and I want to highlight it for everybody. The CIA director here, John Ratcliffe, quote, told Trump and other senior officials intelligence gathered by the U.S. raised serious doubts about Iran's willingness to make nuclear concessions as the U.S. is seeking a final deal. You are going to see perhaps the greatest deep state leak operation of all time. Maybe only similarly comparable to what happened when Obama tried to withdraw from Afghanistan back in 2009. But this, according, by the way, even to Barack Ravid, the CIA director Ratcliffe is here, quote, casting doubt as an intelligence analyst. You have Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth, who are opposed to the deal. I would generally not bet against the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Defense here, who both, control vast resources, allies. They can create things and do things as they want. They have control of these intelligence agencies, of diplomatic memos, of cables. Remember, Rubio is also not just the Secretary of State. He's also the National Security Advisor. So he runs the policy shop out of the White House. They can very easily manipulate these things. They also have a vast leak apparatus from the New York Times and Barack Ravid and all of these others. Stenographers will write anything, right? And so you can give them whatever you need. All of this intelligence and other things will all be laundered through the neoconservative press and be used explicitly as a way to attack, and to shape the decision matrix so that every night on Fox News, it will be a drumbeat about how Trump is doing the wrong thing. Can he sustain that? Obviously, no. We watched what happened. And so that's my last caution is
that is kind of where he's probably going to fucking freak the fuck out, because the way that Israel has kind of controlled our media, like this really, guys, I'm saying it now, this is positioning Trump versus Israel. And you know what? Let them fight.
The 300, like the contours of the deal as of right now actually look like something that could work. But
I wish I had that drop right now from Godzilla.
Real. This is a full-on existential threat to Israel as we know it, and to their entire lobby here in Washington. And I would never bet against these people. The Ratcliffe thing, when I saw that, I was like, here we go. Like, this is day one. Now imagine day 35, like the New York Times stories about all the warnings from Hegseth. And by the way, they're all going to start being real honest now. For 100 days, we heard Iran's military has been decimated. Now you're all actually going to get the truth, because they're going to use it as a pretext for why we shouldn't do the deal. What we're going to get the real figures on the ballistic missiles. We're going to get, I just saw my first segment on Fox News yesterday. Actually, Iran's military hasn't been decimated. First time they've said it in 100 days, right? So you're actually going to get the truth about Iran's military and its ballistic missile program, and maybe even its nuclear enrichment and all that. And listen, I don't care about any of that, but they're going to use it as a pretext. So I'm just setting the space that the next, 60 days, it's going to be wild.
Just like how we went from after the 12-day war, like, oh, their nuclear program's totally decimated, to, well, actually, no, it's not. And now we need to go to war to make sure that they can not produce a nuclear weapon.
Just wait. It's going to be
this entire administration is just essentially like,
okay, we have Trita Parsi standing by. Let's get to it.
Yeah, there we go. Also here, let's leave the already did. Cool. Already liked that one. This will be interesting to see where this goes, guys. Like, he's on point this time, I think. Yeah, I mean, Sagar occasionally does have like a good take here and there. I hate to say that, but it's true. It's kind of the same thing with Anna Krapsparian. Like, we occasionally get a decent take, especially when it comes to, Israel. So it turns out conscription doesn't produce the elite fighting force. Who knew? Yeah, well, they could have learned that just from Russia. Let's be real. If they needed a modern equivalent. Like they couldn't. Oh, no one could have seen that coming. It's crazy how he can have this analysis and also his entire conservative worldview. I think that a lot about some people. That just like they identify as conservative, and it's just like the idea of being a conservative is more important than actually looking at what they truly believe and what their, their policies or whatever. Their policies are. Sorry, I kind of like petered out halfway through because I'm like, you all know this. I mean, guys, how many times can you just say it? Or it's just like, yeah, they purposefully put the blinders on. True TDS when you really break it down. But it's all becoming just so passe to even say it now because it's passe hack. Let's just use it. It's fucking hack. I hate to say this, and this is going to come off as a little mean, but like when the I've had it, crew starts saying some of that stuff, I'm just like, oh, now it's reached hack status. Oh boy. Yeah, the cute nicknames. I don't know. Are you guys still into it? Because it's almost like the Kinkles McTaco Tits. They ran into the fucking ground. Like way to take that one and just ruin it. But whatever. Now I could just be a curmudgeon. I have been a little curmudgeonly lately. You guys know that. All right, what do we got? 10 minutes? We got 10 minutes until the end of the show. So, it's not a 10-minute clip. That's not a 10-minute clip either. I guess we'll just chill. Wait a minute. I had a Jenk segment. Where the hell did that go? Because he broke down, and I thought he did a pretty decent job of how this could go wrong. I think that's also where I kind of agreed and reiterated his points about how Israel is looking to purposefully tank this deal. I heard from someone Erica Kirk is looking to change her last name. Guess she won't be carrying the flag. Oh, whoa. Who said that? Wait, is that can't be real? No. That there's too much money tied to that. And also, do you understand what that would do to the brand? Like, nah, I don't believe that. Although I don't, if it's true what they're saying about her having a new boyfriend and that they're pretty serious, like, yeah, just gonna say that's a little shitty. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I try not to have an opinion on this one because realistic, like this goes back to like the whole people grieve differently, but like it is a fair criticism to be like, yeah, but I've never seen somebody grieve WWE style, that was a little wild, let's be honest. And anybody that says otherwise is being disingenuous. I'm going to drop a guitar track to that. I know you mentioned that before. That would be fire, DJX. Also, what up, dude? Good to see you. How you doing, man? Everybody go follow DJX if you guys are interested in seeing some awesome guitar. And also, he did an awesome little pomp and circumstance thing for my Macho Man bit. Yeah. Got the pomp and circumstance just right for the Macho Madness. Uh-huh. Yeah, if you guys don't know, I do some impressions and some just wacky bits and things on my show. If you are not regulars there already, you should be. You should come and hang. We have a lot of fun over on my channel called @PepTalksTV. Also @PepTalksTV on Twitch. Shameless plugs. Although there's a little shame. I kind of felt it like right here. It was like right here. The shame was kind of stuck right here. What's that? Yeah. So it's not shameless. So it's a shameful plug. Oh, I got to plug my stuff. Go follow me on Twitter too. Seriously, follow me on Twitter, guys. I did that for you. I did. I hate it. I hate Twitter. I hate the fact that I catch myself perusing it and doing the thing where I'm just doom scrolling. I can't. I hate it. I avoided Twitter for so long, and then I started my channel. And then I hate to say it is actually kind of super useful for what I do. and what we do here as content creators. So if there's a content creator that you like that is on Twitter, do not hold it against them, because yes, we all admit that Twitter sucks. We would love if Blue Sky took off and then we had that, but realistically, Blue Sky, I mean, I like the interface on Blue Sky, but it's Blue Sky. And also holy crap, the way that Indivisible and the Blue No Matter Who crowd, woo, they took over. I have been seeing way more like pro Kamala stuff that like now. Like I was just on it yesterday. I was just like, wait, because I could have sworn that they were posting stuff from like the election. And I was just like, no, this is now. Oh boy, not looking forward to that. Although you can catch it over on my channel. More Perfect Union did a video with AOC. You guys need to see this, so I'll be playing that on my channel a little bit later. My show starts at 4 p.m. Central, 5 p.m. Eastern. Alrighty. Yeah, cool. Got the plugs out of the way. Now we can just hang. We got 6 minutes, so what are we doing here, guys? How you doing? You know what? Who the heck is Pep Talks? Nobody asks how the heck is Pep Talks today. Now I feel like I have been ignored. And now you don't have my emotional well-being at the forefront of your minds. How dare you? Twitter is where a lot of independent journalists are. Yeah, that's why that's actually how I found out about the Aaron Parnas and Taylor Lorenz situation. Why the heck is Pep Talks? Now that is a question for another day, and I will answer it. You're gonna make me go like full existential mode. But anyway, yeah, I'm gonna be covering the Aaron Parnas, Taylor Lorenz drama on my show. I think that will be the first thing we cover. If I don't, yap for 2 to 3 hours. Ask his dad. Yeah, no, don't ask my dad, because my dad will have you know what? Yeah, for the comedy, he'll have a very funny answer for you. Guarantee it. My dad would literally probably just be like, you know what? He always has been a good swimmer. Not Pep Dad, dude. One of these days, you know what? I'm going to visit him coming up here. I'm gonna ask him. It's like, hey, do you want to, like, I'm not gonna do it live. No way. But I'll film my dad and try and get him on cam, being himself, because my dad is he's a trip. Actually, my sister's gonna be there. I just thought about this. I might have to bring my computer so I can stream with my sister. Dude, that's right. I forgot about that. Oh man. Okay, so what I could probably do is just like bring a laptop. We're not gonna really watch any clips or anything. I don't need like a full stream setup. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. I'm gonna try and get my dad and my sister on the show. That'll be fun. At least, as I said, I'll have some clips of my dad, because he's very unpredictable and not exactly what I'd call TOS friendly. And also, he has the ability to embarrass me to a degree that is damn near scary. So putting him on a live feed is playing with fire for me. This is parasocializing at its peak. Hey, as I said, I'm if you guys want a parasocial thing with a creator, then I'm the creator for you, because I share my life. Like, we live it once here. Might as well put it out there. Like, it was kind of funny. My dad kind of even was saying that, where he was just like, man, I think it's like, when he said it's cool what I do, like, that's high praise coming from that guy. So, yeah, I don't know. I like what I do. I hope you guys also enjoy what I do here. And yeah, like I said, we have a project in the works for this space. It is going to change the game of this space. Like, we are finally figuring out how we're going to do this. and have some, fun along the way. Let's see. Can I also say, like, I've been wanting to do like a repeat of the game show that we had here, like the Jeopardy. So yeah, definitely keep watching for that. Also, when you guys see any of the syndicated content, please do me a favor personally. This is for me, and it'll make you guys a lot happier. Go to their channel and follow them. And make sure that you're subscribed and that you have liked their videos. If they have a recent video, try to leave a comment. You could even say for the algo. Like, I know that that's pretty popular out there in, YouTube land. So yeah, make sure that you guys are going out there and supporting your local creators. I would say smaller, but I also don't want to denigrate us. We're up and coming. There we go. You're up and coming creators. Like myself. And that's where I will just say thank you, Johnny, for putting that in the chat. Also, yes, we do have a GoFundMe in the chat. That does help us a lot right now. My wife is currently recovering from cancer and surgery. So the good news is cancer for the moment is in remission. So yeah, we're just making some adjustments to everything. But you know what, guys? I truly do I love you guys. I love you guys. Thank you for supporting this space. Thank you for supporting me as a creator. Yeah, don't mean to get all sappy on you guys, but I've been thinking about it a lot. So with that, guys, I hope you had fun this show. I did. And special show tomorrow. I have a guest coming on. It will be, I'm pretty sure, the first This Space debate. It's going to be on the Carmelo Anthony trial, and we're going to be discussing some Rashad Ritchie. So come and join us for Primetime Pepaganda tomorrow night, and I will catch you guys on the next one. Peace.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
We were like, we are going to keep having these conversations. We will politely leave and not try to make a scene. And for what it's worth, security was very supportive of us. I remember one time we got on the elevator and security was like, we got to walk you out, but we're with you guys.
We have on the line Dan Hurwitz, a registered nurse at the Rush University Medical Center in Chicago. Dan, welcome to the program. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me on, and welcome to the Midwest. Glad to have you in Minnesota.
We're really excited about being on in Minnesota and in Illinois. So with you being on at the Rush University Medical Center, maybe I'll be able to run into you while I'm in Chicago next week.
I would love that.
So, can you talk to us a little bit about why y'all decided to organize and why you decided to do that now?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, for us, nurses were here to take care of people. And so, it all sort of comes back to that, to our ability to take care of our patients and to advocate for them. So I think, just going down the issues, the biggest one for all of us has been safe staffing, right? Like we talk about patient ratios. The more patients that a nurse is taking care of, the more likely there are to be sort of adverse events. The less attention we can pay to them, the less time we can spend taking care of them. So the biggest issue for us as nurses and for our ability to take care of our patients is safe staffing. Rush sometimes does a pretty good job of that, sometimes does not. So there was sort of a dynamic of trying to fight to maintain what we have and improve what we don't have, and get all of that in writing. So safe staffing is number one. And then, just sort of both benefits and transparency in terms of keeping nurses around. Our Rush is sort of like a leader in healthcare, but we're not a leader in taking care of the people who provide the healthcare. So we do not have good health insurance. I'm lucky that my wife is a member of the mighty Chicago Teachers Union, and so I'm on her health insurance. We do not have good parental leave. Nursing is all about evidence-based care. We know that the evidence is that the longer a parent can be out with their child after they give birth, the better the outcomes are for the parent and the child. And we get 1 month paid, which, compared to the rest of the developed world is terrible, but compared to other employers here in Chicago is also pretty bad. So, and then pay transparency. We have this issue where, younger nurses will talk to their more established coworkers and find out that pay is just all over the place. So it's, money is never the number one thing for us, but we want experienced nurses to, be incentivized to stick around because, we all want nurses to be taking care of us and our families who have been around a long time, have the experience, have the skills, have the knowledge to provide good patient care. So that's a big one as well. And then advocacy, and as nurses, like a big part of what we do is advocate for our patients. That takes place at the bedside, and we're very good at doing that. But we want to also be able to have the power to advocate for our patients, both at the policy level within the hospital and at the policy level nationally. And so that's, I wasn't involved when we chose to go with NNU, but I'm very glad that we did, because in terms of advocating for policy changes, both at the state and national level, I think NNU has pretty much the best track record of certainly any nurses union. So I'm very glad that we ended up going with them.
We're big fans of NNU here. We've had several of their members on from across the country over the last few years. And it's funny that you mentioned the teachers union, because I'm hearing a very similar sort of bargaining position to, to 2012, when the Chicago Teachers Union really kind of got revitalized and they began bargaining for the schools that Chicago students deserve. Is that like is there a conscious, you feel like y'all are kind of learning from them as you're thinking about, or is it just that, nursing and teaching are so similar in that they're both about caring for your community, that it's just kind of the obvious thing to be nurses, thinking about yes, how much I make, that's important, how much maternity and paternity leave I have, what my health care is, but also how can I give the best conditions to my patients? Is that just such a similar dynamic to a teacher that you think that it's kind of natural?
I think all of the above. Yeah. I mean, I think, the other parallel is both of these are professions that have been, historically predominantly done by women and have been very undervalued, both sort of like socially and economically. And yeah, I mean, they're both about caring for people. And I think that in both situations, it's like the better the sort of, living conditions that our patients and our students have, but the better we can do our jobs and the better lives that the people who we care about can have. Yeah. So, with with the teachers strike in 2019, you know, a big issue was like affordable housing, right? Because it's like it's impossible to teach students, or very difficult to teach students who don't have a place to live. So, yeah, I think it's very similar. Yeah, you know, the worse, more difficult lives that our patients have, the sicker they're going to be, and the harder it is to take care of them, and the less we can do for them. So I think it's very natural, yeah, in both of those cases to want to sort of advocate for, you know, better working conditions, but advocating for better sort of social, societal conditions and policies will improve ultimately our working conditions as well.
Was there an inciting incident that, you know, that it was after that the campaign really started, or has, you know, dissatisfaction just kind of grown?
But advocating, we just got to a point where we were sort of at the threshold where we needed to be, and we felt like we were ready to go. And we did, and people, it really sort of galvanized people, you know, like when we decided to drop cards, we were ready to go. And, you know, like the people who we had assessed to be supporters were supportive, and we brought in many more people. So I think it was just sort of, we had gotten to the right moment in the campaign.
As you know, as the campaign became more and more public, how did management respond?
Mm-hmm. They, you know, I think that to our credit, I think that we kind of caught them off guard. I think that we had really, they knew that we were doing it, but I don't think that they knew sort of how organized we were and how far along we were. And I'll be honest, there were times when I was pretty surprised by how weak their response was. I mean, they were sending out kind of daily emails being like, you know, you don't want to do this. Unions aren't so great. You're not going to be able to be chummy with your manager anymore, that kind of stuff. You know, and, you know, it was, I mean, you know, we all sort of know the sort of like stock arguments that management makes when workers are trying to unionize. I was shocked by how textbook it was. You know, they're trying to divide us. I think with nurses, you know, there's this dynamic of them trying to be like, you know, you guys aren't, you know, factory workers. Like, you don't need a union. Like, you're so professional. You're so smart. You don't need this, which is insulting both to us and all workers, you know, so, and I don't think we responded well to that. So, yeah, I mean, it was just sort of a lot of kind of weak arguments that didn't respond with people, a lot of holding these sort of town halls, online town halls where they would kind of harangue us. And then, you know, as we got sort of more and more public and we were kind of, you know, leafleting at the entrances or sort of walking around the hospital trying to talk to our coworkers, they did get more aggressive. I mean, you know, there was a lot of sort of dishonesty on their part. I mean, there were people who were told it's illegal for you to sign sign cards on Rush property, which we know is not consistent with labor law. You know, telling us that we couldn't be at the entrances handing out leaflets, which we also know is not consistent. And so at every step of the process, when they tried to push back on us, you know, coworkers. Ultimately, you know, there were multiple cases where we got security called on us. But that was okay. You know, I mean, we were like, we are going to keep having these conversations. We will politely leave and not try to make a scene. And for what it's worth, the security was very supportive of us. I mean, you know, I remember one time we got on the elevator and security was like, you know, we got to walk you out, but we're with you guys. So that was, yeah. So, you know, it was, they put up a fight, but it really wasn't a very strong fight. And I think it was because they could sort of see that they were already beat. Like, we had a lot of work to do, but we had the organization there and we were really doing it.
Hey, 5 seconds. Just wanted to say that this is only possible because of our donors. If you want to see more of this, then consider donating yourself at tvlr.fm/donate.
You said that you felt like you were kind of surprised by the weakness and the textbookness of management's response. Do you feel like y'all were able, your ability to inoculate your coworkers was really important? Because in kind of convincing them of the fact that this is a weak response, were y'all able to inoculate people and make people feel like, this is just kind of run of the mill stuff and it's ordinary, or how did that work in your campaign?
I really think so. I mean, there were times when I was worried that these arguments were going to kind of hit with people. And I think because we had been, really laying the groundwork and having conversations with people. And then I think the other thing is, there's this Rush, this is maybe getting a little into the weeds, but Rush has this thing called shared governance. So we have this structure where there's this sort of like nursing advisory body where, that ostensibly, sort of helps to make decisions around the hospital, but ultimately is exactly that. It's advisory and has no teeth, no decision-making power. So, and, I've been involved with it. I think, it has its place and it can be useful at times, but it's not anything that will, give us actual power as nurses. But there are people, nurses, staff nurses who are higher up in this structure who are very management aligned, and we're kind of going around, we all obviously wear red, and they were going around in green, which is Russia's colors, saying, don't give away your voice, don't vote for the union, don't bring in a third party. And I think that just didn't really resonate, because everyone could see that the people who were supporting the union are the people who are next to them every day, cleaning up patients, responding to code blues, walking to get coffee with them, like the people who they spend time with every day and are friends with and are coworkers with and have sort of, not even in the political sense, but like a sense of solidarity with because of this shared experience. Those were the people who were supporting the union. And these people who they didn't know, who were coming around with a snack cart saying, don't vote for the union or we won't have snack carts anymore. That just it didn't resound with people, because who is this person? I've never seen this person before.
Right.
So yeah, I think it's really about like authenticity and having real networks of, solidarity.
My next questions were about how you were able to win such an overwhelming victory and then what you're going to be trying to push for in a new contract. But I feel like we've already, over the course of the conversation, we've kind of gotten the answers to those questions. So is there anything else on those two topics that you feel like you haven't said yet?
Yeah, I mean, I did kind of, sort of jump right into talking about building networks. But I do think it's just like, it's just about conversations. I mean, it's like, when I think about everything that we did, it was just conversation after conversation, sometimes awkward conversations, sometimes uncomfortable conversations. But it really is just about sort of introducing this idea to people and sort of bringing it from this like really abstract thing that might happen someday to something that we are doing, we are a part of, we are making happen, and it's happening right now. So it's like, there's that Jane McAlevey book, No Shortcuts, and that's exactly, it's so apt. It's like there are no shortcuts. It's just having these conversations, assessing people, building the network, and making it happen. So, yeah.
It was an overwhelming victory. I believe the margins were 77% in favor. Huge victory. So
correct. Yeah.
We're excited. We're excited about the win. We're excited to follow the contract campaign. Please keep us up to date. Happen and we look forward to celebrating a really good first contract with y'all. My last question before we let you go is that nurses at another hospital in Chicago are if nothing happens between now and June 11th, going to be going on strike. That's at St. Mary of Nazareth in Chicago. Can you tell people what's going on there?
Absolutely, yeah. So St. Mary's is just a couple miles away from Rush. They are part of Prime Healthcare, which I'm no expert on, but it seems like is just a very large healthcare company that essentially comes in, buys small hospitals, guts them, cuts staff, brings in cheaper equipment, and just, again, does things that are bad for patient care and patient outcomes, which is ultimately the thing that we are the most concerned with. And so nurses there were very ready to unionize and had a lot to fight for. And then I believe just like a few days after we won our victory, they filed with the NLRB for an election, and then immediately started doing what we had been doing, leafleting outside of at the entrances, talking to their coworkers, building the network, and 6 of their nurses got fired for doing that, which, we were very lucky that There was one case where maybe someone, got fired for union activity in our campaign, but we were very lucky to not face that level of repression. So 6 of these St. Mary's nurses got fired. And they, instead of, waiting for the legal process to go through or waiting on the NLRB, they are saying, no, an injury to one is an injury to all. And we're going to stand up and fight for our coworkers and show you that this just show Prime and show St. Mary's management that this just simply won't be tolerated. And Rush nurses and other nurses around Chicago are definitely very, very interested in supporting this. We're going to come out and support them. We've been, as involved as we can be with their campaign. And it really is because we're stronger together. We have more power together. I mean, I think we all know that, but it's very true. If we see this happening in one hospital, it means that it could just, tomorrow be happening in our hospital. And that applies to repression from management, but it also, applies to the things that we can win as union nurses. So, making Rush better will make St. Mary's better and vice versa. And we have more power to do that when we know that we have each other's backs. So I'm really, I'm angry about what has happened there, but I'm very inspired and very fired up. And I know many of my coworkers at Rush and around the city are also feeling that way, and we're ready to show out and support them. And
Wow.
so, and it's not just nurses. I urge anyone who's watching this, listening to this in Chicago, come out. It's, like you said, unless something happens, it's going to be this Thursday, the 11th, all day at St. Mary's on Division in Oakley, I believe. So please come out. We would love to see you there.
So they haven't even won an NLRB election yet.
Correct. Yeah.
Wow.
Correct. And that was something that we talked about when we were in the campaign. It's like before you are even legally a union,
right.
You win by acting like a union, and that is exactly what they're doing. And it's very inspiring to see. So
this is a one-day strike.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe we'll run into each other on the picket line. Dan Hurwitz, resident nurse at Rush University Medical Center, speaking in his personal capacity, obviously, and as a supporter. Dan, thank you so much for taking the time. I've enjoyed it.
All right. Thank you so much for having me. It was great to be here.
If we want a better state for all of us, we're going to have to grow worker power. We're going to have to revitalize the labor movement. If we want to shake up this status quo that is so clearly failing most of our people, we have to organize.
We got a few comments on our Facebook page that I just saw. So sorry about not responding. But please explain to me why the workers at Navistar in Madison, Alabama overwhelmingly voted against a union. Is it pure ignorance? Don't they understand in any right-to-work state without a union, you have no job protections at all? Plus, if you choose not to join the union, they still have to, by law, represent all employees. A similar question for the Amazon location in Bessemer, Alabama. The reason is, and I think that we talked a little bit about this last week or 2 weeks ago with Chris Brooks about there's a huge industry in the United States of union busting. Companies spent $1.7 billion just last year on union busters, and that would include the campaign at Navistar, I believe, or maybe that was early in 2026. And so there's this huge industry of anti-union consultants that their entire job is dedicated to intimidating workers and convincing them that a union is not in their best interest. So that's part of it, and so they instill these anti-union consultants and the bosses at the plant instill a lot of fear in the people that they manage, and they make them think that if you vote for the union, maybe we're going to move the plant overseas, or maybe we're going to close up shop, or maybe if you as an individual are too supportive of the union, maybe we are going to fire you, actually. And we can see across the country dozens and dozens, hundreds of people are fired for union support, and a lot of times they do get their jobs back, but it takes a long time for that process to play out. And so what are workers to do in the meantime? You know, I mean, being out of work for an extended period of time is really, really difficult on workers. And so, you know, it's not, I am not one to say that it's totally irrational to, because I do think that workers, you know, they have a feeling of kind of their material interests and things. And so it's not totally irrational to be convinced that, that maybe a union would be bad when 80% of everything that you're hearing at work and outside of work by these highly paid anti-union consultants and by your direct supervisors and your top management is bad about the union. And then also, Mark, you know, you mentioned that you said that you feel like a majority of people in Alabama actually teach their children that unions are bad and the company is good. You said that's untrue, and yet they believe it to the bone. And you know, I think that's part of it. Although I will say that, you know, there were some polls done during the Amazon campaign that said most Alabamians actually supported the workers organizing. And, you know, we see national polls that show 70% of Americans have a positive view of unions. And so, you know, I think that there's certainly for sure a culture in the South that is more anti-union than the country. But you know, I think that it's just that you get this pounded into their head in these in the shops during a union campaign that unions are bad and that unions are scary. And that's a big reason that we started this program. Because we wanted to, you know, we wanted to do kind of, as I see it, three things. We want to do public education about unions. We want to tell people what unions are, how they work, how they negotiate contracts, how you can get how you can get a union, how you can be a good union member, a good steward, things like that. That's one of the things we want to do. The second thing that we want to do is we want to analyze the news as unionists and try to inject a material analysis, a working class analysis, a union analysis to the news and things that are happening in the world, and try to bring people back away from, you know, some of this red meat culture stuff and towards what's going to actually improve the lives of working class people in this country. And then three, we want to highlight union struggles. We want to highlight when unions are doing really cool things. And so in the second half of the program, we're going to be talking to nurses in Chicago who just won their union. And we're going to be talking to the Muscle Shoals Starbucks workers who just unionized. I think that they had to cancel because they were scheduled to work today. And so we're going to be talking to them, I think, in a couple of weeks. But those are kind of the three pillars of what I see us as doing, is to, and you know, a big part of that is pushing back against that anti-union culture that, yes, Mark, exists in Alabama, but I do think that it's I think that it's bad. But you know, I do think that people are, you know, Alabamians are and can be smart and rational and have a good understanding of their material interests. So I really do hesitate to use this sort of high and mighty language about voting against their best interests, you know, because there's just so much is against them, right? As they, so much is against workers who try to organize and who try to fight back against the forces of capital and politicians in the state. There's the whole apparatus of state and business power in the state, in the country, in the South, is aimed at you when you're trying to form a union. And so, you know, I can understand why somebody might buckle in that situation, but I do believe that it's the wrong decision.
Hey, 5 seconds. Just wanted to say that this is only possible because of our donors. If you want to see more of this, then consider donating yourself at tvlr.fm/donate.
A couple things that I wanted to just pull out. One would be that the business community spent large sums of money on that Navistar campaign. And of course, Amazon's opposition is well documented. But I know that in the Huntsville area, folks were getting ads on their YouTube. I believe it was the Business Council of Alabama that was responsible for that, or I can't remember. Yeah, so I think it was the BCA. And so, you know, they were getting not just inside the plant, but also at home, you know, on their phone externally, which is just compounding the cultural impacts that you're talking about. That said, I mean, at one time, 1 in 4 Alabamians belonged to a labor union. You mentioned it in I think the interview earlier with Andrew Sneed, but even to this day, Alabama has a higher union density than all of our neighboring states. Still far lower than it should be, far lower than it was even 10 years ago, lower than the national average. But we do have unions here. We do have union members here, and we have a really rich history of unionism in this state. So much so that it really altered the trajectory of this state in many instances. We've talked about it a lot on this show, but you know, the UMWA, the United Mine Workers of America, and the interracial organizing they were doing at the height of Jim Crow, right here in Alabama. We know that the coalition between faith, labor, and civil rights organizations in Alabama throughout the 50s and 60s really transformed this whole country. We know that Alabama certainly has that potential. But the vast majority of our history, right, we're over 200 years old, and for most of those 200 plus years, we have been governed and controlled by a tiny elite, a wealthy, powerful elite that has used divide and conquer tactics with a lot of expertise. They have divided and conquered based on race, gender, religion, you name it, region, geography, any way they can divide everyday working class Alabamians and Southerners. It's very pronounced. It is ingrained in a lot of instances. These sorts of bigotries. We looked at, you know, we have people running for top offices in the state who are just pandering to bigotry and hoping that can get them elected, hoping that gets them power. And it is an uphill battle anytime you're organizing in the South. It is not a lost cause. It is not, you know, a doomed proposition, but it is an uphill battle. It is a David and Goliath battle. Pretty much any time workers are organizing outside of, you know, a handful of instances where maybe you have a friendly employer, maybe you have a community benefits agreement in place, but typically in the South, you're going to face really hostile opposition from the company. The bigger the campaign, the more external allies the company will have, whether that's the Chamber of Commerce, the Business Council of Alabama, elected officials, the media, and, you know, churches. Let's not forget about that. You know, part of the reason I have been really emphasizing faith outreach in the last year or two in my organizing is because I can see how devastating it has been from the other side, right? The other side, the folks who are defending this extraction and exploitation have used religion and faith very skillfully to reinforce those messages of division, to really tamp down on any sort of collective action, collective organization.
So their union jobs, their government jobs. Oh, because they're working for the government.
So yeah, I mean, it's a really tough situation, but I think it's worth remembering that businesses and industry, they organize and advocate collectively. Mm-hmm. They form organizations like the Chamber of Commerce, like the Business Council. They have lobbyists, they have organizations, coalitions, they have professionals that work for them. Right? It's not every individual business owner and capitalist all out here by themselves doing this organizing and advocacy. Now, they do that. Don't get me wrong, right? Especially the richer you are, the more you can have that individual power and influence. But it's just remarkable that the capitalists recognize that there is power in coming together. There is strength in numbers. When you organize collectively, when you build collective organizations and you work together, you get more done, right? So they understand that logic, but they want you to not appreciate that logic as a working class person. They think that you as a worker individually, you're better off, right? You're better off individually. Stick to yourself. Just keep your head down. Do what you're told, and maybe things will work out for you. Don't make any waves. Don't worry about your brothers and sisters on the job. Just worry about yourself. Why do you think that is the right path, right? Like if your bosses in management understands collectivism as a value and as a tool to win, there's a reason they spend so much money. There's a reason they spend so much time in propaganda to keep us divided and to keep us from recognizing that we have power when we come together, when we build collective organizations, when we build labor unions in the workplace and expand our power from there into the community through coalition. When we do that, we can get stuff done. We can make real changes. We can make real wins for everyday people. So there's a reason they fight us so hard on that, because they know it works. And anytime the powers that be don't want you to have something, you need to think real carefully about that. If the powers that be don't want you to have something, or they don't want you to pursue something, there's a reason for that. You might need to look into it.
Yeah, Adam. I mean, I thought those Business Council of Alabama ads were very, very funny. Because it literally was in the cases of the Business Council of Alabama ads, you have this council of businesses, this collective organization of businesses, this collective organization of many of them international multi-billion-dollar corporations that still do not think that individually they have enough power, right? Hyundai is part of the Business Council of Alabama. Mercedes-Benz, Regions, these, Toyota, Facebook, these huge companies, international, multi-billion dollars, they still, as individual entities, do not believe that they had enough political power in the state of Alabama, and so they came together to create the Business Council. You could even call it the Business Union, the Union of Businesses, so that they could have more power. And at that collective group of multi-billion-dollar international businesses then go to individual workers in the state of Alabama who make $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 a year, or maybe on benefits, food stamps, Medicaid, and say that, well, you actually have enough power as an individual who has a negative net worth, and you don't need to come together. I mean, that's crazy. That's crazy. And it's not true. So, you shouldn't believe it.
Yeah. And, I wanted to touch on the auto industry in particular, because over the last few decades, Alabama has invested more than $1.6 billion in public incentives in the auto industry. Right. So we all have a vested interest in what's happening here, because we've all helped pay for this. We've all helped provide this as part of our economy. And auto workers in Alabama make less than the national average. They make significantly less than workers in union-dense Michigan. And notably, Alabama's auto workers make even less now than they did in many cases 20 to 30 years ago in the same state. Right? Once you adjust for inflation, auto workers in Alabama are making less now than they did about 20 years ago. And the auto industry has been described by our governor and plenty of other politicians as the so-called crown jewel of Alabama's economy. And as you've mentioned, the business and political class, they have worked really hard to try to crush the organizing among the 50,000 non-union auto workers in the state, 50,000. And they're portraying the UAW as this outside interest. even though Alabamians have been building unions as long as that's been an option, right? You know, we've been doing this for a long time. And Alabama's economy is intentionally underdeveloped. So we do have to, you know, grapple with the fact that a lot of times these are some of the best jobs available to a lot of our neighbors. Even though there are inferior wages and benefits, there's brutal schedules and authoritarian management and safety risk. But a lot of times, you know, because Alabama does restrict its economy and keep things underdeveloped, you know, for a lot of our neighbors, that's the best opportunity they have, maybe the best job they can find. And so the companies, they flaunt the law, they flaunt your rights to try to intimidate people, and they lie. They're willing to lie to workers to keep them divided and fearful. And let's be honest that a lot of times these companies came to Alabama for this reason, right? You know, our brother Jeremy with UAW talks about the Alabama discount. And we know that the workers here in Alabama, we don't deserve any less than anybody anywhere else. So while they may come down here counting on lower wages, counting on a divided workforce and crooked politicians, the truth is we can change that. If you work in the auto industry, you can change that. You should connect with the UAW. If you know someone who works in the auto industry, you should talk to them. Talk to them about the value and the power of unionism and connect them to UAW. Because if we want a better state for all of us, we're going to have to grow worker power. We're going to have to revitalize the labor movement. And a lot of that is going to run through the non-union auto industry in the South. So if we want to shake up this status quo that is so clearly failing most of our people, we have to organize.
This week, Congress was looking at appropriations and funding billions of dollars for war at the cost of cutting more health care. When does it end? Regular folks are the ones who are going to suffer.
We're going to be getting on now Kevin Herglotz, somebody who's organizing with this campaign 7 days in June. Looking forward to talking to them. Adam, can you tell us a little bit about this campaign?
Yeah, it's called 7 Days in June. You can go to 7daysinjune.org and find out more. It's basically a national week of action to elevate healthcare as a governing priority. And just like, I guess to go ahead and give some of the context of what prompted this, and we'll hear more from Kevin about it, but we've talked on the show about the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill Act. We've talked about the impacts on Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act. There were more than $1 trillion in cuts to Medicaid, public health, and rural hospitals last year. A lot of that implementation has been delayed until this year and beyond, right? So we know that sometimes the impacts of these cuts are not felt right away. And so it's important that folks be educated and know what's coming because there are nearly 450 hospitals in 44 states at high risk of closing or cutting services. Those serve 6 million patients, employing 300,000 care workers. There are over 15 million Americans losing their health coverage, which is the largest coverage loss in U.S. history. Researchers estimate that more than $1 trillion in healthcare cuts will cause over 51,000 preventable deaths every year. So, you know, it is really a crisis we are facing in the healthcare industry and healthcare sector. 7 Days in June is meant to bring some awareness to that. And I actually came across it from some of the labor partners. And Kevin can tell us a little bit more about who all has been involved. But I know that for example, Unite Here has been a strong endorser and partner, has been very involved. But I've also heard about it from AFT and SEIU. So we thought, yeah, it'd be a great time to have this conversation, especially we just got some healthcare worker perspective from a nurse in Chicago organizing a union. But what is the bigger picture, the bigger context of healthcare in America, you know, and what are we all facing as consumers and patients? So yeah, that's a little bit about this campaign, this week of action, and thought it'd be a good idea to hear a little bit more about what's going on, especially because there were events in Alabama. There were also events in Chicago and Minneapolis, right? So I want to hear what's going on with it.
We have Kevin on the line now. Kevin, welcome to the program. I appreciate you taking the time.
Thanks for having me. This is great. Thanks for all y'all
absolutely.
do.
Well, appreciate you joining, and I just wanted to give you a chance first just to tell us a little bit, give us the elevator pitch, so to speak. What is 7 days in June?
Well, 7 days in June is really a week of action. It's a grassroots campaign. It has been developed, by, like you said, a lot of the organizations, the unions, hospital workers, nurses, doctors, and regular folks in communities all across this country. This week alone, we had almost 150 events in 75 cities and 33 states, plus the District of Columbia, where folks are coming together, whether it be rallies, marches, candlelight vigils, to really raise awareness about the $1 trillion in healthcare cuts that were passed last year. And the wolf in sheep's clothing is that they don't go in effect, just so happens, until after the elections this year. So raising awareness, really raising the impact of what this means to real people, how it will in fact affect them, whether it be hospitals closing around the country, whether it means losing health care, whether it means what we marked this week, 45 years after the AIDS pandemic, 45 million people dead, COVID, millions of people died because our government took away health care. They weren't prepared. They weren't ready. How do we make sure that doesn't happen again? And how do we make sure health care is a priority and a human right, not something we can just take away?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I really appreciate whenever folks can gather together and like pool their resources, pool their strategy, and just work together to try to bring attention. So yeah, the website is 7daysinjune.org. Obviously we are coming up on the end of the week of action. You mentioned how many events you've had across the country. Could you just tell us a little bit about maybe some of the highlights from this week?
Well, I think last night was a pretty emotional night. Candlelight vigils across the country. I think over around 60 of those in cities: Minneapolis, Chicago, Washington, D.C., New York City. Now, it was, a lot of that was, really people coming together about the millions of people who have lost their lives because healthcare isn't available or hasn't been available, whether it be COVID, whether it be the AIDS crisis, or it's just the fact that folks don't have access to care. And what these $1 trillion in cuts are going to do in terms of eliminating the prevention programs that make sure we don't get pandemics, hospitals closing, which means if you need care, you got to travel 45 minutes to an hour to get to a hospital, get to care. But more importantly, it's just the access. Folks are going to lose health care because of this. And we don't feel all of it now. We've got a lot going on in our lives, but it's coming. They've already passed the bill. It's the law. And this is really a call to action to get folks involved, to really think about what's going to happen in another 6 months when this goes into effect. But last night was vigils. We had town hall meetings with members of Congress, local elected officials, union folks organizing. This was about raising awareness and making sure we put a little bit of fire out there, because we can't allow this to continue to happen. And this week in Washington, they don't get it. This week in Congress was looking at appropriations and funding billions of dollars for war, and at the cost of cutting more health care. So they already have taken $1 trillion away, and this week they were debating cutting billions more. When does it end? And regular folks are the ones who are going to suffer.
Hey, 5 seconds. Just wanted to say that this is only possible because of our donors. If you want to see more of this, then consider donating yourself at tvlr.fm/donate.
And, something you and I were talking about before the show was just like how preventable this is. This is a choice, right? These are choices being made by decision makers. No one has to go through this. We don't have to have people doubling, triple, quadruple the prices of their premiums. Like, that doesn't have to happen to people. We don't have to have people losing access to their health care and their medication, their doctors. None of that has to happen. I mean, these are choices that have been made. And I so appreciate shedding light on it and making sure that folks are really aware of the impacts that are going to be felt, not just, over the next 6 months to a year, but really for a long, long, long time. And I want to put some Alabama context to this. You mentioned the hospital closures and just the difficulty that more and more folks are going to have just getting to a hospital, just getting the care that they need in Alabama. And this is according to the Alabama Hospital Association, right? Not a radical source of information necessarily, but they have put out that there are 27 hospitals in our state in danger of closing, with 19 at immediate risk. These are rural hospitals across the state. Currently, there are only 15 hospitals in our state that have full 24/7 labor and delivery units. It's a problem that we have experienced over the last decade in our state, in particular because of the refusal to expand Medicaid, which that is another piece to this bill that, hasn't gotten as much of attention, understandably so, but, tucked in that bill, it made it a lot harder for states to expand Medicaid or to do so in a way that's economically, beneficial. And so that is just one more like slap in the face, I think, when you look at it, because you have states, I believe there are 10 states left in the country, including Alabama, that have not yet expanded Medicaid. These are hundreds of thousands of folks in our state that could have coverage today if we made a very simple policy choice. I really appreciate you shedding some light on that issue and bringing it up, because hospitals are not only life-saving, they are economic engines. In many of the counties where they're located, the hospital is the largest employer. For many areas, hospitals are like the source of jobs and economic activity. And so there is a multiplier effect here, not just on patient care and patient outcomes, but on the broader economy, the broader community. So it's such a deep issue. And I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit more about why you think labor unions were involved in this action this week.
Well, I think a lot of that is because the workers, you just talked about just the strain. Think about it. Noah Wiley is one of the endorsers that came on board with this, and talking about the strain that this puts on healthcare workers, the nurses, the doctors who are providing the care. If you don't have health coverage, you're going to the emergency room because that's your only place you can go. And it's already strained. It's already, folks are working, hours and hours and overtime. And so now you take all of this away because of this $1 trillion in healthcare cuts. And, that's part of why these hospitals are going to close. But I think the unions get it. I mean, whether it be Unite here, SEIU, the nurses, the doctors unions, they get it. They see what's going to happen. We're trying to send out warning signs and get folks to focus on this. But you mentioned just in Alabama alone. I mean, I think, the estimates from, the sources are 175,000 people are going to lose their, ACA coverage out of this. You look at it and 35,000 people are going to be dropped off of Medicaid. Another 200,000 are going to lose their insurance just in Alabama. So you multiply that over multiple states, every state, whether it's rural, whether it's urban, wherever it is, folks are going to lose a lot of care. Hospitals are going to suffer. And it's just going to make a system that's already overburdened, impossible to navigate. And, I was talking to my mom, she's in Tuscaloosa, Northport, and she's having a hard time as a senior citizen navigating it now. And they are scared to death that they're not going to have the coverage and the ability to get to a hospital if they need it. And that's a real fear out there. And that's what we heard this week at the candlelight vigils. I was at one here in Los Angeles and, this week, but then we also talked to the folks in DC and Minneapolis and y'all were in Chicago as well, talking to them. It's a real fear out there. And if we don't mobilize, if we don't let our voices be heard, they're going to keep doing this. And they were going to do it again, and they're probably going to do it. They were voting on it this week, taking billions more out of a system that is already overburdened and overstrained. And, passing it on to the states, passing it on to local communities, or even worse, passing it on to people to add into their own budgets is just something that's impossible to do. With gas prices going up, food costs going up, now we're going to add more healthcare costs into the pocketbook. It doesn't make any sense. We can do better than this.
You're absolutely right. And I want to ask, I guess, what's coming next? After we've had this week of action, brought a lot of attention across the country. It engaged a lot of different kind of supporters, from labor to faith, like you said, lawmakers and elected officials even. What comes next? You mentioned Congress is still in session. So there's plenty of advocacy I think we could probably do there. But looking ahead, what are y'all hoping this builds to and can come out of this week?
I think we've raised a lot of awareness around the country. When you do hit 75 cities and 33 states and over 150 events on what was truly a grassroots effort. This was something. When you think of Cleve Jones and the AIDS quilt and how that even came about 40 years ago. Cleve really, as a human rights advocate, as a union advocate, workers and healthcare workers alone, getting out there and reaching them was really critical and important. So we were just talking about it last night. More action is coming. What we found was people were mobilized. They want to get involved throughout the country. So we're looking at what that next activation will be, probably sometime either late summer or early fall, to do another national activation. The closer we get to this fall and the elections, it's going to be really critical. But mobilizing is the key. Getting involved, talking to your elected leaders. Go to the website, 7daysinjune.org, and you can see there the data. You can see if you live in a congressional district in Alabama or Minneapolis or Chicago or wherever it might be, the numbers are right there. They're real numbers. You can see how it's going to affect your community. But we're going to keep mobilizing. We're going to keep organizing. We're going to keep raising awareness. Check our website for the next available information. But it doesn't stop. And that was the one thing that we did here around the country this week was keep the drumbeat going. Don't let this stop in 7 days in June. Keep it going through the fall and into next year, because we really do. Health is primary. It's a human right. It's not something you just take away. And we need to hold the folks accountable. And when they go and pass a bill and the early hours of a morning last July 4th, that's what's just so amazing. This was signed into law on July 4th on our nation's birthday. And it's not something to celebrate. It's not beautiful. It's what it is big. It's big cuts. It's big devastation. It's a lot of pain on regular folks all across this country. And they're going to start feeling it this year. And it's just such a shame. It doesn't have to be this way in this country. And I think I take away from even the vigils that I attended with Cleve, what he said is that really this is an issue that should bring folks together. I mean, we have more in common than we do that separate us. And healthcare is one of those issues where we all need it. We all need care. We should be able to come together in a positive way that brings our country to a place where it's not something you just take for granted and you take away. Everybody needs it. Our parents need it. Our kids need it. We need it. So let's get a focus on that in DC, starting in Washington, but then also around the country too, because the states are taking actions that are also hurting folks.
That's right. Well, Kevin, I really appreciate your time. Was there anything else you wanted to leave us with today?
No, I mean, I think the most important thing is just that, thank you for all the labor unions and the workers who came out to really raise some awareness about the $1 trillion in cuts. They know how it impacts them. They see it every day. Thank you for getting involved. Thank you for being organized. Continue doing it. And then if you're interested in this movement, go to 7daysinjune.org. We're going to have more information. We're going to keep the drumbeat going. And we need as many folks involved to make sure they communicate and talk to their elected officials and hold them accountable for what they're doing. Healthcare is primary. Healthcare is a human right. We need to make sure that everyone's protected.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining the show today. Thank you for all your work over the past week. And like you said, go to 7daysinjune.org to stay tuned. Do keep that drumbeat going. Really appreciate all y'all have done this week to shed some light on this crisis, this artificial crisis that has been imposed on us. We can do better. As you said, it doesn't have to be this way. So thanks, Kevin. Appreciate your time this morning.
Thanks for all y'all do.
You just saw a clip from the Valley Labor Report. We are live every Saturday morning from 9:30 a.m. till 12:30 p.m. And we pride ourselves on keeping all of our content free to everybody so that we can talk to as many working folks as possible. If you support the work that we're doing, you think that it's important, you think that it's good, then consider making a monthly contribution to the project, and you can do that on our website, tvlr.fm.
Good morning, comrade. You are listening to WHIV LP New Orleans 102.3. This is your weekly Good Morning Comrade. Jeff here on the show, and we have a very special guest. He is particularly a little bit worse for the wear because of the historic Knicks victory. First time since 1973, the Knicks have won the NBA championship. Soldiering through right now is Kareem El-Rafai. What's up,
hey,
man?
Thanks so much for having me on, man. I'm physically, I'm not so great, but spiritually, everything is right in the world, man. It's a good time to be in New York City, let me tell you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you know what, too? Like, as a wrestling fan, I will say this. The heel work that Wemby did this entire series, just like getting the crowd to absolutely hate him at every single stage, I respect it, man. He was basically like Gorgeous George out there.
No, truly, it was crazy, man. Like I was shocked by it because like going into the series, everybody was all like, oh, Wemby, he's like a gentleman and a scholar. Like here he is reading grammar, like he's reading in the park, and like, he goes from that to like Public Enemy #1 in New York City. Like it was unreal, like how bad his reputation got, and like we had a lot of fun shouting at him, through the TV in the streets of. I was in Williamsburg for the championship last night, so streets of Williamsburg lit up, anti-Wemby, pro Knicks. Is awesome.
Yeah. That is not the only thing that's going on in New York City right now, though. There is always something going on, but one of the things that I wanted to talk to you about is that in New York City actually has, and it's fairly revolutionary, at least for like, the sort of like American left. I know you guys have run slates of candidates for office in the past, but this time it seems a little bit different. It feels a little bit different. So I guess if you wouldn't mind, talk a little bit about I guess, the history of how you have done electoral politics in the past, and what is going on in the upcoming elections in New York City coming up as well, because y'all got some really exciting candidates on the ballot.
Yeah, it's a really good time to be a socialist in New York City. I mean, it's I think it's representative of the fact that I think we've put in a lot of work over 10 years as a chapter to build what is like functionally becoming an electoral machine. I think we're always trying to expand our reach further. I think we've built a pretty strong, self-conscious democratic socialist base, within the commie corridor, as it's called. And I think, this cycle is our first attempt to kind of break beyond, our kind of traditional base and into places where we think that socialism will be popular, but we haven't previously had, a ton of electoral success. So this is our biggest slate ever. We're running in places like David Orkin's district, running against Jennifer Eshkumar, and that's like Woodhaven, and it includes some parts of like Ridgewood and other parts of the sort of traditional commie corridor base. But Woodhaven, you're starting to get a little bit further out into Queens, and then of course there's Daria-Lisa Villa-Chevalier uptown in the Bronx, as well as Comrade Blackburn and in Harlem. And so these are places where, we don't have a huge foothold yet, but I think we're going to be able to expand it this cycle. So really exciting time to be in New York City DSA.
Yeah. And there's a lot. You rattled off a couple of names, and I do want to get a little bit more in depth about that. But it seems to me also that when you're going to have candidates that run, even with the backing of an organization like DSA, there needs to be at least outwardly facing for the public to consume some kind of like obviously, socialism or whatever is like what brings you guys together. But when you're facing outward, that's not necessarily the message that you're always sending to the normies, I guess you could say. And so I guess my sort of follow-up question is, what brings this whole campaign together from the sort of outside? When you point to somebody and say, hey, these guys are running as a slate, or whatever, you can say, hey, what are the things that bring these people together that you can communicate broadly? You're muted.
Apologies. I wouldn't discount the fact that like the sort of democratic socialism of it all as being kind of a uniting factor has, I think that's actually been something that we've been able to project outwardly to the public. And I think, honestly, one of the big goals that I think we have for this cycle is that we would be able to walk out, with people kind of understanding DSA and DSA members running on the Democratic Party ballot line as like a substantial, change from the status quo, like representing kind of a level of political independence and, like different trajectory for what's possible for politics. And so I think like we're trying to lead front foot with the idea that it's like, if you like Zoran, you like DSA, and if you like DSA, like maybe, you can have a hand in politics too. And so a
bit of just like associational politics.
Yeah, I would say so. And then I also, but I think the I would say like the sort of binding force between all of our races, it's a little bit different, I would say, at the state level versus the congressional level. At the state level, like, I think it's a pretty clear message, right? It's like, Kathy Hochul does not want to tax the rich. And if we're going to deliver on Zoran's agenda, then we got to elect this slate of, insurgent candidates, send all of our incumbents back, and, create a block in Albany that's impossible to ignore, that we're going to raise taxes on the rich. And in fact, like this year's budget cycle, like they basically handed us a big rhetorical gift in that, like, I think the Trump tax cuts equaled to like $8 billion in like a collective tax cut for the 1% in New York State. And Kathy Hochul then had $8 billion with which she could raise taxes, and these people would still pay the same as they did last year. Yeah. They could even raise $6 billion in taxes, and they would still get a $2 billion collective tax cut, right? So, like, when we go to the doors for our state level campaigns, I feel like it's really easy to connect it to, like, if you love Zoran, this is what it's going to take to get that agenda done. Like, what are you going to do to make that happen? Vote for these people. At the congressional level, I think it's a little bit different in that, like, I think we certainly want to be talking about being allies to Zoran, which is certainly true. And, we're really happy that Zoran has endorsed both Daria Liza and Claire Valdez, who are both of our congressional campaigns in New York. They talk all the time about being an ally to him in Washington. But I think, when we start projecting federally, I think we want to be taking a bigger look at politics to say, like, the Democratic Party has basically been ineffective in its attempts to stand up to Donald Trump. And Democratic leadership has totally whiffed. And it's unbelievable. And so I think, having people like Claire and like Daria Lisa say that they're willing to, withhold or at least really strongly consider, what it's actually going to look like to vote for Hakeem Jeffries to be Speaker of the House. Having them take really strong stances against the genocide in Gaza. In Daria Lisa's case, she was an encampment organizer. Was really strongly protesting the genocide in Gaza. And Claire was a day one, protester and, called it a genocide before basically any other elected official did in the state of New York. And so I think we're just trying to project a different vision for what the horizons of federal politics can be. And so I think the binding glue for all of it is democratic socialism. And then the kind of particulars of why it matters at different levels will kind of vary depending on, what level of government they're running for.
Yeah. And that would even be, so the idea of withholding votes for something like the speakership of somebody like Hakeem Jeffries, that would even be somewhat revolutionary, I should say, even for progressives in Congress. So AOC has sort of demurred at the idea of doing what you said, at withholding the vote and holding leadership accountable. Chris Rabb, who was just elected in Philadelphia very recently in an interview, said something very similar to that, a similar effect. And so if we have people running on the idea of getting, essentially challenging the leadership, that calculation that they're making of oh no, leadership's locked in, that changes significantly if you have people getting elected on an almost explicit throw the bums out kind of deal.
Yeah, totally. And it's I think I think for the sort of first wave of people that we sent, I kind of can understand why they balked in that they were in a really tough position on an island.
It wasn't so much a critique as it was just
totally
where they're at.
I absolutely agree. And I think it's just now that we are sending reinforcements, I think it becomes a lot easier to stand firm when it's not 100 or one person versus 215, 218. It's one person or it's 10 people, it's 15 people versus 200, right? And obviously the odds are still stacked against us, but I think we've seen on the Republican side what a group of 15 organized congressmen can do to kind of gum up the works of the status quo. And so obviously they're evil and they use it for nefarious purposes, and hopefully one day we'll be able to do what's necessary to hold them accountable. But I think we can envision a politics that works for working people, that is challenged, or when we challenge the status quo by basically targeting Democratic leadership in this way. And I think the demand feels really clear to me too. Going into this congressional cycle, and hopefully Democrats do take back the House, and we're talking about leadership elections. When this happened previously and forced the vote was on the table, I guess I didn't always find the demand to be that clear. I kind of get okay, we'll have a vote on Medicare for all, but this time it feels really clear where it's there's an active genocide in Gaza right now, right? And it's you need to block the bombs on the floor. We're going you need to put a vote on funding Iron Dome on the floor, and if they vote against it, that creates easy targets for the left and whoever's people of conscience to stand against it. So I think there's a really big opportunity that has really engaged the public, and I think we can do something with that.
And just to sort of at the risk of inviting the vampires into the House, I'm talking about forced to vote again. There was also not a very clear alternative when there was this sort of cockamamie scheme to we're gonna withhold our vote for Nancy Pelosi and for Speaker of the House, and okay, then what? Like, who are you going to put forward? Do you have any kind of idea of like what and this is probably not a question for you because you're not going to be elected to Congress, but like it's definitely something if we could, start to think about if we ever do get into the position where, you can essentially have that leverage to put together, like having an alternative plan is absolutely necessary to have to essentially even have a credible threat to withhold votes in that sort of situation for somebody's leadership position.
Totally. And, I think there's a lot of really impressive Democratic Socialists and even progressive members of Congress who I think have the resume and have the tenure to start to be more serious contenders for those things. I don't feel like I'm in the place to say who that would be.
No.
But I think we are like, this is like the kind of the long-term beauty of getting organized is that it's like, the things that seemed impossible 10 years ago start to feel within reach. And like, I mean, if I had to like summarize the last, like, I don't know, year of my life, like that would be like, maybe like the one sentence that summarizes it better than anything. Like, and, I mean, that's the New York City DSA project is like, you win 1 and then you win 3 and then you win 5 and then suddenly you win the mayor, right? Like it takes a long time to kind of build this sort of thing up. But, I think like when we're talking about Congress, we're talking about leadership, we're talking about, just kind of challenging Democrats and, fascist Republicans at every level of government. Like it's a long-term project that we've got to invest in.
Exactly. I definitely, and I still have brain disease and I still like post on Twitter sometimes. And you'll see people, they'll say like, oh yeah, we have, AOC and the squad in Congress and nothing has changed yet or whatever. And it's like, we're talking about one of the most like powerful establishments that has ever existed in the history of the world. Like we're looking at empire at a degree. We just got a trillionaire in this country that was essentially a product of the system that we currently have. And there is progress in the right direction. It's going to be slow. It's going to take a long time, but in order to like even evaluate this, this project effectively, it's one of those, it's not like one of those plans that is measured in centuries, but it's measured in decades, right?
Yeah. I sure hope it's not measured in centuries because I would like to be around for the fruits of our labor. But if not, I hope that we can pass the baton. But yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean. Like it's something that is really...
If AOC and all these squad people were like one and done out of Congress and it was over, that would be different. But like they're then in there and there is progress. There is sort of like a change in the political trajectory. I'm sorry to interrupted you, but like you're seeing, and I'm not gonna like, you're seeing Abdul El-Sayed become, almost. Well, he's not the nominee for the Democrats yet, but he's running on a campaign, a platform of Medicare for all, and he's got incredible credibility for that. You're seeing Graham Plattner, don't throw eggs at me or whatever, but like in Maine, who's basically running a critique of Israel campaign, essentially what is not exactly like an entirely anti-military campaign, but he's also running on Medicare for all, and he's running on all these, it's like essentially the Bernie platform, and then even like to somewhat of a lesser extent, because the MFers got to get behind Medicare for all at some point, James Talrico in Texas, like he's running on what is essentially a progressive message, and it's like one of those sorts of things where you're seeing that not just in New York or not just like some of these, like this is Senate races. This is the United States Senate.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And like, I think it represents just like a kind of profound political shift. Like, and honestly, like, maybe I'm too much like captured within the five boroughs brain, but like, I don't think that this happens without Zoran. Like, I think that specific moment has shifted Democratic politics so significantly that, I don't think we'd be here without it. Like, I think there's, I try to like talk to my family a lot about this sort of thing to kind of get their perspective. And I think one of the things that's really stood out to me when I talk to them is that it's like, the reason they love Zoran is they think that he is the best anti-Trump voice. Like they think he is a good looking young guy who's governing well, that speaks well and speaks clearly and kind of speaks to like the fundamental problems that people feel, right? Because like for so long, like everybody just want to tell you like things are actually good, like don't vote for Donald Trump. And like now there's like that being the Democratic establishment. And like now there's like with Zoran's campaign and like the focus on affordability, like there's like a recognition that it's like things are bad, like things have gotten much worse in this country, like everything's AI slop now, like you can barely afford your rent, groceries are $1 million, and I'm gonna do something to fix that. And I think people like the sort of front foot forward like acknowledgement that things have gotten worse, acknowledgement that like there are monsters in the world and like we have to do something about it. And I think like so anyway, that's all to say, like, I don't think that these Senate campaigns, I don't think that this wave election happens without kind of like a fundamental reordering of Democratic politics around like what we accomplished in New York last year.
Yeah. And like, just to sort of like draw a couple of lines under what you're saying here, like your aunt who was like, the Bernie bros are going to ruin it for Hillary or something like that. She's now like Zoran's awesome. Like all of these, like, middle-aged,
totally
and older women and like this sort of group of people that typically would, the I Have It podcast is like a perfect example. Like a lady from Oklahoma who is just like an interior designer and just like has always been like a vote blue no matter who Democrat. It's just like all of a sudden decided that, oh, actually, you know what, we can't just like be blocking punches forever. We actually need to start throwing back, and like that is an opportunity. And when you mention that, we need somebody, you have somebody like Zoran, and he's sort of viewed as the alternative, or like somebody who's actually going to fight back. You compare that to Charles Entertainment Schumer in the Senate, or Hakeem Jeffries, who just like pretends he's just doing a history lecture every time like Donald Trump, airstrikes neighborhood or somebody's an encampment, and that it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous so much that like you have these people who have this sort of completely like tone deaf, tin ear approach to politics, where they just essentially say, we don't like that, the American people saw it, and they're not gonna be so mad. And then you have somebody who says, here's what we're gonna do, here's what the plan is, here's how we're gonna do it, we're gonna organize people, and we're gonna stop this.
Absolutely.
There could not be a bigger difference in the world.
No, absolutely. And you know what? The other thing is like people like winners. Like fundamentally, people like winners. They like being on the winning team.
They hate losers.
They hate losers. Like, if you go to Union Square right now in Manhattan, like there's these guys that have like a bootleg Zoran merch, like stand-up shop there. Like when my dad came to visit, he was like, I'm getting a shirt. He got like a Zoran Knicks shirt that's like the Knicks logo just says Zoran NYC on it. Like it's like that's hegemony right there. It's like the guys who are like, I can make a couple bucks on a bootleg Zoran tee kind of thing.
Yeah, 100%. And we also, just on the winners and losers thing, we joked about this before we went on air, but like we are in a situation where socialist mayor equals your city winning a championship with Seattle.
No, exactly.
In Super Bowl, and now the Knicks. It's crazy.
The Knicks, and I have to say, Zoran, also Arsenal fan. Arsenal wins the Prem like for the first time in 20 years. It's unreal. It's unreal. He's so good. Like, and you know what? I will say there's one team that might be so thoroughly cursed that he can't do anything about it, and that's my dear New York Mets. But I don't think, it's looking pretty rough for us right now. But who knows? Maybe they'll have a magical run too. So,
just to circle back, just to Zoran and the Knicks for one super last thing, like he got the greatest popularity gift dropped in his lap ever when James Dolan just decided that he wanted to like say Zoran isn't a Knicks fan or whatever. It's just like one of the most evil, hateable villains and human beings in the history of the city of New York, which is no small order. He just decides to like call the most popular mayor that I've seen in New York. Most of the time, New Yorkers hate their mayor. Like they actually have a mayor that they like over there, and he just decides like to declare war on him and say he's not like a Knicks fan or whatever. while while you have $10,000 tickets just to get in the door for the Donald Trump game that they lost.
Everybody on the Epstein list, it's like on the floor. Yeah, sorry.
It's just like one of these deals where like, oh man, if Zoran Mamdani is trying to look like he's fighting the oligarchs directly, this is the perfect gift that a billionaire can give them.
No, truly, man. And James Dolan is a horrible person. Like, just no sports owner is a good guy. Like, from I met Steve Cohen, bad dude. Like, horrible. Like these are all not good people. James Dolan is like a particularly horrible human being, like uniquely horrible. And like his whole thing, he's like, Zoran's not a Knicks fan. It's like, dude, you're not a Knicks fan. Like you weren't a Knicks fan before you bought the team. Like he's terrible. The whole thing.
James Dolan hates Knicks fans.
Exactly.
He'll decide that, hey, this person, I don't like you. You're banned from Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, and they're using the whole facial recognition thing, like with AI to like the story about what they did to that poor woman, where like they followed, like they tracked her like into the bathroom and out at the concession stands. Like it's just like cartoon villain stuff. Like just because people want to go to a basketball game, they're like, these are the people paying for your product, and you're like harassing them. Like what a freaking, he's a freak, man. Yeah. But anyway, yeah.
And it really, no, I thought. And it really challenges the questions. Our super last thing for me on this, I'll let you finish, but like, it also brings in the question of like sports is something that people love, that people get into, and the question becomes, who does the team? Because if you ask any New Yorker, this is our Knicks. We love the Knicks. We love this team. This is everything. But then you have a billionaire who's basically trying to make it seem like that's his, and technically, literally, he owns it. So, like, at this point, you're actually put in a situation where it is the people versus this one piece of crap. You know what I mean?
No, totally. And like, I think it's interesting because in a lot of ways they do like function as a public utility, right? Like these are like sort of icons of the city. Mm-hmm. But then like, in an instant, like the rich owner can just decide like we're picking up shop, we're moving, elsewhere. Like look at the Nets, right? Like, there are like 12 Nets fans in Brooklyn, right? And that's because all the Nets fans are in New Jersey, and it's because they're oligarch owners said like, yeah, like exactly. They were like, we're picking up shop, and so now like they've totally destroyed their fan base just to like have a shot at like being in the city. Like what about the people who grew up with that? Like what about the people who like grew up around the corner from it? Like I'm a strong proponent of publicly owned like sort of sports teams as a publicly owned commodity. And like this is one of my crackpot ideas, but I stand by it, is I believe every town over like 75,000 people should have like a state required like minor league baseball team. Like it should be owned by the city, and like but yeah, no, I totally know what you mean.
Public sports. I
really
also
quick,
think that like if you had this public sports structure, just to make it even more cockamamie, like you would have a promotion relegation league like they do in like European soccer leagues as well. So your 2-bit little team in Hoboken, New Jersey, or wherever the hell, can become like the Major League Baseball champions.
Yeah, totally. Like no, it's a little grit. Yeah, totally. No, I will say really quickly. Last thing on this is in terms of like making it for the people and like little things about kind of making government work for everybody. There are these big like Link NYC. I don't know what you call them, obelisks, that are around the city. They're like these big screens that like, have like subway times, the weather, maybe like scores from various sports kind of thing. Then they just kind of circle through it. Yeah. And it's just like these big, like, stands in the middle of the city. I'm still burned out from last night. I can't pick a word, but
no, it's kiosks. It's basically
the kiosks. Yeah. And they Zoran put the games on the kiosk. So when they said you can't watch it outside Madison Square Garden, he's like, all right, we're bringing the game to you guys, man. And like that's just like people can't imagine the city working for them, even in like little ways, and like finding like just little ways to be like, yeah, like the Knicks are for you, New York. Like go out and watch it on the Link NYC. I didn't quite do that, but last night we couldn't find space at a bar. there was a deli on Bedford that pointed their TV out to the street, and so we just stood on the street, and everybody was like brown bagging it, and like like go watching through the window. It was awesome, man. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah. All right. Well, you are listening to WHIV-LP New Orleans. This is Good Morning Comrade. This is we have Kareem joining us on the show today, and I actually want to circle back to the New York City slate. Because I want to talk maybe a little bit more explicitly about some of these individuals. Maybe we can, talk about a little bit of their backgrounds and, that. So first off, I see we have Claire Valdez, who I think she's an assembly member currently. She has, what is up with the frames on like all of you guys? Because everybody that wears glasses in the New York City DSA slate has like differently cool glasses. She's got like
that's right. Yeah,
these like Trotsky glasses almost. You know what I'm talking about?
No, yeah, I do. That's the Bushwick Ridgewood special right there.
Yeah.
That's how you can tell Claire's really of the district is those glasses. Yeah.
Anyway, tell us a little bit about Claire.
Yeah, so Claire is a superstar. I love Claire. I've been a field lead for the campaign, and it's been a really exciting race, and it's been so much fun to talk to people. She's a union organizer, and we she was an NYC DSA member, was a labor leader in UAW, and it's just like those kinds of qualities just kind of made her a really excellent candidate. And I think when we sort of take a long view of the project of New York City DSA, like Claire is almost like the ideal like end result of like what we have built, where it's like you take somebody who is honestly just like a regular working person who found strength in their union, found those kinds of organizing fundamentals, and decided to take that power into the state level, right? And so like we elevated somebody who was from the ranks of our membership, from the ranks of the labor movement, and she's been a champion for her district, and I couldn't be more proud that we're running her for Congress. I think she's the best person we could have run, and yeah, she's exciting, and I think represents kind of the best of NYC DSA in a lot of ways.
Cool. Yeah, it sounds great. And union organizers always good to have that perspective because they know how to organize people and they know how to talk to workers. So that's a great thing.
Absolutely.
Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier.
Yeah, so Daria Lisa
also good glasses, by the way.
Yeah, excellent glasses, and she's taking on an incumbent who, if you haven't seen any of the clips of them in debates or the kinds of things that he's saying about her, has really shown his character to be quite poor, and it's amazing that she's taking him on and doing so well. And I think it's highlighting the fact that like that district really needs change. Daria Lisa was admittedly, I've been so deep in the Brooklyn races, I don't know as much about her personally, but I do know that she's a longtime Palestine organizer, and like no one can question her credentials when it comes to standing up for the rights of Palestinians, to fight against apartheid, fight against genocide. And she has been, I think, really talented at taking that specific fight against somebody who has taken a lot of money from the Israel lobby over the years. This is a guy who went to Israel, I think it was like in 2024, right? Like, so they're middle of the way through their, like committing a genocide, her opponents taking pictures with Richie Torres and Hakeem Jeffries in Israel. And like,
one of our friends of the show.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. And like, I mean, same sort of thing with Richie Torres and with Espiat. Like, I believe Richie Torres has, one of the lowest median income districts in the country. And all he does is talk about Israel. Same thing with Espiat, where it's like, it's an unaffordable district where working people are struggling to get by. And who's this guy line his pockets with is the Israel lobby, real estate lobby, like the very people who have made it unaffordable, when it comes to real estate lobby, for his constituents. And, he's happy to have them like line his campaign coffers and, at the expense of the working people in his district. So I don't think it's a shock that she's proven to be somebody who has surged, because she's very talented at being a messenger, and especially like against an incumbent who has, I think stood in contrast with like the needs of his district. So.
Yeah, and they're both running for Congress, which is incredible. You also have a slate of folks that are running for the state legislature. So, do you want to go through those?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think, so just to start, I was really fortunate to MC the rally with Hassan Piker the other night at Philo for the slate. It was really fun.
Hassan Piker?
Yeah, Hassan Piker came and did a rally with us, and it was me and my dear comrade Jeremy Cohen. We're co-MCs together, and it was great. And one of the things I said to Jeremy when we were like off to the side of the stage is like, the really cool thing about like our state slate this year is how much these people are just like regular working people. Like they're just really like thoroughly normal, like, you know, working people who have decided to stand up for themselves in their communities and get organized and fight back. And I love them all dearly.
The kind of people that people in Congress used to cosplay as.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and so I'll go through it kind of quickly, just because I think there's 8 of them. But I do want to just highlight a couple. Abir Kawas is running for Senate District 12 to succeed the Senate Majority Leader Michael Gianaris. She is amazing. And in fact, like if you're listening to this, like go donate to Abir right now. I cannot emphasize enough how amazing she is. She is she's a Palestinian woman and has grew up in New York City and has been like a champion for Palestinian rights and has been an amazing organizer, like basically since the time she was a kid. And Linda Sarsour introduced her the other day at the rally and put it better than I could. So I'm just going to repeat what Linda said. Abir got organized young because like the fight came to her, right? Like, as a Palestinian woman, it's kind of, you're politicized from the moment you're born. She was like her father was detained by ICE for 3 years when she was a teenager, right? Like, like she knows the direct struggles of working people because like she is a working person who has been, targeted and marginalized in like the worst ways by like the excesses of our federal government. And like, I want to be clear, like that was not Trump's ICE. Like that was not Donald Trump's ICE that targeted her father. Like this is like kind of just the ongoing violence of like the state. And, so anyway, I could go on forever about Abir. I think this is one of the best races we're running. For me, like, as an Arab, like, seeing like us put forward a Palestinian woman like this, it just means so much and represents kind of the best of our project. And so I can't say enough about Abir.
Shout out to Linda, by the way.
Yeah, shout out Linda. Yeah, no, and she was amazing. She was a great speaker, and it was really cool to hear from her and have her speak about Abir.
She's been
some other ones
for a long time, and people like,
yeah.
a lot. Like I want to just take a second and just say like she's somebody that's been holding it down for a long time, and she gets a lot of crap from liberals for no reason, and I've never seen her get negative about it ever. Like. That's so like I respect the hell out of her.
No, totally. And the amount of like self-confidence it takes to know that like you're just doing the right thing and people can say what they're going to say about you. It's hard to, I think, stay like a joyful warrior and not become totally embittered. And, I think it shows like a deep resilience that I think is pretty common in the Palestine solidarity movement.
Yeah. She deserves a freaking crown or something. You know what I mean?
No, 100%. So also on the list, the other people I just really quickly want to highlight, David Orkin is running in Woodhaven, Ridgewood. I'm trying to remember what the other neighborhoods are that he his district covers, but he's running against Jennifer Rajkumar, and I don't know how much she is a known quantity outside of New York City, but she was a very close Adams ally, and she's just kind of known to be somebody who engages in like very petty corruption and just like blatant acts of disregard for the public interest. And in the case of her getting on the ballot, she was caught forging like hundreds of signatures in order to get on the ballot. David's campaign sued. It ultimately got thrown out, unfortunately, because they had to basically prove that the campaign like had intent to, you know, forge signatures, which is a really hard thing to do. Yeah, but like, I mean, like whether or not, like, you know, she was like, hey, let's do it, hundreds of signatures were forged, which I think just kind of shows like the way that kind of level of like disregard for public interest has like permeated its way through her campaign. And
also, I'm sorry, but like, do you think that standard would apply to an upstart like that was running against her?
It's a great question.
I think not, you know.
Yeah, no, I also am skeptical of that sort of thing, and I think in a lot of ways power begets power, and you know, like that's why like challenging these people is so important. And her opponent is David Orkin. David is a labor attorney, immigrant rights attorney, great guy. I think just like one of my favorite people on the slate. Like I think he's just personally very charming and very, very funny and very likable. And, you know, I think like if you're taking on that level of corruption, sometimes you just need a lawyer to take out the trash. So I think he's really well positioned to do it. And I think that's definitely a race to watch. And I also want to shout out Conrad Blackburn running in Harlem. This is a really difficult race, and I think it's one of our most exciting ones in a lot of ways. Conrad also comes from the labor movement. He was a UAW shop steward, and he was recruited to run by DSA and UAW. And he's challenging basically like the son of the like Harlem Democratic machine, which makes it a really, really challenging race. But I think we're projecting kind of a new vision for Harlem and kind of proving that like the status quo politics are not working for people, like where they're being priced out, you know, where like Harlem is kind of losing its roots. And I think Conrad really speaks to that very effectively. And I think as a labor leader, he's done an incredible job pulling together a campaign against a really tough opponent. For the others, it's not that I don't love them. I just really wanted to highlight those folks. Samantha Catan is running to succeed Claire Valdez. So Claire had to vacate her seat to run. Samantha's running for that seat. Excellent DSA member, housing organizer. Can't say enough nice things about her. Christian Celeste Tate is running in Bushwick. He is a community organizer running against Eric Delon. So Eric Delon, the incumbent, his father was a longtime machine leader in Bushwick as well. And Julia Salazar, who was the first NYC DSA elected, knocked him off back in 2018. 2018. So this was a 2017.
I remember when Julia Salazar was just a poster on Twitter. It was awesome.
Yeah, totally. She still loves to post. That's the beauty of DSA, man. You know. But so we've already taken out one half of this dynasty, and I think this district is really strong for us. And I think Christian is a great candidate, and I think he's going to do very well. You know, we're really pulling for him. Ian Huntley ran against what's her name, Stephanie Zinnerman last cycle, and he lost by I think like 250 votes. He came really close. Stephanie's base is basically the real estate lobby. Like nobody takes more money from real estate hardly than her, and I think this is a district that's very strong for us. You know, Ian is an excellent candidate. He's a really compelling person, and I think he has what it takes to bring change to that part of Bed-Stuy. And finally, from our insurgents, Iapa Sari Tupac is running in Lower Manhattan. So that's Lower East Side, Chinatown, Two Bridges, and like the tiny bit of Brooklyn, like just like across the river. Iapa, amazing
tough district.
Yeah, it's a tough district, but he's got the backing of the labor movement, which has been a really amazing thing to see. Like if you go to his website, you'll just see a list of endorsements of labor the whole way down. Labor believes in him. He ran previously and lost, and so I think this was an opportunity to challenge again in a district where we have built a base, and I think you know, knock on wood, Iapa will be successful this time around. And last one I should mention as well. Deanna Moreno just ran for and won in a special election to fill the seat that Zoran vacated in the state assembly when he won the mayor's race. So she's technically an incumbent, but she only like within like the last few months, and so she's still like kind of a part of our challenger slate. But I think she's going to do great. She's an amazing speaker. She's just so compelling. Like I will say, just like briefly, it's amazing that this district, for whatever reason, like people are always like, oh, AOC is a generational communicator, Zoran's a generational communicator. I'm telling you, there's something in the water in Astoria. There's something in the water in Queens where AOC, Zoran, and Deanna are all coming out of this area and like just are some of the best communicators I've ever heard. So
I would say that, like, if that's the case, if you're getting several people from a certain place that are like generational communicators that keep putting it, that tells me that maybe it's not something in the water, but there's something in how people are doing things to make that possible. So I guess that's sort of like how I would sort of, I guess, process that in my brain, at least. You know what I mean?
absolutely. And I mean, you certainly should not sleep on the Queens branch of NYCDSA, the electoral machine that they've built up there specifically. Like for a long time, like this is a little bit in the weeds inside baseball, but for a long time, the New York City Electoral Working Group was not centralized. And so like each branch kind of had its own like electoral projects, and Queens has always been like really leading the way. Like they've done amazing things. And I think like it represents like the kind of quality of their work that like not only have they elected generational speakers, but like they've done an excellent job recruiting. And if you look at the map of NYCDSA electeds, a lot of that Western Queens area is very, very solidly DSA.
So I think that actually you mentioned sort of like a structure issue and like there was essentially different parts and different campaigns doing their own projects, at least in the labor branch, I guess, that you have in there. And what I like about what's going on here, as I guess might be the case on other things, is there is a unity and an outward-facing unity that is kind of like essentially reaching. It shows that this is a project. If you want to be a part of the winning team, this is how you participate. This is how you do it. And it also, I guess each of these campaigns are, to a certain extent, obviously independent, but the fact that they're linked, I think that is very, very important. Do you want to talk about that for a bit?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think this has been, I would say, an aspirational goal for not only NYCDSA, but just kind of DSA chapters writ large for a long time, is like having this kind of like slate linkage between all of our campaigns. And like there's been various attempts to do this where like, there was, this is again in the weeds, but there was a proposal years ago called the 1, 2, 3, 4 plan, which would have given, like basically made it like a requirement that all of our campaigns like take on similar branding, have same platform, all that kind of thing. And, I think
letterhead looked the same,
Yeah, right. And well, and like I certainly don't want to sound like I'm disparaging it. Like I basically agree that should happen. But that didn't happen because like we declared it into existence. Like it happened because we organized for it. And like, now people are like coming to us and basically saying like, or they're getting recruited and they're like, but I don't really know how to run a campaign. And we're like, that's okay. We do. And like, this is, we'll help you make your platform. We'll help you, do all these kinds of things. And you do the running part and, go be an amazing superstar for the working class. And like, we'll knock the doors and, like just stay bought into the project kind of thing. And I think that's part of been what's worked for us so well structurally and getting them all on the same page that way.
Yeah. So that's one of the things that I've sort of like, it's been a bit of my like white whale, at least within DSA. Because I've been a member since 2017. I've been a part of 2 different chapters, and one of the things that I always, because you're in New York and you were previously, I think, in DC, right? One of the things, because I came from Louisiana and now I live in Virginia, like having shared resources and able to run like broad campaigns across an entire state, because in order to run statewide campaigns, or like right now in Virginia, there's a campaign, or there was actually a bill that would have essentially allowed collective bargaining for public sector workers that the governor,
Oh yeah,
the governor she just vetoed it because obviously she's a horrible CIA POS. But like, one of the things that I think would have helped and can help going forward in terms of pressure for that campaign is if we have all of these disparate chapters that are in their own cities doing their own things, and maybe they're participating in this and, you know, pressuring the governor, or maybe they're not, but like they're kind of isn't really visible like unity other than the fact that we all wear red and have the, you know, the handshaking flower thing on the flags or whatever, you know what I mean? And there needs to be, I guess, some kind of working together just because we're all here, and it gives direction, and it can like, even like if there is sort of a overarching entity in play, if a local chapter doesn't know how to run a campaign, you have something that can essentially guide that part.
Yeah, and ideally, like, the national organization would be able to do that. And I think the National Electoral Commission has been somewhat successful in that. I think, oops, sorry, can you hear me? I just accidentally tapped my headphone. I think, you know, one of the things about like that is, you know, like, I think chapters basically saying, like, we want to be able to do this work, we just don't know how. But the you know, I will say, like, you know, NYCDSA kind of looks like a finished product, I think, especially to, you know, chapters around the country that are like really hoping to do something similar. And in a lot of ways, like, the chapters that are engaging in this kind of work are kind of setting down the exact same path New York City DSA was on 10 years ago. And there's all kinds of ways in which we are really fortunate, I think, as a city, you know, kind of structurally, that make it really challenging elsewhere. Like, there's 8 million people in New York City. There's 8 million people in Virginia, right? Like, you know, we've got everybody packed in right here. So it's a lot easier to reach voters when it's like there's 50 people living in, you know, one apartment building kind of thing, right? Versus like having to go knock on 50 individual doors in the suburbs somewhere. And so, like, we've been able to kind of take off in a way that other chapters haven't been, just because of, I think, some like structural advantages. Yeah. And also, I will say, like, the other big thing is, like, living in a city that's like more than 50% renter, like, kind of proletarianizes people in a way that I don't think is actually like the case elsewhere in the country. Like, certainly there are a lot of renters in other places, but like, just the sheer density of renter, the density, like the understanding of like the relationship with your landlord as being like similar to the relationship with your boss, as being like, you know, like, all these kinds of things are all like, as this is the same relationship to, like, you know, the establishment and government. Like, there's kind of like, New York City kind of accelerates like the sort of proletarian stew a little bit in a way that like other places just haven't been able to do that. And like, that's not a knock or anything. Like, I think it's just like fortunate
conditions.
Yeah. But regardless, like, you know, when we set down this path and like we elected Julia Salazar here, or like, you know, in DC when they elected Janice Lewis George, or Lee Carter actually first, and then Mark Elrich.
Talk about Lee.
Yeah, that's a real blast from the past there. But you know, like, it's like taking that first step, while difficult and while full of contradictions, sets you down the path to be able to do like what New York City DSA is doing, what Philly DSA did with Chris Rabb, what DC is going to do this coming Tuesday with Aparna and Janice, knock on wood. You know, there are, you know, it's tough, like, because it feels like you're just like, you know, getting your foot in the door, and it's hard to kind of be like, man, you want me to do this for another 10 years, you know? But like, I think it's, the answer is yes. I think it's, yeah, the answer has to be yes. Like, you got to just lock in.
Mm-hmm. Lock in. You hear that? Lock in, listeners. When I will say too, though, that I don't know, like, there is going to be variances in what the politics in these places are going to be because of the conditions in each of these localities, and it is just going to be a little bit of it's going to be a messy process. But I do think, like, having some more broadly coherent structures, especially in places that are like not as densely populated and not sort of like in the absolute like belly of the capitalism beast, or at least like not the center of the metropole of the empire, I guess you could say, would be like, there's going to have to be some differences and variations and changes and differences in how we think about things, because, you know, when I think about like the idea of like just what a local is. We're getting very, very inside baseball, but that's okay. It's just Good Morning Comrade. But like the fact that for a while in the organization there was just like these chapters that would have like 24 people that would over a vast area, and that's the same thing definitionally as far as a unit is as New York City. It's just like that doesn't make any sense.
No, totally.
It's chaos administratively, I guess you could
Yeah,
say.
yeah. No, absolutely. And I think like if I had I recently actually just spoke to a group in Ottawa who's trying to do something really similar to what DSA is doing. They invited me to come speak at their convention, and afterwards I had a chance to go and talk to them. And one of the things that they want to emulate the DSA project, they want to do the same thing, and they're like, okay, but what should we be doing? And I was like, don't endorse everybody, endorse like one person and get them really bought into your project, and endorse one person and go all in to get that person elected. Like, don't elect the most progressive person in the race. Don't, like your goal is to like build this, like you're trying to build a machine. And I think like that advice goes for DSA members. Yeah, exactly. Like the machine thing. A friend of mine wrote a piece years ago in the Washington Socialist, Metro DC's magazine, called I think it's something like Learning to Love the Machine or something like that. I really recommend it. I can find the title in a minute, but like that is the goal here, right? It's like you want to produce politics that work for people so they self-identify, and like that's the that has to be kind of the primary mission, is like building that machine up.
Yeah, I mean that literally. So I mean, again, even if you're going to run obviously the object of running a campaign, you don't run a campaign to not win, unless you're like Jill Stein in the Green Party or something stupid. But like you don't run a campaign to not win, because like that's a lot of time, a lot of effort and everything. But you need to also have goals along to go with that campaign that are like building the organization, like participating in this, because every election is to a certain extent a gamble. But how can you make it so that you win something either way if you meet your goals? Build leadership, develop new members, that whole thing. And that's something that that when you see like, oh no, X person lost their race, but look at all these new leaders that we have that now have experience. What I mean?
No, totally. I mean, one of the biggest examples I've seen of this is like the fact that organizing skills are totally transferable. And like, obviously there's some like finer details that you need to tune, like if you want to do different kinds of organizing, but like by and large, like organizing is the same everywhere. Like I'm a union negotiator in my day job. I negotiate union contracts, and I can tell you, like, as somebody that's spent a long time in electoral before I moved into the labor movement, like it's all the same. Like you have to be willing to talk to people, and you have to be willing to talk to people about the issues that they're facing. And
it don't matter what you're organizing for, you got to do one-on-ones.
Exactly, right. There's no way around the one-on-ones. And so like I think one of the things that's like the biggest example of this to me is like when Bernie lost, obviously it was heartbreaking. I was working on the campaign, and it was really sad, but like so many of those people went on to be labor organizers, right? Like Starbucks United, like that huge wave of organizing that happened in the wake of his campaign was not an accident, right? Like those are people that like, learned the skills of like talking to their neighbors, and learned the skills that like things can get better, and found themselves bought into the labor movement because of a democratic socialist campaign. And then they went out and said like, I'm going to take power in my workplace, right? So like it feels like a consolation prize on some level, but like the labor movement will never be a consolation prize. Like this is like the backbone of what like any electoral machine is, like really strengthening the labor movement. And so like, like even when chapters run hard races and they lose, like, I don't want to just sort of be like, you never lose, you only win or you learn. But like that really is the case. Like it's like, there is always something that you can take away. And like, if you walk out a better organizer because of the campaign that you had run, then like it was 100% the right decision to run it in the first place.
Yeah. DSA itself, prior to 2016, and like this was like common knowledge like back in the day, but now because there's so many young people and I'm not young anymore, like it sort of like falls across the wayside. But like before 2016, like DSA was an organization that was barely hanging on. It was like 5,000 members, and it was something that was not really something. It wasn't really something that was that was like viable to make any kind of a political impact. And after Bernie Sanders in 2017, so many people joined DSA that it multiplied in membership by 10. It was crazy, you know.
Yeah,
It's one
no,
of
like
those, like that. That's like, I mean, it obviously Bernie becoming president would have been better, but like as far as like movement building going forward, that's a hell of a consolation prize.
no, totally right. And like I think like yeah, these leaps in DSA membership are like 100% correlated with these things, right? Like, you know, Trump winning brings people to DSA and like, you know, to fight back. Bernie running, even bigger bumps because people were like, I believe in a better world. And then the Zoran bump is what got us over. Yeah, AOC, this huge bump.
Huge.
Yeah, and then like the Zoran bump got us over 100K, like the biggest socialist organization in generations, and like that's it's a really amazing thing to see.
All right, well, we got to get out of here, but where can people find more about the campaign, and where can people find you?
Yeah, definitely. If you go to NYCDSA's website, I believe it's socialists.nyc, socialists.nyc. You can find a lot about the campaigns there. I'm going to make a very specific ask. We are in a huge fight for these races. And in the case of Claire Valdez, we're up against an opponent that's backed by WFP, but it also came in that he's taking money from Israel. We really, really need help. So if anywhere in the country, sign up for a phone bank, donate to these candidates. Like, this is what it's going to take to win these races. Like, we have to send a strong message, like a strong socialist message to Albany and Washington. So wherever you are in the country, canvas.socialist.nyc, join the fight, join DSA. Yeah. And thanks so much for having me, Jeff. This was really great.
Yeah. Where can people find you?
You can find me on Twitter at Kareem is posting. And I am still a great prolific poster. Yeah, I have never stopped. Yeah, one day I'll stop, but that's not today or tomorrow. So.
All right. Well, thank you, Kareem. Always great to have you. Kareem El-Rafai.
El-Rafai.
Yes, I knew I couldn't make it an entire hour.
No, you're good. You're good, man.
Okay. Thanks, brother. And we will talk again soon.
Likewise. Thanks for having me. I'll see you soon.
New Orleans.
Hello, hello, you beautiful people. It is another Tuesday. Kristina's Corner. Let's go. I had quite the day. Also, I had quite the week. I finished up the puppy bill caring job, and apparently I did most of the work, and apparently we did so well. And she's gonna keep hiring us whenever she goes out of town. So I'm like, yay! We got a nice tip, nice $300, whatever. But unfortunately, on the way there, my Bob and I got pulled over. And because she's got a citation over her car tags, because I kept telling her, I'm like, Mom, we gotta save up money and get this situated. She's like, oh, it'll be fine. We got health, we got car insurance, and it's like $155 plus the registration fee plus this. But I have some people who are going to help me out, so we're in the clear for that. Hopefully, I want to get that out of the way because I got a lot of bills coming up, lining up. So I just want to, stay ahead. Also, this weekend, I might be starting Friday now because I don't think I'm working. We're working tomorrow and Thursday. Subathon. Streamathon on Twitch, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, hopefully. I'm gonna be doing a lot of stuff. I'm going to be reading Lisa Marie Presley's memoir, because you guys know I'm on a Michael Jackson kick. And again, this is a really good memoir. I cry a lot. So I'm gonna be reading. It's only 281 pages. I could do it. I mean, I got like 2 days to do stuff. Great stuff. And I love that with like the chapters, the only chapter that has like a photo for the chapter is her I think it's one. Oh no, she did. Oh no, okay, cool. I forgot she's got the whole like yeah. We're also gonna watch the Michael movie this weekend on stream because I have a few Michael Jackson fans who haven't seen it yet, and I'm like, oh cool, let's do that. And we're gonna watch some shows, react to stuff, maybe play some fun games. I don't know yet. I'm thinking of doing some Hot One challenges. Like for every 10 subs, I have to do a dab of the bomb. So we shall see. That's be exciting. Also, I filmed my part for the Hassan Piker documentary for that journalist who did one on Asmongold fans. So I'm looking forward to seeing myself on Hassan's stream because I know that man's going to react to it. Because even the guy's like, he's going to react to this. I'm like, yay. So that's great. Anyway, I was asking a few people who were like, did you get interviewed? And one of them who always clips Hassan's streams like longer in context was like, yeah, that was just me complaining for 10 minutes. And I'm like, okay. Mine was like 45-minute long conversation because he was like, the reason why I picked you is because you have knowledge on Hassan. You can clarify things since you say you watched him. You were watching TYT right before he came on. Like he was just known as like Jenks, nephew hanging around, and then he finally got the confidence to go on camera and stuff like that. So I was able to, and since I know Dan from the web, who was Hassan's former producer, I learned a lot from Dan about Hassan's time at TYT. So I was able to clarify some things like that one like earliest version of a Manosphere show that he did that those clips get leaked and people think, oh my god, look at Hassan being sexist and misogynistic, and it's just actually like he's playing like a character like on the like before the Manosphere kind of exploded. Like this was like 2014 2015, something like that. So yeah, excited about that. And also what's the touch base with Zora Mamdani's team, and they're like, I'm like, I understand you guys are busy. How's everything going? And my guy's like, he's like, it's been quite busy, but like in a few days we'll get back to you and whatever. Imagine me doing a Zoom meeting with Zora Mamdani. Oh my god, this could be so much fun. I can't wait. And then my mom told my MAGA chud uncle, who's kind of like mentally stuck in like 2010 when it comes to like conservative, like triggering the libs humor. My mom was like, hey, guess what? Your niece is Zora Mamdani likes Kristina's content, and she's going to be helping him with his Twitch channel because they like her content. And my uncle immediately went from 0 to like 5 billion because he was like, the socialist, Kami, jihad, New York is going downhill. And I'm like, and my mom's like, you can't even congratulate your niece? Because if my uncle somehow managed to work for Trump, I would roll my eyes and be like, hey, good luck, congratulations. Like I'm the better person here. But also, like, my uncle's the type of guy who believes Michelle Obama's a man and has like Hillary Clinton with like a target on her face, like in his refrigerator, like classic stereotypical worst of the worst conservative types, And I remember trying to debate him back in the day, and I'm like, dude, what is wrong with you? Yeah, I'm very excited about that. I can't wait to see who else is featured in that documentary thing. It's gonna be exciting. Very, very exciting. So yeah, according to my uncle, he said, as long as he was like, as long as Michelle Obama shows pregnancy photos, Trump says he will not run for a third term. And I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, I've never heard that. I have never. Guys, have you heard that? I'm like, where are you getting this? I'm like, I know Trump says a lot of dumb shit, but I never heard him say that unless I'm like offline again. I don't know. But it was just such a weird thing to talk about. I'm like, what the hell, man? Why would you say that? That makes absolutely no sense. Like, even my mom was like, what? Confused. I was confused. Also, it's just so funny, like, because my uncle feels it in his heart and his mind that Sasha and Malia are not biologically the Obamas. And I'm like, the oldest looks like Michelle. And the youngest looks like a combination of the two. Like, I'm like, where do you not pay attention? Like, I'm a one who I like to pay attention to genetic, features. And I'm really like, oh, you got your eye shape from this parent, but like your eye color from this parent. You got your jaw. Like, that's how I am, And yeah, he's an idiot. That's all. I mean, he's good when he's good, but do not talk politics with him because he's like, yep. I wish I had fake nails on. But like, it's just, it's so annoying. And then he was like, oh, when the Knicks, won, New York City was like on fire, rioting and looting. And I'm like, yeah, like the 0.0001% of New York City. Like, there are millions of people in New York City right now. Like, there's millions of people all over the country celebrating. And again, sports events, regardless of win or lose, people are going to go fucking nuts. Okay, they're going to go crazy. It's part of the deal. It doesn't just happen in blue cities. It happens everywhere when there's a big game. And also, the Knicks haven't won a NBA Finals since 1973. That's 53 years. If my dad were alive right now, oh my God, he would be on such a high. And my sister posted a video of herself because the Knicks haven't won since she was like, never. This is the first time in her lifetime. And she's like spraying out the champagne bottle. Yeah. And it's just so funny. I'm like, oh God, it's adorable. It's adorable. And I'm over here happy. And then I'm like going over like stats and into basketball. And then I'm like, wait, am I actually covering sports like a serious like sports person? What? No. Who? I need to stop. Who am I? Who is the? I cover the Winter Olympics, and that's about it because I love winter sports. I love figure skating. I love curling. I know I can do it. Hurry hard, get off the rock. That's what they're saying. So, yeah, it's. I was like, oh, I gotta stop doing this. My dad would have had a meltdown and fucking like. Probably wanted if like game 3, like when Trump showed up, my dad probably would have drove to DC. And I'm not going to finish what I'm going to say, but y'all know what I was alluding to, right? Like, my dad would have been so pissed. Yeah, Mouse's house. And that's the thing. Like, it really shows that good vibes can actually, in unity, can help, like, I don't know, like help a win, help, positivity and all that. And like Mom Donnie is doing that. It's amazing. And everyone, Eric Adams like, yeah, Knicks. And everyone's like, they did not win when you were mayor, dude. And Andrew Coleman too. Like, again, all Rudy Giuliani, none of you get the if you were mayor from like, if you're still alive as mayor from like 73 and on, which I'm pretty sure only Bloomberg and Giuliani and because he was mayor, right? At one point, Michael Bloomberg, I forgot, or was he governor? I can't. But like, none of you guys get to celebrate because the Knicks couldn't win under your administration because you guys were vibe killers. Let's keep this going. I think Zoran should be mayor for as long as possible and then become governor of New York for as long as possible because here's my theory. He is not going to get anything done if he becomes a congressman or a senator. I'm sorry, but that's the truth. Look at all he's managed to accomplish. He's only 2 years older than me. He's 34. I'm going to be 33. He's going to be 35. I'm like, huh? That's insane. I love my mayor. I live in South Carolina. Well, pretty soon I'm going to be moving up to Jersey next year. Oh, yeah. Now I can move in with Dan. He's going to be so happy. But yeah, so, I'm happy for New York City. I'm not jealous. I'm so happy for you guys. Anyway. So not a whole lot of people watch the very much exclusive free for, oh wait, no, it wasn't free for the public to watch. You had to have a subscription to Paramount Plus to watch that event for Trump's birthday. I don't understand why it's $250. It's not the 4th of July yet. Apparently he's gonna do like a MAGA rally. I'm like, oh yes, a Klan Nazi rally, perfect. And like, it's just like, this is embarrassing. And then like I found out that Obama, I guess Obama's like, what is it? His presidential library, whatever's opening up. Let me see if I can find the thing. Whoa. Yeah, okay, so you know, I get it, Obama, whatever, you know. But I think this goes to show how much people actually like him, you know, regardless of, you know, droner in chief, you know, deporter in chief, and kids in cages and all that. The performers for the Obama Presidential Library are opening on June 18th. Wait, that's 2 days from now, right? This is 16, right? Have been announced. Stevie Wonder, John Legend, The Roots, my boy Bruce Springsteen, Christina Aguilera, Marseille Martin, Common, U2's Bono and the Edge. Why is it just U2's Bono and the Edge? They're both part, whatever. Eddie Ridner, Mark Anthony, Thames. That is, I mean, that's a pretty, I mean, like, look, actual talent, you know? Actual talent. Jennifer, I mean, no matter how you feel about like all these people, again, Bruce Springsteen is like, you know, thebomb.com for me. But like, these people are willing to show up for Obama. And then the worst of the worst has been show up for Trump. And that tells you everything you need to know. So that's my opinion. You know, like I remember watching Clinton's inauguration, his first inauguration, and Michael Jackson performed Gone Too Soon, you know, to kind of, you know, get Clinton to be like, yo, you know, you got to fund AIDS research. You got to do what you can. You know, Ryan White passed away. These people are dying. You know, we got to do what we can. I'm like, oh, and like Clinton and you know, Bill and Hillary, like, you know, kind of like crying and just like just tears and just watching him perform the song. And I'm like, I cry. And it really goes to show how what the inauguration, yes, was a celebration of like a new president, but it's like it was the vibes were different. Like it meant like, you know, this president's going to bring like some type of positive change, like stuff like that. Like it wasn't like a partisan situation, like unlike, you know, Trump was definitely like the beginning of like this type of partisan, you know, inauguration, obviously. So, it's just, oh my God. I remember that. That was just, it's so annoying. Oh, I got my Gatorade. I've been drinking since I've been on Vyvanse for 2 weeks now, I think. Yeah. Gatorade and water is all I drink now. No more Coca-Cola. No, only coffee every once in a while, like my iced coffees, you know, that I like that has a little bit of espresso. But like, I haven't really been eating. Like I eat like barely a meal a day, y'all, and I'm loving it. I need to go up though, because sometimes I feel tired, even though I'm going like till midnight usually when I'm streaming. So that's fun. Oh man. Oh, so I rectify something very important with my mother. She has never seen The Bad short film, like in its entirety. You know? She was like, I never saw the whole part. I just saw them, you know, the song part. I never saw like the Wesley Snipes and this acting and this like cinematography part. And I'm like, what? You never seen the She's like, no. I'm like, this is like 18 minutes long. She's like, what? And I'm like, well, we are going to rectify that. You're welcome. And she was like, wow, this is so good. And then we watched Little together, then Bad. And then anyway, but yeah, I feel like my mom and I, The Bad short film from Michael Jackson featuring Wesley Snipes, directed by this up-and-comer named Martin Scorsese. I've heard good things about him. I wonder what he's going to do next. I feel like Martin Scorsese is going to have a long, prosperous career. Anyway. Oh man, he had like real directors directing all his stuff, like John Singleton, John Landis, Stan Winston, Spike Lee. Oh, speaking of the Knicks, Spike Lee. The Knicks fans want Spike Lee to be like given like a special like award because he's been at just about every Knicks game you could think of, and I'm like, that man was parading down like Brooklyn, doing like a queen, like thank you thing, and I'm like, yeah, he deserves it. He deserves it. He deserves it. Ha ha ha. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna watch a bunch of concerts for my little streamy subathon because I need to get my subscription numbers back up. And I'm thinking of doing a Felicia Hardy cosplay from Spider-Man Black Cat because I think I would look good in it. So that's my whole thing. Yeah. Also, by the way, tonight, 8 o'clock, we're not doing movie night extravaganza until tomorrow because Conan had to switch a day. Forrest and I are going to do like a 2-hour Q&A apparently, so that's going to be fun. You guys love us when it's just the two of us. I know you guys do. Deep down, I know it. We're like Tweedledee and Tweedle big boobs or something. I don't know. Oh, man. Oh, man. Ooh. Oh God, that's an old photo of me. I don't want to see that. Anyway, I want to get to like some fun stuff right now, talk about, and then talk about probably the most depressing story that we learned over the weekend about Jameson. Justice for Jameson. You were a sweet, goodest boy. Anyway, we'll get to that later. I need to mentally prepare for that, for reading that story. So, anyway, who's excited for all the new movies that are coming out this summer? I'm excited for Supergirl. I think Alex is coming on for that one because he's gonna be like our DCU guest when we do like a DCU movie. I'm excited about that. And we are doing, what are we doing? Oh yeah, we're doing Disclosure Day tomorrow night. That's gonna be fun. I know what my little headline name's gonna be. Weird Emily Blunt noises, or Emily Blunt's plastic surgeon. I got ideas. Oh, I got some interesting news too, guys. I learned Jet, it's fine. It's fine. You do a lot for us here, so we really appreciate you. Yeah, Supergirl. And apparently a lot of men are proving Millie's point about like, yeah, dudes kind of suck when it comes to female superheroes, and everyone's like, making AI video photos, posters of her like being like a waitress or like a housewife or whatever. And I'm like, you're proving her point. And they're like, but it's funny though. I'm like, again, this is why women comic fans hate you guys. Well, here's the thing. James Gunn ain't gonna allow that because he has a full plan for the DCU. There's no way in hell that James Gunn is gonna let anything, and also the guy who's like also producing with him, slide. Because again, every style is gonna be different. I mean, we don't even know if, like, I don't understand like the wokeness of like this stuff. Like a Batman, he doesn't kill people. Superman, he's not supposed to be some soulless, unfeeling dude. Wonder Woman has to be able to act. Kal-El, no. Wait a minute. Wait. Let me do it. Max Lord. I need you to. You're putting yourself in grave danger. I need you to give me the stone. What happened to it? I used to be better at that. I can't. But anyway, so midterm news I found out apparently from Newswire of all places. So Democrats lead in new voter registration statewide in Oklahoma for first time in at least 15 years. That's when Obama was president, man. So Oklahoma is inevitable. No, Oklahoma's turning. Yeah, you don't know that. They're just turning like liberal, like more like just because people identify as Democrats or whatever, like, oh, they're leftists. Oklahoma probably has some leftists, but not enough to actually do stuff. It's probably just, median voters who are tired of Republicans and want some sort of change because they know Republicans have destroyed states like Kansas, Oklahoma, Wisconsin, and need help, Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's what's gonna happen. It's pathetic. Okay, this is not a long article, thank God. Yeah, so yeah. Oh boy. Sorry guys, I'm like looking at something right now. Oh my god, guys, I found a photo of me from 2nd grade. Spring. Right? Look at this. I'm one, how people how some people, like, when puberty hits them, they look nothing like they did when they were like younger, but like, you know what I'm saying? But then like people who grow up, they look exactly the same. Like everyone's like, yeah, that's you as a baby. Well, that's kind of how it was with me. Like even Forrest was like, I could tell which one's you, which one's your sister, right? And here I am. Boom! Look at that. It's same. I haven't aged a day. I should recreate some. Oh my god! I remember I was kind of dressing like a little bit of a hippie back then. Look how different my curls were, because I was always like, I was kind of straightening my hair a lot, and I was always going out in the sun a lot. That might have damaged my hair, but like, oh my god, look how long my hair is. Damn. I look so cute. What happened to my eyebrows though? Oh my god, my forehead's huge. Anyway, I look so cute. And then I remember this photo of Riley Keough exists. Elvis's granddaughter. We could be sisters, y'all. It's so crazy because even my sister's like, oh my gosh, she looks like, she has my hair color, but like your face. And I'm like, I know. Crazy. She's so beautiful. Anyway, I just love going over that type of stuff because I'm weird. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. That's why I'm announcing that I'm going to send an audition for Michael 2 Electric Boogaloo as Lisa Marie Presley. I just got to figure out how to do that. Because I do, a lot of people say I do favor her. And I know the makeup department is going to like go ham on covering up these eyebrows because her eyebrows were like her father's, very like, arched. And like fix my nose and make sure that because they did a lot of prosthetics on Jafar Jackson for Michael, but they also did digital altercations, especially to the nose, because it's like, yeah, no fake nose piece can get the Peter Pan nose right. But they did digital altercations in post-production because I watched a documentary and I was like, I knew it. But it wasn't like green screen crap on his nose. It was like, like very like meticulous, like So I'm looking forward to doing that. And I got a whole plan set up because I modeled myself after Lisa Marie when I was very, very young. I would wear like graphic t-shirts and like leather jackets and pants and all black. And of course I still wear all black. I would straighten my hair. I would sing along to her first album. And I realize I have a lot of her mannerisms because I'm like, I do like, if you watch her in interviews, she does like, and like, she does a lot of like kind of like, has like a little bit of like an attitude, and it sometimes could be like nonchalant at the same time or whatever, and very like aggressive, like, very judgy. And so I'm like, oh shit, I can do this probably. And also she and I have a connection. A lot of people don't know this. Lisa Marie Presley and I, we have a connection. So my grandfather was in the army back in the late 50s in Germany. That's where I met my Uma. You know who also was in the army at that time? Elvis Presley. And my grandfather hated Elvis because he was always in the hospital feigning like illness to avoid doing maneuvers. He was always, not at his post or whatever the hell they were doing, like in the army or whatever. Because my grandfather was like a serious like military. He did National Guard and all that later on, but he would always catch Elvis like slacking off and like being in the shower, doing other, washing his hair, and my grandfather would kick him out and like, Presley, you have duties and stuff like that. So like, I'm still friends with Lisa Marie Presley's Facebook. Like, it's really her personal Facebook because it was connected to her MySpace account back in the day. And I messaged her. I'm like, I've been a fan since I was like 7. She's like, what? I'm like, yeah, I saw you at the VMAs back in 2002, saw your bite me the shirt and your leather. I was like, I just worship you. And I told her about her father and my grandfather. She's like, oh wow, that's pretty cool. I'm like, yep. Funny, huh? So I've always felt, a connection to her. She was my idol and she was taken from me. Anyway. So now let's get to, let's lead into like a funny story. And then we'll close off with, the sad dog story. Sorry. So guys, did you hear about that royal blue reflecting pool? It's green. Green. Oh, that's army speak for bang, 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 apparently. Mm-hmm. So reflecting pool woes. Trump administration turns to hydrogen peroxide. Wait, don't you people dye your hair with that? Bleach it? It's bleach. In latest bid to beat back algae. Man, that ain't working. You should have just dyed the freaking... Just get like clear water, like pool water, and just make the lining blue or constantly like dye it blue every now and then. Like, what the... President Donald Trump's more than 13 million Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool renovation was completed just over a week ago, with this iconic 2,800 square feet refilled with 6.5 million gallons of clean water. But already it's been hit with a problem that has haunted administrations for decades: algae. Over the past week, the Trump administration has jumped into action, sending crews clad in hip waters. Is it hip waters or waders? I think it's waters. To vacuum up the clumps of algae, and on Tuesday, dispatching workers who dump gallons of hydrogen peroxide in the pool. That's not gonna do anything, by the way. Like, they literally would need like a full-blown like pool cleaning service to fix this. I've been watching pool cleaning TikTok. I'm so addicted to it. It's fascinating because it's like you don't drain the water, you just constantly like put chemicals and stuff in it. It's cool, fascinating. Anyway, nonetheless, the pool has grown increasingly into a murky shade of green. Nah, that's blue. Calling into question whether the president's goal of cleaning and beautifying a pool he once disparaged as disgusting and not representative of the country can ever really be met. Oh my God. A worker who spoke to CNN on Tuesday quipped that it would take an entire lifetime to clean the pool. What in the... Oh God, that looks... Oh God, that's disgusting. Oh man, that's the foam from dumping the hydrogen peroxide, y'all. That's not doing anything. Now, the department here says state-of-the-art filtration known as the ozone nanobubbler has been installed and is working. Is it though? I don't think so. Due to deploying the advanced nanobubbler technology, the algae is dead and being vacuumed up as we speak. Okay, but it's going to come back. A Department of Interior spokesperson told CNN the nanobubbler technology has successfully destroyed the algae bloom that has plagued every pool reopening. Yeah, nah. The spokesperson also told CNN that hydrogen peroxide is being used as a milder treatment for algae in addition to the nanobubbler, adding that it has no harmful side effects to marine life or to the environment. Kind of sounds like you're lying, but okay. Other parties involved with the reflecting pools refurbishing distanced themselves or stayed mum on the algae problem. My company had nothing to do with the water, only waterproofing and water tightening. Eddie Wood of Atlantic Industrial Coatings, the company that resurfaced the pool, told CNN. He added that he is proud of the part of the work his company did on that project. Yeah, but it looks like trash because of the water. Public records show that an Ohio company, Green Water Services, fitting name, was hired to install the filtration systems. Its website boasts that the company provides the only water purification system in the world whose patented technology is backed by government and academic research. Okay. And that its breakthrough solutions significantly reduce toxins, algae, microstins, nitrates, and phosphates from contaminated water. The company did not return CNN's request for comment about the current algae situation. The White House did not comment on whether Trump is aware of cleanup efforts. He has spoken to Interior Secretary Doug Burgum about it, directing questions back to the Interior Department. That pool is so doomed, man. I don't know why they had to redo it. It makes no sense to me. I don't get it. Why? Sorry. Like, it's you know what? It might as well be like a fish pond, like a fish bowl. Like you have to keep cleaning it. Like a fish tank or whatever. My grandfather used to own a lot of fish, and he had all of his old like tanks like in his shed. And I remember thinking, wow, this dude loved fish. And my mom's like, oh yeah, he kept it clean and everything. But the Dobermans kept trying to, get to the fish tanks. And I'm like, okay, I get it now. So I'm adorable. Anyway, so was my grandfather. Anyway. Oh, the only way to fix it would be to dig up all the concrete, dry it out completely underneath, waterproof it, and start over. You know what? You know what? That makes sense. And then, as you said, very regular maintenance. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's stuff you got to keep up, like, with. Because, again, I was watching a lot of pool TikTok, and it's, like, disgusting pools that haven't been used in years. And it's, like, everyone's like, they drain that, right? And people are like, no, you put a bunch of different types of chemicals, spritz and spritz and spritz, let the water, you do, like, a water, like how they do, like, fire hydrants, and they kind of, like, just like drain some water or whatever. I don't know what it is, but like, especially when water hasn't been like a pool, water has been used, they gotta do something or whatever. I forgot what it's called, but I saw like this thing that they were doing, like with like releasing a bunch of water. And then also once all that stuff is, they could focus on like vacuuming up the stuff and making the, everything, the lining look clean and all that. That probably takes like a day's worth of, because there's probably like heavier stuff at the bottom. Like I know people who had like dead rodents and like raccoons at the bottom of their pools. And I'm like, you swimming to find that stuff? Okay. Like, I was like, I mean, but I want to talk. I've cleaned houses 3-story, and I don't think my mom and I could do it anymore. But like 11 years ago, we got a big job, just the two of us, just the two of us. It took us 3 weekends because it was a 3-story abandoned mansion. The father built the house, the mansion, for his parents. They died soon after, and no one could buy the house. It was completely abandoned. So animals, flooding in the basement, spiders, bugs, dead rats, whatever have you, were left. And they tried having like a regular like construction crew try to clean all that stuff up, but like we had to end up doing it because men are pussies. But like, when Sam Cedar tells me, oh, the majority pursuit is disgusting, you're not going to like cleaning it. I'm like, dude. And he even was impressed. And I wore this outfit when I first had him on the podcast. Anyway. So I'm like, dude, I've cleaned like 3-story mansions with like gross dead, like roadkill and flooding and spider webs and dead, whatever, cockroaches and whatever. And like dirty cabinets on the inside, so, yeah, that's kind of like my whole thing, so nothing wrong with the with the pools and I just find like, certain things fascinating. Certain stuff gets in my algorithm and I'm like, TikTok takes me to weird places. Very, very weird places. And I don't mind that. I do not mind that. I don't mind that at all, It's either like I'm getting like Michael Jackson TikTok and then like Ariana Grande, Karen Carpenter TikTok because, I don't like talking about it, but shout out to my girl Kayla Says we're doing a really good commentary on Ariana Grande's body without being insensitive or like ignorant or whatever. Good job. Subscribe to her YouTube channel. She's great. Oh, sorry. I'm looking at. I saw a photo of my cats and they look so cute. Oh, guys, did I share this with you last week? I don't know if I did. I? Let me see. When was this posted? June 6th. When was June 6th? Oh yeah, maybe I didn't. Did I? I don't know. So before we do the sad dog story, my local Facebook local free my original hometown Freehold posted, they like to post, graduation photos and we have to guess who it is. And I posted this on Facebook thinking everyone would recognize him. And so many people were like, who's this? I don't get it. I don't know. Who is this? And I'm like, Bruce Springsteen, people. And they're like, oh, I see it now. And I'm like, dudes, because he went to high school with my cousins and they were friends with him. And whenever there's a high school reunion, they, he pays for everything. He comes back to Freehold all the time. People see him. We might even finally see him again. He used to, follow my parents, around, on his, Cadillac and, whatever. And my mom used to serve him food. My uncle was in like a elite like beach club with him and in Rumsford, I think. Rumson? Okay. And my dad partied with him and like was really close friends with his cousin, got to witness Bruce before he was the boss perform at his cousin's graduation. So we have ties to Bruce Springsteen, very strong ties. So, but that's so him. He was so adorable. Anyway, so let's get to the story about the Jameson. Oh, I'm so sad. Oh God, I hope I keep it together for this. Hey guys, did you know that there are people who are Knicks fans all over the country, including LA? Dog fatally shot by LAPD officers in San Fernando Valley after responding to a report of screaming woman. A dog was fatally shot by the Los Angeles Police Department after they responded to an apartment building in Canoga Park on Saturday night, where they were called for reports of a screaming woman in an apartment unit. Family members says she was celebrating the New York Knicks NBA championship when the tragedy occurred. LAPD said the incident took place around 8:55 p.m. in the 7500 block of Jordan Avenue. When officers arrived, they met with the person who reported the incident. Officers were directed to a unit where they began talking to the woman. The LAPD says that while they were speaking with the woman, her large dog was by her side, barking at officers. The officers instructed the woman to secure her dog, and she briefly closed the door. When she reopened her door, the LAPD alleged that the dog exited the apartment and charged one of the officers. An officer-involved shooting took place. Listen, I know dog breeds. This is not an aggressive dog breed. The dog, a 2-year-old St. Bernard Golden Retriever and Doodle mix named Jameson, was pronounced dead at the scene. I saw the video, y'all, and I cried. I was just... Because I've watched over dogs like this sweet baby. He's not even a big dog. He looks like he's like a medium size because he probably, what it is, he probably has like the poodle and the golden retriever in him, so his size still remains medium, but there's like some Saint Bernard features that still make him robust. So like even my dog breeding customer was like, those dogs are not aggressive at all. There's nothing in them that is aggressive. I'm like, exactly. It was wearing his Nick shirt. Oh God, I'm so sorry, guys. Heartbreaking video that was posted onto social media on Saturday night showed the dog's owner crying and calling out her dog's name. It's tearing my body apart, waking up and not having at the foot of my bed, said Jeremiah Garcia. Everyone loved that dog. Like, everyone in the unit knew who this dog was. And they said, like, the dog was probably, like, excited and wanted to greet the cops, because that's how a lot of these dogs are. Garcia said that he was watching the Knicks game at his girlfriend's house nearby when he FaceTimed his mom after the win. Soon as I went up to the door to greet the officer, Jameson, what's with all CBS? What's with all these typos? Jameson sprints out as an opportunity just to greet someone else, and then that's what happened. Garcia said, "When I was on the phone, I heard 2 shots." That's like trying to shoot at a tool. I've seen cops like shoot like little dogs, like they're not even like Pomeranians and Shih Tzus who are not even aggressive. They're just playful. Like, if you can't handle little dogs as a cop, you need to pick a different career. This is why I feel like social workers should get involved, not cops, because white people, come to the front, please. Are you in the front? Come to the bench. Okay, you here? Cool. Do not, never, ever call the cops on your black neighbors to do a welfare check, because 10 times out of 10, someone gets shot and killed. It could be a poor old lady. It could be a child. It could be a grown man. It could be their dog. Okay? I know this I know, because I've seen enough videos. I'm like, white people, you can't be, narking basically on your black neighbors, thinking you're doing good if you hear something. These kids down here scream all the time, but I know because they're kids, So it's like, it's just so, oh God, man. I mean, I know some of us mean well, but like, sometimes you just gotta mind your own business. It's the Knicks. It's Saturday. There are fans, Knicks fans, all over the country, maybe even all over the world, and they're gonna be hooting and hollering by like 9:00 when or whatever the time when the game was done. He said that he rushed home to the apartment complex where he arrived and found Jameson dead, still wearing the Knicks t-shirt they had put on him before the game. Sorry, guys. This is going to be fun to clip. The woman cooperating with the investigation, police said. Force Investigation Division investigators responded to the scene and are continuing to investigate the incident. There was also like, why were there 20 cops and like a helicopter? Like, for that? Garcia said he would never dream of Jameson lunging at anyone, including police officers, and that he was a very playful dog. He looked like a playful boy. He and his family are now demanding justice and accountability from the officers involved. Family members have established a GoFundMe to help honor Jameson, which can be found by searching for the keywords "Justice for Jameson." Help us honor his memory. Hashtag Justice for Jameson. And you know what's so funny? You know what's weird? Okay, here's also the other take, right? White people could not care less when people of color are shot dead by cops. But when cops murder a sweet, innocent, good, puppy wuppy or a cat or whatever, oh my God, the white people go insane. And even people of color are like, okay, cool, we got something that, and also was, it was a black family too that was it was their dog. So I don't know, guys. It was just so, I mean, I'm like, I see it on TikTok and I'm like, oh no. And then my mom was like, this is my mom was crying when she was watching that video. Especially since you don't see the blurred versions on TikTok, but like when you look at like the news clips on Twitter, it's like, oh no, this is not blurred, and you can see like a dead dog. I was so sad. So sad. But again, I'll say it once before and I'll say it again, clip it. White people, do not be calling the cops on your black neighbors to do welfare checks if you hear hooting and hollering. You have to be aware that they might be having a party, they might be celebrating something, they might be doing karaoke, whatever have you. If it doesn't sound like you can tell the tone, if you can't tell the tone, there's something wrong with you. Okay? You gotta leave well enough alone because cops do not trust people of color. They always end up shooting them, injuring them, murdering them when they're unarmed, murdering their pets apparently now too. So just don't do it. Mind your own business, leave well enough alone. Everything's fine. They were just celebrating the Knicks winning. And I dog sit for dogs that look like him, so that's why I'm like, oh, I'm so like, those dogs are not aggressive, trained to like kill. I mean, they're not like German Shepherds and Dobermans. But like, but like when people approach like labs and like big goofy looking dogs who just look so, you can tell that they're like internally like, hi, that's where I'm like, okay, what? No. Cops should be aware of, in my opinion, part of their training is being aware of dog breeds and what their traits are so that this shit doesn't happen anymore, About like 10,000 dogs get killed by cops every year, apparently. And I'm like, wait, what? Anyway, so it's just disgusting. But at least we all could find some, common ground on something. A sweet, fluffy doggo was taken from us. And everyone, black, white, brown, whatever, we all agree. Religion, gender, whatever, age, whatever. We all agree this was a tragedy. And I'm so glad that we are all united on this. Because it goes to show that, oh shit, cops also kill animals too? Innocent, sweet animals? Yeah, all the time. It's so disgusting. Makes me so sad. Anyway, we need a palate cleanser. We need a palate cleanser. And I have the perfect palate cleanser. Oh god, I gotta make sure that this is down, baby. So, I did a lip sync. I've been doing pretty well on TikTok, particularly Michael Jackson TikTok, because of course. I don't know how this shit hits the algorithm, but like there's this one, remember on SpongeBob, Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy when they first meet them and every time Mermaid Man hears the word evil, he just freaks out and has like like PTSD. Well, here's something.
There's evil afoot.
I really should have gotten into acting, y'all. I feel like I should have gone to acting. I could play like the cute but psycho like girlfriend or whatever. I could do a remake of Misery. Because my eyes are like, crazy. I was watching Don't Bother to Knock, which is one of I think like Memo's like earliest roles, and she is in a serious role where she plays a mentally disturbed babysitter. Like she's like the OG like cute but psycho archetype in film, in my opinion, in that role, because it's like, oh shit, she's beautiful blonde, bombshell, whatever, but then she's like tying up this girl that she's babysitting, and threatening to like harm her, and I'm like, oh damn, Marilyn. Look at you. And it's like a little over an hour long. I think it's Anne Bancroft's like film debut. It's really good. I remember watching on like the Fox movie channel back in the day. Yeah, maybe when I'm up north where I can be like around like Broadway, but like we just do community theater here, and I didn't enjoy it because all the kids pretended like they were more talented because they're like, we have the money to get dance lessons and singing lessons, and I couldn't. So, oh, also, look what I found. So, one of my friends went to VidCon 3 years ago and knew that Emma Viglin's my girl, right? Well, haha! He sent me this signed little pass from Emma. Yay! I found it when I was cleaning. I've been doing a lot of cleaning streams and decluttering streams like on Sundays, just to kind of like whatever. And we play a bunch of concerts, Michael Jackson, Backstreet Boys. I got the Queen Montreal concert. I love that concert. We're gonna rock to that this weekend too. So I'm like, oh, I remember getting this, from him. And it's so he thought of me. That was the one where like Destiny and Vosh were there, and I'm like, oh. And Keffels, I think. I'm like, girl, get out of there. Peace and love, So I'm so funny. So, anyway. I found a lot of weird stuff on here, but also I feel very much called out. One of my mods did this, and it's so good. So one of my oops, nope, wrong thing every time. So one of my mods sent me this when I was doing like my cleaning before the cleaning, and I feel called out here. When I clean up my room and find stuff I haven't seen in a long time. That's been me these last few weeks. I literally rearranged both my closets so they're not cluttered. And I've shown you guys what my closet looks like. It's a disaster. Both of them were. And I managed to put all my DVDs and CDs like in like the giant Tupperware chest or whatever, trunks, and just stack them and move them on like one side. Like it's just been so much better because I have all this room now. And even back there, I was just gonna continue doing like all my old laundry clothes. But I feel so called out right here because that's so me. My spirit animal is Michael Jackson, I guess. Or at least it's both. I was so adorable. Anyway, wait, what which one? The Queen, what's in theaters or streaming? The Michael movie's on VOD right now, but I think Queen Rock Montreal is like available on Disney Plus if you have a Disney Plus subscription. And you could buy it again like on YouTube for cheap or whatever. I at this point I'm like buying my stuff because it's like, it could go away in streaming, so I get those I just buy the movies in advance, splurge on, because YouTube doesn't actually get rid of movies that you buy. Amazon or Prime or Apple does that though. It's like when the license expires, it does that. And I'm like, why can't I watch How the Grinch Stole Christmas on Apple TV? They're like, oh, well, the licensing went to like Netflix this year. And it's like, what? What's the point of buying it if you don't get to keep it? Shout out to YouTube for actually doing that, like you can keep the movies that, you actually buy from us. Yeah, Queen Walk. I feel like some of Queen's earlier concerts, the only concert that's not on Tubi is Queen Rock Montreal, but like the Rainbow, the Hammers, whatever and then like the Wembley concert from Queen is on Tubi if you want to watch it. This Is It is on Tubi if you want to watch Michael Jackson rehearsing for his last concert. Oh, I cry every time Earth Song. He rehearses Earth Song because that was his last rehearsal, and then a few hours later he was dead. Sorry. That was a day, man. Oh god, these sleeves are annoying. But yeah, god damn, I got so many notifications. I blew up. I stole someone's AI generated meme and quote that said Donald Trump the pedophile, and everyone's like, oh, AI. I'm like, yeah, I stole it from someone. I just saved it. I didn't actually make it. They're like, oh, that's even worse. And I'm like, everyone steals memes all the time. And then it went viral, and I'm like, oh no. And then Ben Dix is like, you got a banger. And I'm like, yeah, I didn't want this to happen. I was kind of going undercover for a while, but then, I did a Knicks looking meme. I stole a Knicks looking meme, and I'm like, oh crap. This said Donald Trump's a pedophile. Because this woman did like Donald Trump still your president, and I'm like, well, I found something funny, and it triggered a lot of people. So also Blakely followed me back on the Twitter machine, so that's cool. Love them. So that's Yeah, I didn't like I said, I didn't make. I saw someone. I'm like, that's perfect. I'm gonna steal that. I'm always stealing memes. We all steal memes all the time. You know, it's part of the whole like I'm gonna steal this meme and yada yada yada. You know, it's just how it works. Where is there like a meme that I could? Oh. Okay. Okay, so hey, if you fell asleep with the TV on in the early 2000s, I feel like you guys can relate to this. And this is why I don't sleep with the TV on anymore and I sleep with a noise machine in the dark for the most part. Yeah, definitely in the dark. Because if you woke up at like the middle of the night, chances are you heard all these.
Cause I'm your lady. So you're sitting on the couch watching TV. Your life is passing you by.
Animal quackers in my soup.
Maybe I'll go to school next
Monkeys
year.
and wabbits loop.
Call
loop.
JG Wentworth.
877
cash $5
Who
foot
are you calling
long.
Cootie Queen? You lit liquor.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
This is Peter Papa.
Khaki.
Mama Miracle Spring.
She sounds hideous.
F-R-E-E. That
Reese's
spells
Puffs,
free.
Reese's
Credit
Puffs.
report.
Peanut butter chocolate flavor. 800-588-2300. Empire.
I'm working for an hourly wage.
Flow.
Are you tired
The
of high
flat,
school?
boring
Didn't do
hairstyles?
great. Well, bump it
Now
up.
introducing the Snuggie.
Call local singles now on Live Links.
So yeah, that was for us millennials who slept with the TV on, when we were younger, and then the infomercials started coming on. It was so like I was like, oh, I remember all those. And TikTok, you can find you remember that one Sears commercial where it's like, oh, it's so hot, and he's like, it's gonna be hotter, it's gonna be hotter than it was yesterday. Oh, yesterday you said you were gonna, get the air conditioning, call Sears, and he's like, I'll call today. She's like, you'll call now, and he's like, I'll call now, and I'm like, oh my god, I remember that commercial so bad. I was like, oh my god, this was like a commercial that was embedded in my brain for a long time. It's crazy. All the, I still know, I still know a lot of the jingles, and I'm like, oh damn it, why? So I wanted to end on a little bit of a high note. After the depressing stories and me jibber jabbing about my stuff, the Vyvanse is doing the time release stuff again, so I'm feeling energized. And then also I gotta go and make dinner. So Alex, who I said, Mom Donnie needs some New York City streamers to do collabs with, so I let him know, and I'm gonna give them his name. So yeah. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna go because my mom's boiling the noodles. I make the mac and cheese because she doesn't like doing the mac and cheese. It's Cracker Barrel baked mac and cheese, whatever. Anyway, 8 p.m. later in 2 hours, Forrest and I are gonna do our absurdity space with a little Q&A. Please ask us questions, no matter how absurd they are. Anyway, see you later. Bye.
Hi, I'm unmuted now. I'm Alex. I'm the devil's advocate. Welcome to Devil's Advocate Productions. On this space, I talk about movies, music, TV, video games, and politics, whatever I feel like talking about on this channel. And yeah, sorry, I forgot I was muted for a sec. And yes, I am very sick. I was not in the melee that was the Knicks' victory on Saturday. Let's take a look. Look at that situation that was happening in my city.
Was over. These
Look
are
at this,
people
dude.
that were watching on the sides of buildings.
Bro, this is Christopher Street. This is Christopher Street. This is 7th Avenue. Stonewall is like over here, down here. This, oh my God, thank God I didn't leave the fucking house on Saturday. Holy shit. But what an amazing game. What an amazing night. As me and my boy were watching, texting each other. And as soon as the game ended, I could hear the screams and the honks from the cars and the people coming from outside. Didn't stop till about 1 or so in the morning. And I'm kind of removed from, a central thoroughfare like this.
As the game was projected onto this.
Holy crap, dude. Oh my God, those poor peoples who try to sleep. Again. Dude, this is all 7th Avenue? I didn't even see this clip yet. It ends here. This is what? Christopher 10th, 11th Street? Oh my God, 2 blocks. And then how far does it go that way and this way? Yeah, Stonewall's here, right here. Anyways, yeah, go Knicks. We're happy. I'm going to get a championship hat tomorrow when I get paid. Let's take a look at Times Square. Some crazy crap did happen, and the New York Post would have you believe that's the only thing that happened across the entire city was chaos and bedlam and lunacy. But no, it was mostly partying. Of course, there's going to be bad actors, people getting in fights and whatnot. I think people got hurt. Dude, someone in Times Square, they ripped off like the hood of a bus. Crazy. And on Game 4 last Wednesday, the reason I wasn't able to make Dieter's show was because I went to go see Lupe Fiasco live on Pier 17. And that night, when they won Game 4, which was awesome, that was an amazing finish on that game. That finish should have been the finish on Game 5, because Game 5 finish was just free throws. It was just penalty kicks. It was kind of anticlimactic, but whatever. We won. Who cares? But there was footage of people like stomping on a New York City taxi cab. Don't do that. The New York Cab Commission came out and was like, hey, man, these people are watching the game. They're as excited as you are. They're working while you're out partying, and you're going to fucking stomp on their cars and ruin their fucking way of making a living. Go fuck yourselves. And of course, now, if it was an NYPD vehicle, we kind of shrug and go, I don't even see that happening. But this is CNN's reporter here getting kind of absorbed by the crowd.
I want to show you and really take a look, because there's a lot to take in on this image. This is all of 42nd Street, right? And if you just pan from the left all the way to the right, you see groups of people that are climbed onto police barricades, into cars, all the way to, in the middle of the shot, you'll see a bus that's got people that are still climbing onto it. And if you look here on the right, there's this theater, the New Victory Theater, and you have people just who have taken over and are climbing on and are watching everything. Like this is the atmosphere here right now.
All right, so this is the wrong clip, but he's got like a jersey put on him and whatnot, and legit Gupta over on Twitter. Shout out Gupta. He's one of my Twitter regulars, my Twitch regulars. He says, only in America moments. Someone did get shot. It wasn't a mass shooting, Gupta. And speaking of only in America, there is a song called Only in America that is on this album, Vince Staples' Crybaby. I cannot stop listening to this album. It is fantastic. You should check out my reaction, then you should buy the album, because it's fucking great. And there's a song called Only in America. I just made today a reaction to Tupac's Thug's Mansion, because also on that album is a reference to Thug's Mansion. And I was like, you know what? I never actually listened to it. So let me sit down and listen to this song. I also did a lot of promo for this space in that video. Just, I thought Tupac's name might get in the algorithm a little bit more because of this reaction to a trailer for a video game where they put Tupac's likeness in the game and, kind of questioning the ethics of that. But that got 680 views. So I'm like, hey, maybe this reaction will get a lot of views and I can promote this space. I'm always thinking about y'all. Collectivism, the warmth of collectivism. Also, check out my reaction to YG, Jid, and Ab Soul on a track together called Insecure, talking about men and our insecurities and how maybe we don't feel we need a space to talk. Okay? The male loneliness crisis is because we don't talk to each other because we think it's gay or lame or whatever. These stereotypes never went away for men. And also Infinity Song. This is an all-black rock band, soft rock band, with some like disco and funk and soul vibes to some of their songs, and they're just great. So they're just great. They came out with a new album, and I made a reaction to it. So check out those. And I want to talk about something very near and dear to my heart. Very near and dear to my heart. And that is, of course, Star Wars. So, and this will be quick. This could be a short. This clip could be a short. So I saw this like last week, and this just made me laugh. So I'm just going to play this clip from Greg Gutfeld on Fox News' The Five, explaining his problem with Tony Gilroy talking about, fuck the Empire. And Star Wars, in the cryon says Star Wars director Tony Gilroy lives in a TDS galaxy, means Trump derangement syndrome galaxy. Let's see what he has to say.
Come off the hook, Greg.
It's, imagine if there was this iconic series of Westerns and suddenly they decided from now on we're going to do all the plot indoors. No horses, no fighting Comanches. That's Star Wars. There's no stars. There's no wars. That's what killed it. When the director compares Trump to a fascist takeover or a nightmare empire, it's a really good lesson for you kids out there. What do you notice about that assumption? One, it's easy. And two, it's obviously not real. Those two things go together. It is very easy to adopt an illusion than it is to explain reality. If you look at, I wrote some things that you always hear from lefties. Pay your fair share. Gender is fluid. No human is illegal. Trump is a fascist. Diversity is our strength. My body, my choice. These are all things that you could just easily adopt until economics or science or plain old experience arrives to refute that. So whenever you hear something like that, you go, I know it's not real because it's easy.
No more slogans, Ford.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go New York, go New York, go.
Why are you saying go New York, go? If the slogan's easy and you hate New York, why is your headquarters in New York? But I point that out because they're talking about the fall of Star Wars, right? The Mandalorian and Grogu came out. It didn't do well. Two very lower budget horror movies actually beat it at the box office. First of all, if you want to check out my Mandalorian and I Love Boosters double review, which I actually recorded right here on this space, you can check that out there. You can also check out my Backrooms review, which is one of the horror movies that beat it out at the box office. Obsession is the other one. I haven't seen it yet. I'm going to make a review when I have. They're talking about the Mandalorian and Grogu, okay? Now, this is what Tony Gilroy actually directed. He directed Andor. And where did they get that quote? Where he said, Star woke, first of all. I didn't even notice that. But the fuck the Empire quote, where did they get that quote? From his acceptance speech at the Peabody Awards, which is, amazing writing awards. We spent 6 years contemplating a fascist takeover of a galaxy far, far away. 6 years thinking about what happens to ordinary beings. An authoritarian, insane, unchecked regime comes into the deal, and the show is really kind of what we learned. If you're not willing to fight for the things you love, your family, your community, your culture, your planet, your truth, freedom, there's an asshole ready to come in and take it away. We learn that bravery and sacrifice and resistance comes in all shapes and sizes, and we learn that courage is contagious. There's so much happening. It's a fire hose of crap you can't get through. And here we are. This isn't a news cycle that goes by right now that doesn't contain a variety of outrages that any other time in our history in America wouldn't be grounds for treason. Please do not stop. Please do not turn out the lights until we can kill this fucking nightmare and fuck the empire. Okay? He said fuck the empire because he wanted a character in season 1 to say fuck the empire. But Disney was like, that's a line. Just a reminder, healthy reminder, go watch Andor if you haven't. Watch it on Disney Plus, or, sail the 7 seas, if you will, and just watch it, spread it, get it out there, because that is more than a show, man. That is a blueprint. That is a blueprint. And these fucking idiots at this table have no goddamn idea, one, with the show, what they're even criticizing. They think Tony Gilroy directed Mandalorian and Grogu. Nobody did a fact check that it was actually Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau who made that movie. Don't worry, guys. You'll get your slop. You'll get your Star Wars slop. Matter of fact, you would love Mandalorian and Grogu. There's no politics in that at all, even a little bit. There's barely any character motivations in that movie, barely at all, even a little bit. These fucking idiots don't know what they're goddamn talking about. And I'm sick of letting them control the fucking narrative. Asmongold, Geeks and Gamers, Nerdrotic. What was it? Smash JT. I just found out about, crying about the Halo cover. That the Halo cover is woke. But anyways, I just wanted to mention that quickly because it's been on my mind for a week. Let's get into some good news. And that is, we got some good candidates, man. We got some good candidates running for good offices, and boy, I hope they win. Please let them win. Firstly, you know what? Yeah. Okay. So, firstly, let's sorry, again, I'm sick. It's hard to think. I'm sorry, folks. Halo is woke. It's a worse fascist hellhole than people love to claim Starship Troopers is. Yeah, so that whole thing. I'll show you what that is quickly. This is the old Halo Combat Evolved cover. Okay. Campaign Evolved. And now, which, by the way, let me point out, this game that came out 20 fucking years ago had a full campaign and story mode and a multiplayer mode that helped revolutionize multiplayer and online gaming in general, right? Now, they sold those two modes separately as separate fucking games. You can get the multiplayer mode for free. I have it. It's the first Halo I've ever owned because it's free. But they want to make money on selling you skins and DLCs and all this bullshit. So they separated it and they made Campaign Evolved, which is a remake of the campaign from this game. And this is the cover here. And some fucking idiot called Smash JT or whatever said, because of the little purple smudge right here, that this is a signal of transgenderism. And this is bisexual lighting. They're trying to infect your kids with bisexuality and transgenderism. So that's what that fucking controversy was about, by the way. But yes, let me let me get into the candidates. Okay. Sorry. So anyways, we got some good candidates, all right? Let me set the stage here with a little piece of audio from Hassan, retweeted by the Republican National Committee.
I hope that although Zoran was the first in New York City, by the end of these midterms, Zoran will seem unremarkable. Because by then, we will have elected so many brilliant fighters into legislative offices throughout the New York City and the state.
Okay, so, and that's, first of all, Congressman Randy Fine said Hassan Piker is saying the quiet part out loud. Jihadi Mamdani, which is one of the most racist things, is just the beginning. Democrats want to fully transform America into communist China. It starts with Mamdani and ends with breadlines and mass famines. We can't let them do this to America. And Hassan responded, Randy, a famine would probably benefit you. Let's be real. Great clapback from Hassan. But I bring up Hassan not because we can put it in the title of a clip of this segment, but because it's actually relevant to what I'm talking about these good Dem candidates. We have a lot of good Dem candidates here in New York, but also all across the country. Over there in Colorado, Millet Quiros was supposed to have a rally with Justin Pearson from Tennessee, Donovan McKinney from Michigan, and Hassan. But all the venues and the vendors who would show up and provide like food and water and stuff like that and sales canceled their contracts last minute after what seems like calls from Diana DeGette, who is the incumbent candidate. Her real estate lobby friends told them not to. So literally a candidate stopped her competition from holding a rally. Democrats can be fascist too, folks. Democrats can be fascist too. But this is what happened after that.
Diana DeGette just called up her donor class to silence us. The Ogden, RealWorks, the Stanley Marketplace, all of them canceled our contracts at the last minute. All because we're calling for Medicare for all, for housing first, for universal child care. They are so goddamn scared. So you know what? We're taking this to the people's house. Join us at the Capitol at 4 p.m.
You can lock us out of the buildings, but you can't stop us from building this movement.
The people's voices must be heard. Together, let's take our power back. See you at 4 p.m.
Power to the people! Power to the people! Power to the people! Power to the people!
Power to the people.
That's what I mean, man. You're not going to stop this. It's over. I know the audio's cooked. The audio's very leftist audio, man. It's going to happen. But dude, once again, have establishment Dems and Republicans not heard about the Streisand effect? They love Barbra Streisand. How could they possibly not know about the Streisand fucking effect? And know that this now is going to put a lot more eyes on this rally. And that's exactly what happened. But let's check out some other great candidates, like Cori Bush, talking about the person who replaced her in Congress. Because I didn't know this, and I thought this was very interesting.
What do you think it says that? What do you think it says about? What do you think it's?
Because Wesley Bell is the guy who replaced her in Congress, backed by AIPAC, because AIPAC wanted to take her out. And now she's running again. She's like, I can run again and take my seat back. And Hassan's highlighting her here.
Says about him that he was so willing to work at the behest of a foreign state like Israel and overthrow a popular incumbent.
Overthrow someone that he knew, someone that has helped him in the past.
Oh, you guys have a history as well.
Oh, absolutely.
I did not know that.
Yeah. I actually called him.
Fake friends.
Yeah, fake friends. I called him when he announced he was running for U.S. Senate against Josh Hawley because he said Josh Hawley was the greatest threat to democracy. And so he was running against him. And I called him because people were saying, Corey, that's a lie. He's running against you. And so we had a conversation. Oh, no, sis, I'm not running against you. I wouldn't do it.
He lied to your face?
He lied. It's on recording. I have the recording.
Oh, my God. Leak it.
Yeah. Well, we put it out.
You put it out.
It's out. It's out. But
That's crazy. That's crazy. Just think about that, man. A Democrat says, I'm going to run against a Republican, a very unpopular Republican, a very dangerous Republican, Josh Hawley, right? And Josh Hawley, and so she's like, okay, I'll give you support for that. But then she's getting calls from friends going, hey, he's lying. He's actually going to run against you. He's trying to get capital and money and fundraising to run against you, primary you. And she's like, no, he wouldn't do that. So she called him up and he said, no, girl, sis, come on. I wouldn't do that. No, we're all in this together. I'm Jay-Z. We're all in this together, man. Black excellence. Stabbed her right in the back. So I'm interested to find that audio. But Cori Bush, another great candidate that we need to get back in Congress. Yet another great candidate. In Michigan, Abdul El Sayed with his first ad out for the campaign. Running against Haley Stevens, AIPAC's own Haley Stevens, and AIPAC's own Mallory McMorrow. This is Abdul El Sayed's new ad.
There is a man from Michigan
who knows how great he wants to work
and how great we can be again.
Abdul El Sayed grew up as Michigan as you get.
Parents worked the auto industry, football, U of M, became a doctor to help people.
Michigan has the opportunity to send Abdul to the United States Senate.
He rebuilt the health department after the politicians tore it down.
Got rid of millions of dollars of medical debt.
Got thousands of glasses for kids, including me. Abdul is a doctor.
Abdul ain't no politician.
The only candidate who has the guts to take all of them on and represent the working class.
No corporate PAC money.
Medicare for all.
Abolish ICE. He took on Trump's war, and he'll fight to invest our money right here. That's the Abdul way, baby.
This campaign will take on the powerful with three simple ideas. Money out of politics, money in your pocket, and Medicare for all.
Let's make Abdul the next U.S. Senator from Michigan.
I'm Abdul El Sayed, son of Michigan, and I approve this message.
Hell yeah.
Don't worry about his name.
Abdul El Sayed, son of Michigan, and I approve this message.
Don't worry about his name.
That's really funny. I took it back there for a second. I was like, what? Don't worry about his name. That's great. That's great. I love that. I love that. Adorable ad. El Sayed's a great dude. I hope he wins. I hope he wins. And let's take, again, I'm not stopping. There's more. Here's Claire Valdez here in New York, New York's own. This is a debate that I believe aired on last Wednesday night during the Knicks game. So basically nobody watched. But this is a good, this is a really important question because this has been a hot topic of debate, right? Certain synagogues have been hosting Zionist fascist Nazis who are selling land that they stole from murdering Palestinians in Palestine, right? In the West Bank and Gaza. And they hold these land sales, basically a real estate sale, in the synagogue so that when people find out and they go protest outside the synagogue, they go, oh my God, they're protesting a synagogue. They're hateful. They're racists. They're anti-Semitic. First of all, you can't be racist against Jews. Jews are not an ethnicity. It's a religion. Also, it's not the Jews that they're protesting. It's Zionists. It's illegal land sales from stolen fucking land. So this is a question about that.
No, I don't support it at the local level or national level. You know,
Like a buffer zone. That's what they've been talking about. Maybe we should have a law where you can't, if you're going to protest a synagogue, it needs to be a couple blocks away from the synagogue so that people won't know what you're protesting, and the people who are doing the illegal shit inside won't feel bad or hear you outside or be afraid that they might have some fucking consequences from doing illegal fucking war crime shit. I'm sorry I'm yelling. I know her audio is not very high, but here we go.
no, I don't support it at the local level or national level. You know, we have a fascist in the White House that is cracking down on free speech rights across the country. And for New York City to be putting even more restrictions on people's ability to protest and to stand up for what's right is unacceptable in this moment. And we also have to be clear about what these protesters are protesting. They're protesting the illegal sale of land in the West Bank that's in violation of international law. So we have to be clear, too, about what the purpose of these protests are and why people need to be protected in standing up against an apartheid state. No, I don't support it at the local level.
But, you know, I agree. I think that's a great answer because a lot of people don't know that that's what's happening, right? Free speech zones are absurd. You are allowed to have free speech in this 3-block radius. And that's all. That's all. And not anywhere near the actual thing that you're trying to protest. Oh, you want to go protest Delaney Hall in New Jersey, the ICE concentration camp where people are on a hunger strike? You got to go a couple blocks away so nobody knows what you're protesting. The whole point is you're protesting. You're doing civil disobedience. You're stopping the cars from getting in and out. You're harassing the people walking in and out of the fucking synagogue, which is a building, a synagogue, a church, a mosque, Church of Scientology, a Mormon temple, a Jewish temple, whatever. It's all bricks and mortar and wood and carpet and glass. It's a fucking building. It's a fucking building. It's not like it's a school where there's children. Like, you know, a place that should actually be protected. Not from protests. I don't know what protests would go on in the school. Well, I guess right-wing lunatics who would go into school board meetings and cause a fucking fit and threaten to murder teachers. Maybe we should have a buffer zone for that. But anyways, yet another New York candidate, Brad Lander, who I had the pleasure of meeting very briefly, and I've been trying to get on this show. I've been trying to get Brad Lander on the show. I don't know. We'll see. Fingers crossed, knock wood. Him and Elaine New I've been trying to get talk to. But this is his debate with Dan Goldman, who is the incumbent and, AIPAC's own Dan Goldman. Now, tricky for them, because everybody loves to conflate Jews and Zionism as the same thing. It's not. Judaism is a religion. Zionism is a political ideology and a way of government. Governance. And they're both Jews. So there's going to be no accusations of anti-Semitism here, thankfully. But this is an important question.
AIPAC support. Do you believe that AIPAC is helping or hurting the Democratic Party as a whole, and why? Mr. Lander, start with you, 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I think AIPAC is hurting the Democratic Party, partly by the way it spends money through super PACs that often don't even tell people what the purpose of their spending is. They just get in a race, try to find the worst thing about their opponent and say it over and over again. But more than that, demanding unconditional U.S. support for Netanyahu's wars, which are continuing. People are still dying in Gaza. Settler violence is raging in the West Bank. Israel is occupying Lebanon. And even while Donald Trump is trying to reach a peace deal with Iran, still bombing Beirut. So yes, I mean, I have never taken AIPAC money. I never will take AIPAC money. Representative Goldman is endorsed by them. It's one more very clear distinction in this race.
Thank you, Mr. Lander. Mr. Goldman, is AIPAC helping or hurting the Democratic Party as a whole, and why? 30 seconds.
Well, Brad and I agree on a lot of this. I do not think that AIPAC should unconditionally support the Israeli government, and I've made that very clear to them. I am endorsed by AIPAC, but I'm also endorsed by J Street. Brad is also approved by J Street, and anybody who understands these organizations knows that to be endorsed by both of them, you have to be independent and think about it independently. I do think that AIPAC has some real problems and is harmful in many ways, but they are an organization that I coordinate, that I discuss things with, as is J Street, as are many, many other people.
That you coordinate with? You see that slip there? He coordinates with them. Fantastic. Love Brad Lander. Very nice dude. There's a great ad that he has out now where his kids call him Dad Lander. And I'm like, bro, get that nickname trending. We need a Dad Lander of the country, please. Instead of a Mamala, can we have a Dad Lander? Can we have a Dad Lander instead of a Mamala? And the last candidate I wanted to highlight, I kind of talked about this a little bit 2 weeks ago, I think, when I covered that FD signifier video about Graham Plattner and whatnot. And this is Chris Rabb from Pennsylvania during this interview with Crystal Ball on Breaking Points. And I encourage you to watch the full interview. I also wanted to point back to Claire Valdez saying, well, we have a fascist in the White House right now. Let's normalize. I hate these fucking internet phrases, bro. Let's normalize just like saying shit like that. Oh, we have a fascist in the White House. And people go, whoa, whoa, whoa. That's extreme language. You go, what are you talking about? That's weird. That's weird that you think it's weird I called him a fascist. Like that Tim Walz weird shit in the 2024 campaign that was like 2 weeks of it really heating up and working. Maintain that. The Colorado woman who was like, yeah, we don't give a damn. We don't give a goddamn that they're going to cancel our rally. We're going to fucking march to the White House, to the Capitol. We're going to march to the Capitol, turn this into a protest. You just turn a rally into a protest and you got way more people to show up than would have showed up to the rally. Stupids. Yeah, let's get fucking hostile. Like Crystal Ball's husband, Kyle Kalinske, a.k.a. the General of Dark Woke 2.0 or whatever he calls himself. But let's hear this clip of Chris Rabb.
Yeah, this is challenging for me because I've felt that folks who have been identified as hard-scrabbled, populist, left of center white guys get far more leeway than folks like me, black progressives. And that's a double standard that is largely based on race. And I think that's a conversation we need to have. If I had some problematic tattoo that related to white folk, I don't think I would be viable, even in a majority black district, because I think the money would not be there for me to run the campaign I needed. I think there's a clear double standard that the left has to talk about as it relates to our racial politics and what is acceptable. And, I also have PTSD. I have actual PTSD. And I also have political PTSD because in this state, we elected a fake populist in Fetterman. And when I feel Fetterman vibes, I get very, very nervous. I don't know Plattner. I've not followed his race closely. I've had, a grueling 10-month campaign I'm just coming out of. So now I'm really seeing what's on the landscape of opportunity in the House and the Senate. But I do think we need to hold space for folks with genuine grievances, and we need to have a process for those folks who are expressing legitimate concerns about the behaviors and choices of candidates, but to do so in a way that is in the spirit of restorative justice as opposed to the spirit of the politics of personal destruction.
I think that's a good way to put it. I feel like he watched that video too. It was like, yeah, why is Platter getting this pass and I'm not? Yeah, if he's right. If he had a tattoo that said "I love Farrakhan," and Farrakhan's not even equivalent to like, you know, the Totenkopf tattoo that Platter had, right? Because, you know, Farrakhan is not a Nazi, whatever. But if he had some kind of like a Black Panther tattoo or something like that, oh, they would have been like, no way, you can't run, you're too extreme, you're a terrorist or whatever the fuck. Absolutely. And leftists would have been saying that. That's the point. This is an intra-left conversation, and it should be that. We should be able to have these conversations and still be like, yeah, of course, I hope Plattner wins over Susan Collins, but I might not hype him as much. You know, I might hype someone like Chris Rabmore or Cori Bush or Ilhan Omar, who's not even running, but just like, hey, can we have her as like, I don't know, Speaker of the House? Can we have Rashida Tlaib as Speaker of the fucking House? Or some, like, move them up into leadership. People of color, especially women of color, still in a leftist space, get the short end of the fucking stick, and it needs to be pointed out. It needs to be pointed out for the whites to go, hey, whites, remember how you care about anti-racism? Well, check yourself. You need to check yourself before you riggedy wreck yourself. We're not trying to come after you or cancel you or say you're not as woke as this person. I'm not trying to measure wokeness levels. I'm just trying to say, hey, we all have the same goal, right? Actually, do we? So let's actually try to do that. And listen to what I'm saying. Don't just dismiss me and tell me to get in line for you. And when I say, hey, maybe you get in line for me, you go, what the fuck? I'm not going to do that. Follow a black person? The fuck out of here. So, again, some good candidates. Some great candidates. I'm excited about the possibilities of this moment with a fascist in the White House. Again, this is not even as extreme as the Republicans could get. This is not even the end point of conservatism. We're edging there. We're seeing what it could be, but it's not quite there. It's not quite there. But, you know, some people would like to see what it looks like. Would love to see what it looks like. And some of those people are people at ABC News. Because why the fuck do you invite J.D. Vance on The View? Okay? Now, I'm not going to play all of this. I'm not going to play any of this, honestly. I don't want to fucking hear him talk. But just having him there. First of all, he's selling a fucking book. He's selling a book, which, if you know anything about politics, someone selling a book, that means they're planning on running for higher office. So he still thinks he's running for 2028. And I'm not sure Trump got that memo. Why have him on? Why have him on? Why try to normalize this squishy couch fucker? Why try to normalize the couch fucker? Even if you're criticizing him. Nothing should, like, you get fired. Get fired, Whoopi. Get fired. Anyone else on this panel? Who's sitting next to him? Let me get a wide shot. Joy Behar? Do you give a shit, Joy? You're Jewish. You remember the concentration camps. You're that old. Do you give a shit that he's setting up concentration camps, or are they too brown for you? Are you a Zionist as well? Are they too brown for you? This one, Anna Navarro, like, left the Republican Party, basically. Not really. Not really. She's still a neocon. She's just maybe has a blue tie now instead of a red tie. Over Donald Trump. You're sitting next to this guy. How does he make it out of the studio? Is my question. That's all I'm saying. How does he make it out of the studio? Like, sure, invite him, let him come in, but how does he make it out? And that leads me into the real big event. Well, a little more amuse-bouche before the real big event of the weekend. You know, the Knicks. We're all very excited. I'll probably talk about it more tomorrow with Dieter. But the UFC 250 for Donald Trump's birthday. It's not actually the 250th anniversary of the United States, of course. That's July 4th. And even then, I don't even know the technicalities of that. This weekend, it was just for Trump's birthday. He's 80. He's 80. And this was, where was this? In Houston, Elephant joins Texas GOP convention and pees right between the press area and delegates after Governor Greg Abbott's speech. I think just a perfect encapsulation of the Republican Party right now, dragging an old, tired animal who doesn't really want to be there, doesn't know what's going on around him, Donald fucking Trump, who's constantly pissing himself, Donald fucking Trump, through a crowd of people cheering it on.
Hey, just don't hang your arm over. Please take a step in.
This is what Donald Trump does. This is what Donald Trump has done to the country, to the Republican Party. Not that it was a good party in the first place, but this is what Donald Trump has done to the country. And again, what a perfect metaphor. Cut that into a short. Just that segment. But anyways, continuing on, a little more amuse-bouche, a little more appetizer. This is Jake Lang with, who is this? Francesca Clips. This is actually Francesca. Who are you, Francesca? I don't know who this is. Is she a model? A right-wing Instagram model with only 3,000 followers? You're not doing very well as a model. Okay, you're affiliated with this. Okay. So I guess she has a right-wing cooking show, and she's doing it with this dude, Jake Lang. Now, this is 34 minutes. We're not going to watch it. Maybe I'll watch it on stream on my own. Follow me over on YouTube and Twitch to see me do that. But the show is called Back in the Kitchen or Back to the Kitchen. Hey, women, this is what we should be doing. Go back to the kitchen. Go back to the kitchen. And let's just play the very beginning here.
My name is Francesca.
Hey guys, it's Jake Lang here.
And welcome back to the kitchen. This is episode 1.
Patriot lady.
Thank you. A patriot lady. It's almost, when you said it, I heard like pilgrim lady, you know?
Yeah, good.
Good.
We're going to put you back in the kitchen where the pilgrim ladies were.
Where my ancestors were and where they thrived.
Amen.
They really did thrive.
Oof, God, you got to be some kind of pick me, boy. Yes, the reason I wanted to talk about Jake Lang in this fashion is because, one, this is super fucking corny and lame, because they all are. But yes, Jake was arrested again. He keeps getting arrested because what he does, if you don't know who he is, he just shows up and says like some of the most racist shit you could say. He also like barges through court hearings and stuff. He professionally gets arrested and also walks around with a bulletproof vest like anybody cares to fucking do anything to him. But I just want to point out how fucking lame they are. But oh my God. Somebody investigate. Let's just keep this in the back of your minds, folks. What is this? Ursula Weidman models. Here it is. Ursula Weidman models. Because, you know, we've always been a little bit confused about like, how does Tim Scott all of a sudden get a girlfriend when he's running for office and he's been single? How does how does Kyle Rittenhouse get a girlfriend when people are questioning if he can get laid at all or whatever? Maybe some of these modeling companies are pimping out girls. We don't know. We have no evidence. But I can say for sure that we do have evidence. In addition to Ashley St. Clair's testimonies, Elon Musk's baby mama, who has turned from the dark side, we're keeping an eye on her. But seemingly has turned from the dark side and is exposing how scripted and staged all of the Republican messaging has been. Here's a hot mic clip from Riley Gaines' podcast. Does she have a podcast now? Why the fuck do you have a podcast? You swim, bitch. You're known for swimming. What does anybody give a shit what you have to say? Even if you are a great swimmer and you weren't right wing. I don't give a fuck what Michael Phelps has to say about anything. Other than maybe what it's like to win an Olympic medal while stoned. But anyways, here's Riley Gaines literally getting told talking points on mic.
Wait, tell me the pillars again. So it's pro-life.
First Amendment, Second Amendment, sanctity of life, and veteran and first responders.
Okay.
Hang on. That was a little too quiet. Let's see. Pro-life.
First Amendment, Second Amendment, sanctity of life, and veteran and first responders.
Okay.
I can't even hear that.
First, second. Yep. Cool. The First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the sanctity of life, our veterans, I feel very passionately about. Do you guys, if you're going to talk about, I mean, you hate to even call them political issues, but do you specifically say like the left or the right, or is that something you try to kind of refrain from?
This is instructive. This is very instructive. This could also be a short if you want, Nick and Jet and whatnot. This could also, dude, this is instructive as fuck because this is talent. I heavily quote talent in the terms of like Hollywood, the talent being the actor, the person on camera, right? In sports, the talent would be the players themselves, not the coaches, not the helpers, not the rest of the team. There is a, NASCAR. The talent is the driver, not the pit crew, not the spot, So she's the talent, and she's literally coming in here for a Patriot Mobile ad. Is this her podcast, or is her podcast sponsored by Patriot Mobile? Because she seems like she's came in here and was like, how do you guys want to do it? Because I've been at places where they say, yes, go at the left. And I don't know if that's how you roll or what do you want. This is fucking interesting, dude.
Refrain from? Like if I were to say something to the effect of like the left is still doubling down.
Yeah, you can say that.
So they said, yes, you could say that.
Okay. I've heard you introduce from the beginning, so.
Okay. First, that's what I needed to figure out really quick is when I first, I mean, definitely over a year though. I would say, can I just say that like around 2 years ago? Yeah. Wait, tell me the pillars again. So it's pro-life.
First Amendment.
Okay. First, second. Yep. Hello, my name is Riley Gaines, and I'm a very, very proud Patriot Mobile user, and I have been for about 2 years now.
Your career might be over in the right wing ecosphere. It might be the end. I've never heard someone complain so much about losing 5th place. Very funny. And what did she follow that up with? Literally being directed what to say. Isn't that hilarious? Isn't that fucking hilarious, bro? It's all staged. They don't care. It's just making money, dude. That's why ABC says, yeah, we're booking JD Vance on The View. And I don't know if any of the hosts put up a fight. If they did, they lost and they succumbed and they bowed and they knelt. Dude, in the fucking 80s, All right. And I don't really have that much of a problem with Andrew Dice Clay. I think he kind of sucks. And honestly, looking back on a lot of his shit, it was just low-hanging, bigoted fruit. For sure. And people thought that way back in the 80s. Matter of fact, very famous interview with George Carlin on Larry King, where he's like criticizing him in a very constructive way. Check that out. Andrew Dice Clay hosted Saturday Night Live. And some of the cast members had such a problem with it that they refused to appear on that episode with him. And you know what happened? They came back the next week. So they could have, on The View, we're not showing up. You make JD Vance show up, we're not here. Who's going to interview him? We're not going to be here. Fuck you. But they fucking didn't, because they don't give a fuck. Even though Jimmy Kimmel on the same network, probably tonight, will make a joke about it. I heard JD Vance was in the building. I hope he's not coming for me. And everyone laughs and fucking praises Jimmy fucking Kimmel of the Man fucking Show. Adam Carolla's best fucking friend. Where's the last time they hung out? They still in contact? They still fucking best buds? Does it even matter to him? That's for TV. Me and Adam Carolla, we're fucking thick as thieves. Fuck out of here. Now, what does Riley Gaines do after this? Does what any fucking internet celebrity does when embroiled in a controversy, especially a GOP one. Says to go touch grass, find a hobby, and get aligned with Patriot Mobile. Still turns it into an ad. Turns the non-apology. This is not, you're not apologizing. I didn't do anything wrong. Never admit you did anything wrong. I'm going to meme it. I'm going to say, touch grass, get offline. Come on, who cares? Get offline. Don't look at that. Don't look at the stuff that people are sending you of me. Literally get told talking points. Ignore them. Look at me. Ignore them. Touch grass. Touch grass. Get Patriot Mobile. Let's see what she says.
I generally don't get on my phone on the weekends. I had no idea that I was involved in this internet online X controversy.
Don't they all say that too? And that's just nonpartisan. They all say, I don't really go on my phone much. Your entire career is on the fucking internet, dude. Of course you do. Stop fucking lying, you fucking ass.
Does not exist anywhere outside of X, by the way.
Hold on, what?
Online X controversy that does not exist anywhere outside of X.
Again, is X good? You're referring to it as X? It was better when it was Twitter for them, because then they could blame it on Twitter. This is a Twitter controversy. It doesn't exist anywhere outside of Twitter. It's the internet, touch grass, blah, blah, blah. But now it's Elon, and now it's X. We have to support this thing. But even then, you're still trying to blame it on Twitter or X. So which is it? Which is it? Fucking fifth place loser. Which is it? I could swim faster than you.
By the way, surrounding Patriot Mobile. So I figured I would just make a video, clear some things up. Number one, Patriot Mobile has never, ever, ever paid me for anything. Not a service, not a campaign, not a commercial, not an ad, an endorsement, a product, nothing. I've never, ever been paid by Patriot Mobile. Check the filings, check like my bank account. I don't know. They've never paid me. So the whole bought and paid.
You heard her, folks. Hack her bank account and find out if she's been paid by Patriot Mobile. Or, redistribute that wealth.
Poor thing would maybe be
made
applicable
from losing.
if I'd been paid, which I haven't. But even still, no, it wouldn't be, because I really am a proud Patriot Mobile user. Clearly, I live in the country. I love their service. I've never had a problem with it, whereas that has not been the case with other phone lines. I like the causes they support. They are pro-life, pro-veteran, pro-military, pro-freedom. Just to provide some context to the raw footage that was released, which I will say it was a total blunder on Patriot Mobile's end of having that footage where it could be accessed by.
See, now she's mad. She's pointing out, I'm pissed that happened. You shouldn't, that was the blunder on your part. You shouldn't have had that footage. It should have been able to be released.
By the public.
Why? But why would that happen? You should know the tenets in your heart. Jesus should have told you. White, blonde Jesus should have fucking done it. I'm sick and I'm yelling.
Guess you got me. It's not natural for me to like sit in front of a camera and film myself talking with no teleprompter, with no script.
You're literally doing that right now. That's how you made your career.
It really was a personal and heartfelt endorsement. But when I was asking, like, is it okay if I use this language and this, if I say this, that mostly came from working with several 501c3s and 501c4s over the past few years, understanding that you have to be very specific about the language. I understand that Patriot is a for-profit, so maybe I didn't necessarily have to be concerned about those things. I wanted to make sure that I was saying everything in a manner that would not.
You just for free went to Patriot Mobile headquarters to record an ad. You didn't get paid. And again, like I was saying, she was the talent. She has worked with other companies before. She's like, how do you want to do it? Do you want to blame the left? Do you want me to keep it a little bit more ambiguous and vague and subtle? Or you want to go harder? Fucking diabolical. It is a fucking show business for them.
Get the brand in trouble legally or financially. I don't know. That's just my very young, naive, not business-minded brain. I don't know. Like, I feel like that's pretty standard.
Yeah, you know what you should do? You should follow Francesca and Jake Lang's lead and get back to the fucking kitchen, stupid. If you don't know what the fuck you're doing. You know what the fuck you're fucking doing. All right, now, let's get to the main fucking event, okay? Let's get to the main fucking event. UFC 250. I can't hear her talk anymore, all right? I'm sorry. That was very funny, though. Welcome to day one of the UFC event. This is Laura Jadid, great reporter on the ground always. Welcome to day one of UFC Freedom 250 Fan Fest, the thing that is happening on the White House lawn. The bread is beer. The beer costs $12. Romans got theirs for free. The circus, as you can see, is everywhere. I love that poetry right there. It's bread and circuses, but you can't afford either. So let's get a little bit of... Oh, my God. No music. So this is what it looked like. This is crazy that this is on the White House lawn. And you know what? I'm going to say this. I am the devil's advocate. Obama should have done shit like this, dude. Obama should have had like concerts back there or something. Like more community. The way Mamdani is making people fucking love New York again and has a whole like website where here's all the free or very cheap events and activities that you can do during the summer or at any point in the city. Here's all the cool stuff that New York has to offer that doesn't cost an arm and a leg. Obama should have done that for the nation. Or at least DC. Hey, come to the lawn, hang out. Like, honestly, why does Trump sometimes, I mean, this is ridiculous. The stage and all this shit. But like, I don't know. Have a picnic. Do something. Something to make it seem like you actually are working for us. That for Obama, who is also a piece of shit, you know, would have been good propaganda for him. But Donald Trump seems like a fucking populist for doing this. Now, again, nowhere close to Mamdani fucking literally celebrating in the streets with the Knicks winning. But yeah, I mean, so now, of course, as I pointed out, the Knicks, the New York Post loves to highlight the few instances of violence that occurred amongst random people. And, you know, we could do the same thing by highlighting the white-on-white crime, the white-on-white violence that happened at the UFC 50 brawl. Man, white people.
Yo, watch out, cops, you're going to jail, bro. You fucked up.
Hey. I love that dude. Dude, cops, you're going to jail, dude. You fucked up. That's great. Great commentary from the videographer.
Hey. No, stop! Get down! Get down! Get down!
Look, I will say, fuck the police, ACAB always. However, it's a nice visual to see a black woman handcuffing a white man.
Bro, I got you. I saw it.
As the fight is happening, that's so funny. What other highlights do we have? Well, we have Daniel Cormier, who is a UFC fighter himself, I believe, shared a DM, a direct message from Eric Trump, one of Trump's sons, asking, "Are any of the fights tomorrow rigged?" And then he deleted the tweet because I'm sure he got threats. But he says, Eric says to Daniel, "Hey, Daniel, I'm going to be attending UFC tomorrow. Saw you were casting. Hope to see you there." Yo, Eric, I guess he's a former fighter, so he's in casting now. Didn't expect a DM from you. Excited to meet you and the family and blah, blah, blah. Anything you can tell me about the fighters tomorrow? Who you got winning? And he says, haha, I like to stay unbiased, but I love to watch Nicole fight. And he said, you placing any bets? He says, no, I'm actually not allowed to bet on any cards or anything because he has integrity on this sport. Is it a dumb sport? I think so, but whatever. Actually, no, it's not. It's fighting. It is it's a sport. It's a legit sport. But like, whatever. He has integrity about the sport that he was a part of and he's still a part of and he cares about. But then Eric says he's trying to get information. Are any of the fighters injured that you know of? I'm not quite sure why you're asking me this, but I think they're all good. And he says, I'm just going to cut to the chase. Are any of the fights tomorrow rigged? I've been eyeing the Lopez fight, and I think an upset wouldn't be too unrealistic. It's like money symbols. So maybe he's going to share the money. I don't know. He says, no, none of our fights are rigged. And honestly, I am appalled that you would even ask me something like that. So again, now these are deleted tweets. And it says it's real, got deleted quick. I'm probably going to get a lot of flack. This is what the original tweet said. I'm probably going to get a lot of flack for bringing this to light. However, I refuse to stay silent. The UFC is a sport I am deeply passionate about. I will not tolerate this type of insider behavior. Shame on anyone trying to ruin this beautiful event. Interested to see what Joe Rogan has to say about this shit. If he even says anything at all. The coward. The cunt. But my lovely, lovely off-screen, I know I'm about to end. I'm sorry. I don't mean to hold you up, Carlos. But I just wanted to point out something that my lovely, lovely off-screen wife shared with me right before going live here. This is footage of Don Jr., Trump's other son, other fail son, doing what we've been suspecting all along and doing coke at the fight. It's on camera. On camera, Don. On camera, Don. So that's two of his children. And now here's the last child. And again, we bring it back to Jimmy Kimmel. But this is a segment on Jimmy Kimmel the other night, I guess, on Monday, where the announcer had a little Freudian slip for Donald Trump's third child that he acknowledges. Tiffany, he doesn't acknowledge. But Ivanka. And this is him, I guess, in the ring congratulating the winner. I don't know.
What a moment for Carolina Gaethje, an amazing woman, getting to meet President Trump and the First Lady Ivanka.
The First Lady Ivanka? What? I guess somebody's birthday wish came true.
Oh, how funny, Jimmy. How's Adam Carolla lately? How do you feel about J.D. Vance being in the building today? Today. What are you going to say tonight, motherfucker? What are you going to say tonight? I'll talk about this tomorrow with Dieter. But, folks, if you need to know who to vote for, check the DSA website. They got a whole slate of candidates lined up for you. You put in your voting address, and they'll tell you who to vote for, or who they endorsed, rather. And thank you so much for watching. Really appreciate it. Carlos is up next with a difficult truth, and I'll see you tomorrow, folks.
So caught up in the day-to-day, just keeping your head down and fighting to survive. We grow by each other like ghosts every day, ignorant to the struggle, the fight with one another. Complacent with the fact that our systems are broken, with the fact that the top 10 will always be first in line, the fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up, and that is a difficult truth.
Welcome to the Tuesday stream. I hope everyone's having an awesome Tuesday. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for that awesome content, Alex. Appreciate that. And just to add to that, I don't know if you mentioned it. Speaking on the UFC debacle, not only do we have like blatant straight up corruption with all these DMs that were leaked by Daniel Cormier, which I totally believe actually happened 100%. It doesn't matter how much they want to try to hide that. Corruption seems to be like the MO, like the natural status of things here, the status quo. But to add to that, the UFC fighters were also paid in crypto, in crypto, which incidentally, I believe Trump has a hand in that too. So it's just corruption on corruption on corruption in any which way you wanna slice it. Just saying hello to some people here. Jet, welcome. Ladybug, good to see you. Silas, Alex, again, thank you for that awesome show. Appreciate that. Johnny, appreciate that. Welcome, everybody. Folks, if you haven't done so, please do all the things and hit all the buttons, folks. It really does help us out. If you want to support the stream, support the show, support the channel, please hit the subscribe button, like, comment, share, do the little emojis on the side of the chat. I don't know how much, okay, that this is a thing. I think this is only on mobile. So you're going to have to excuse my ignorance on this, but if you have the ability to hype the video, there's like little things that YouTube allows you to do. I don't know if that's like the type of content that you have to wait that's just posted or live content. But yeah, if you can hit any type of engagement, like, share, subscribe, spread the word, it all really does help us out. That is one of the best ways to support the channel. We are here Mondays through Thursdays. Every Monday is Monday News Day. If you want to catch up on the news, check out the Monday stream. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, we have live and syndicated content like the show you're watching here. My show's on Tuesdays, every Tuesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. So I appreciate all the support. Let's get started, folks. I was impassioned, I agree. Okay, that's a good thing, though. It's a good thing. Let's get started, folks. We have plenty of stuff to talk about, that's for sure. All right. So we've been informed that the war is over, folks. That's it. It's done. The war is over. Prices are going to be, they're going to be coming down real fast. But you know, then we actually hit reality. Regardless of what Trump says, okay, prices, gas, everything is not just gonna, you know, drop rapidly. That the war is presumably over, okay? Presumably. I don't believe that a ceasefire is the actual goal. Yeah, mission accomplished, exactly. That is not something that I believe that ceasefire is the actual goal. At any given point, this can be derailed, or this has been just too much cost politically for Republicans, and that's the only option that they have. But as I've been saying time and time again, Iran is the one that's going to dictate the terms of this conflict. Iran is the one that's going to dictate how this is going to end. And so it has, right? Presumably, we don't know the details of this negotiation because they're not making it public as of right now. My guess, if I had to guess, my guess is that it's probably going to be something similar to what the Obama era deal was, and they don't want to publicize that because people are just going to connect the dots and go, wait a minute, wasn't this just like the Obama deal? What do we gain here? What are we doing here exactly? And I think that would kind of blow the lid off everything. Let the cat out of the bag, so to speak. So I think that's what's happening. I think that literally the deal is just basically going back to square zero. And Iran basically got like whatever they were looking for, which is a cease to the hostilities, retention of control of the Strait of Hormuz. They don't really care about nuclear weapons because that wasn't really on their agenda anyway, so who cares? And a ceasefire on Lebanon, supposedly. Supposedly. Okay. And unfrozen funds that belong to them anyways. Supposedly. We don't actually know the real details in the agreement, but like I said, I think that the reason why they're not making it very public is because it's probably going to be something like it used to be. And that would be insane if this got out, broadly speaking, so to the broad population. So that's what I think. The war's over, presumably. We'll see, presumably. On that note, the Trump team has promised normal traffic in the Strait of Hormuz within a month, which is not really realistic. Shipping officials, the people that are actually in this, project 50% at best, which is and that's in a month. And that's in a month. President Trump and his team has offered optimistic assessments. I suppose that's one way of wording it. when the Strait of Hormuz, scheduled to be demined and fully reopened by Friday, will return to pre-war levels of shipping traffic. The strait is already partially open, the president said on Monday. In France, adding on Tuesday, ships are starting to move. A senior official also said this week that a return to pre-war traffic will return definitely within 30 days, which is obviously just not feasible at all. I believe it when I see it. Yeah, me too. I'm just saying, this is all what we've been presumably told, okay? Many shipping analysts expect shipping traffic to resume at a much slower pace and question whether any surge will be durable. Trademark firm Kepler offered in a research note on Monday that shipping traffic is likely to reach about 40% of pre-war levels within a month, held back by unresolved questions on mining, Iranian control of the passage. The group doesn't expect full normalization until well into 2027. Ooh. Yeah. The group's analysts expect to see 40 or more ships making passage per day in about 4 weeks' time, in contrast to 100 daily transits before the war began. Are we great again yet? On February 28th, about 1/5 of the globe's oil passes through the strait before the war. We're not looking at an immediate return to normal, said Mona Yakuin of the Center for Strategic and International Studies in an appearance in This Week on Yahoo Finance. We are in a new normal. It's not very comforting, but okay. The Kepler analysis also raised questions about the sustainability of traffic, describing the initial moves likely to be made by ships that have been trapped for months. Those vessels are likely to flush out, assessed the 12 Kepler analysts who authored the report, without lifting underlying throughput. Niels Rasmussen, chief shipping analyst at the International Shipping Association, BIMCO, said in a statement that about 600 ships remain trapped. We expect it will take several weeks for all ships to leave the Persian Gulf. The key question is whether a significant number of ships will then seek to enter the Persian Gulf, given that the current deal between the US and Iran expires after 60 days and Iran has promised to charge tolls at the same time. So, yeah. That's cool. That's cool. If you thought inflation was going away anytime soon, these people think that it's going to work like a magic marker, right? Where you just erase, like a dry erase marker. It's not the case at all. And the fact that Iran now reserves the right to charge tolls, which they're trying to play off as fees, this administration is trying to say, well, they're not tolls, they're, fees, whatever, dude. This is all, the inflation is going to be persistent, to say the least. A reopening will probably result in tankers still trapped in the Gulf exiting the strait as soon as possible, said the analyst at Capital Economics, wrote on Monday. But it is unclear how quickly tankers will enter the strait to collect oil and liquid and natural gas. The issue of leftover mines is also worrying shippers. Another BIMCO official, Chief Safety and Security Officer Jacob Larson, said this week that statements from the two governments do not offer sufficient information regarding key aspects such as timings and safe routes, and that the security situation remains volatile. The threat of mines in the area remains a concern immediately as well as further down the line. He added, calling out a history of overly optimistic reassurance from both the U.S. and Iran. Trump, meanwhile, downplayed the danger, describing clearing efforts currently underway in the Strait of Hormuz as doing a little hunting for a couple of mines that they already found. Yeah, this is the same guy who said that making sure that the reflection pool is going to be fine. And now it's an algae mess. Yeah, I can definitely trust that guy. Definitely trust that guy. A U.S. senior official also said, we all know where the mines are at this point. Okay. This is not being back to normal anytime soon, okay? And again, just even if all of this is true, right? Like, even if the war is over on Friday, all parties signed, all hostilities have ceased, this is not going to go back to normal for quite a while. In fact, the assessment that these people are saying is well into next year. So that's going to be a long time, and it's unclear if any of these already, if the inflation that is already locked in and baked in here will ever go away, because prices, generally speaking, don't go down. Okay, once people pay that extra dollar, that extra $10, that extra $50, whatever, that's it. That's it. It's locked in. You will be paying those extra, that's what people are willing to pay. So companies are not going to just all of a sudden reduce prices because of all of this being over. That's not how it works. There's no incentive for companies to lower prices if people were paying 50, whatever, X amount more previously, and there's just no incentive to lower the prices. It's not going to happen. It is noticeably more optimistic language from the administration than just a couple of weeks ago, when Secretary of State Little Marco Rubio told senators that Iran had mined a large segment of the crucial waterway. Now it's miraculously not a problem at all. It's all fine. It's all good. Yeah, there you go. That's what I was talking. I'm sorry. Iran was the one that said their fees not told, but tomato. So, yeah. The inflation is going to be incredibly stubborn. This guy thought that this was all going to be done by the midterms. This guy thought this was all going to be over by the midterms. Nope. Nope. Not at all. Shifting gears here in a lowercase w, because I think that this does deserve to be brought up here. In a lowercase w, a judge has ruled that trans people won't face criminal charges for checks notes. Yes, using the bathroom. Yeah, using the bathroom. A judge ruled today that trans people won't face criminal charges for using Idaho public restrooms that match their gender identities. It's kind of difficult to say that this is like, in context, okay? In context, this is a W, okay? Because it is absurd that we are calling just simple, basic human rights a W, but this is kind of like the situation that we're in. So, yeah. The ruling from U.S. District Judge Amanda Bracewell put on hold the enforcement of key components of a law adopted in March and set to take effect July 1st that went further than laws in other states to restrict which bathrooms trans people, and incidentally, like just people, right, can use in public spaces, including privately owned places where restrooms are open to the public. Quote, this ruling will allow trans people throughout Idaho to find and use a public restroom, said Lambda legal lawyer Cal Olson in a statement on Tuesday today, without the fear of arrest looming over them, while we continue the longer fight to permanently defeat this discriminatory law in court. And make no mistake about it, this is a massively discriminatory law. It should not be allowed, should not have been allowed at all in the first place. But we live in an era where the Supreme Court has essentially, time and time again, has shown disdain for basic human rights. So, yeah, this is where we're at. At least 19 states, including Idaho, have laws that limit which bathrooms trans people can use in schools or sometimes other public buildings. And just to be clear, like this isn't just going to affect. It's primarily targeted towards trans people, obviously, but this isn't going to just affect trans people. Okay, at all. The Idaho law signed by Republican Governor, of course, Brad Little in March went further. It applies to restrooms even in private buildings if they're open to the public, which again, where's my small government people at, huh? Yeah. It introduced criminal penalties, including up to a year in jail for a first offense and up to 5 years in prison for a second offense. So just to be clear, the Idaho Republican governor and legislature found it more important than anything, okay? Because I don't think, as far as I know, Idaho has any type of safety net for healthcare, because federal government sure as heck doesn't. I don't see Idaho putting massive and extensive resources to make sure that there's less unhoused people. I don't see Idaho putting up resources to making sure that that public education is well funded. I don't see Idaho putting forth state programs like New York to make sure that people have food. I mean, I don't see Idaho making proposals to tax the ultra wealthy to make sure that people that social programs are well funded. None of this, but they do have time to make sure that trans people use the quote-unquote right bathroom. I mean, how obsessed do you have to be that about trans people that you want to police the bathroom? And how are you going to exactly enforce this? Are you going to have police doing inspections? Like, I'm confused as to how this is going to work. Yeah, avoid Idaho at all costs. I agree. And to make the first offense, by the way, of just incorrectly using the bathroom, right? A criminal offense is using the incorrect bathroom. You could possibly face a year in jail. 5 years if it's your second offense. The law included exceptions allowing a person to use a single-use restroom designated for opposite sex if it's the only reasonable available one, and when the person is in dire need of using the restroom, which is insane, because last time I checked, every need to use the restroom is a dire need. There's no option here, right? Like, what are you supposed to do? Not use the restroom at all? That's not an option. Every time you need to use the restroom is theoretically a dire need, right? Like, what are you supposed to do? This is just insane. The Idaho Chiefs of Police Association was concerned about how police would determine if someone was in, quote, dire need. 6 trans Idaho residents represented by Lambda and the ACLU sued, arguing the law is unconstitutionally vague. Yeah, of course. Bradsford, who's appointed by former President Joe Biden, largely agreed with the plaintiffs. Her order didn't entirely throw out the law. Instead, the judge set some parameters, saying that the law couldn't be enforced against someone using a single-stall restroom or when no single-user restroom is available and unoccupied on the same floor as multi-user facility. Like, what are we doing here exactly? Like, we're outlining like what the restrictions are for a law that's trying to police who goes where in a bathroom. This is insanity. And make no mistake about it, if by any chance this law sees significant success, other red states who have supermajorities and, red Republican governors will follow suit. Okay, I would estimate that that would follow. They already have bathroom laws in a lot of states, but if Idaho is successful, and can prove that this severe restriction on freedom is viable, then other states will easily just copy paste, because why not? Instead, oh yes, no one should be forced to choose between the threat of arrest for being themselves in public or the threat of harassment and violence for acting the way the state wants them to be. And that's basically it, right? That's basically it, said ACLU lawyer Barbara Schreiber. The preliminary injunction is a vital first step as we continue to challenge this gross violation of privacy and fundamental equality until the law is blocked for good. Idaho Attorney General Raul Labrador said he plans to appeal Tuesday's ruling. He said that even with the ruling, it can take effect regarding changing rooms in some restrooms. That also applies to people who are not trans. Exactly. So, yeah. Yeah, if you thought this wasn't your fight because you're not trans, okay? I've got news for you. Because it is, okay? Just because you're not trans doesn't mean that this isn't your fight either, okay? This is why it's so important to always stand shoulder to shoulder with marginalized people. Because their fight is your fight. It's just a fact of the matter. This is a results-driven decision that misapplies laws, confuses the issues, and misrepresents the position of the state. No, I think the position of the state is very, very, very clear. If you ask me. He said in a statement, biological sex is not vague and neither is this law. Yeah, okay. Sure. Sure, bud. Speaking of weaponization of the Justice Department against perceived political opponents, look, I'm not, Gavin Newsom's strongest warrior. I'm more interested in highlighting the increasingly aggressive federal government against perceived political opponents. As long as they're able to operate in this manner, they're going to keep trying to do this. They're going to keep trying to attack perceived political opponents, weaponizing the Justice Department against them. Here's a question, okay? In the hypothetical slush fund that, is no longer going to exist anymore, but whatever. Just in this hypothetical, would Gavin Newsom and his wife be allowed to take some of that slush fund, victims of weaponized government? You think that would fly? No, probably not. Probably not. California Governor Gavin Newsom said on yesterday that the Department of Justice is investigating him as well as his wife and claimed that President Trump is coming after me because I'm considering running for president. First of all, please don't. We don't need. But anyways, the point is, yeah, of course. Of course, the very same things that Donald Trump was crying about is literally the very same things that he himself, his administration, is doing, okay? That's what's happening. Is it possible that, Newsom may be corrupt and there may be something? Possibly. Possibly, but this is not what this is about, okay? Let's be very, very clear about this. This is not what this is about at all. Newsom, a Democrat, did not specify exactly what the Department of Justice was allegedly investigating him for, but indicated with his wife, Jennifer Siebel Newsom, is among the targets. In recent days, federal agents have knocked on the doors of my family friends and former employees, Newsom said in a video post on social media, not because they found a crime, but they're simply trying to find one. In a call with reporters on Monday afternoon, Newsom's office said it believes, based on some of the information it gleaned about what people connected to Newsom were asked, that grand jury subpoenas have been issued for records to financial institutions, which, I guess they're trying to get him for some kind of fraud, which is rich, or some kind of financial crime, which is absolutely rich, coming from this administration for sure. The office said investigators were asked about details about specific transactions that would not have been possible for them to know without subpoenaing them. Newsom's office said that it had not seen any subpoenas and it would be illegal for banks to disclose to customers that they've received one. Newsom said in the video that the Department of Justice was rooting through years and years of random documents and demanding records in what he described as a fishing expedition. Probably. Again, would it be surprising if this guy ends up being corrupt in some way, shape, or form? Probably not. But again, make no mistake about it, this isn't fundamentally about actually finding, crimes or bringing a potentially corrupt person to justice, because if that was the case, well, I mean, do we have to point out the obvious, right? The guy's sons, okay, Trump's sons, were trying to, we're trying to do some betting and trying to glean information off, Daniel Cormier off the UFC fight. Okay, the guy is paying UFC fighters in crypto, which he's a part of. I mean, if we want to talk about financial crimes, corruption, fraud, okay. Newsom claimed that he recently learned that Trump and the administration are also coming after his wife in order to get at him. Just in the last week, I've learned his campaign has reached my own home to get me. He's coming after my wife, Jen, a public servant. A woman has dedicated her life to supporting women and girls. His office also said it's pursuing public record requests for documents and communications from the Department of Justice from the start of Trump's second term until now that reference him and his wife. The Trump administration has initiated multiple criminal investigations into opponents of the president, including former FBI Director James Comey, New York State Attorney General Letitia James, both who had their charges dismissed by federal judges because, obviously, the DOJ brought new charges against Comey earlier this year for threatening to harm the president over memes, I guess. Or post on social media. Comey told NBC News in May he could not discuss the details of the case against him, but said, "I'm not just guilty, I'm innocent, and I'm not just," weird framing, "I am not just not guilty, but I'm innocent, and I have amazing lawyers who also my friends will do their absolute best in a courtroom, and I feel good about it." Newsom's office declined to go into specifics about what is being investigated, saying reporters would have to ask the Department of Justice. It also said that it isn't in a position to speculate about what the DOJ is focusing on, although it can tell that the proceedings are narrowly focused on personal finance, which again is laughable coming from this administration, coming from the guy who was convicted of 34 felonies of fraud. The guy who has pardoned several high-profile fraudsters. A Justice Department spokesperson declined to comment when reached by ABC News about the investigation into Newsom and his wife. The governor's office said it does not know of any target letters sent by prosecutors to Newsom or his wife, which would indicate charges are imminent. The office is also not aware of any direct engagement with Sybil Newsom, but said that it believes subpoenas were issued to financial institutions that hold accounts for at least some of the entities she has worked with. Sources familiar with the matter told ABC News that in 2025, investigators in California began examining Newsom's wife's taxes. Yeah, again, the guy who struck a deal, okay, with the DOJ to not investigate him and to drop any snooping around for his taxes, okay? Just so we're clear about what the context of the situation is here. You can subpoena my records, you can investigate me, you could harass me, put my name on every and any enemy list you have, but leave my wife and family out of your personal vendetta, Newsom said. Sybil Newsom, a filmmaker, leads two organizations focused on gender equity, the Nonprofit Representation Project and the California Partners Project, an organization to boost female representation and leadership. The investigation is believed to run out of the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Eastern District of California, where Newsom's former chief of staff, Dana Williamson, pleaded guilty in May to bank fraud and other charges. That case did not involve any allegations of criminality or wrongdoing by Newsom or his wife. Though Newsom has not officially announced a 2028 presidential run, he confirmed months ago that he is open to a bid. Please don't. Seriously, please don't. And is widely considered a frontrunner in the race. Wait. Wait, by whom? Y'all seeing this like manufacturing consent going on here in real time? 4K, 60 frames per second? Can anybody tell me in what world is Gavin Newsom considered the frontrunner in a race? Last time I checked, and I could be wrong, he didn't really pull that well. This is I feel like we may be manufacturing some consent here, by saying, and they get away with it by kind of vaguely massaging here, saying he's widely considered a front runner. So if it's like, okay, well, maybe, is considered a front runner. But I don't remember this guy being that popular. Just to be clear. He has toured the national media circuit in recent years, hosts an eye-catching podcast where he has talks with, fascists. And often engages in social media fights with Trump. They're making it so obvious it's just politically charged. Yeah, yep. Trump has publicly gone after Newsom before. In June of 2025, he called for Newsom's arrest as protesters clashed with the Trump-deployed National Guard in L.A. At the time, border czar Tom Homan, professional thumb, refused to rule out arresting state and local officials if they obstructed immigration operations. Ooh. Newsom told Homan to come and arrest him, and Trump encouraged Homan to do so. Gavin likes the publicity, but I think it would be a great thing, Trump said at the time. Trump later said that the crime Newsom committed was running for governor because he's done such a bad job. So not a crime. Okay. Newsom declaimed on Monday, in the Monday video, that he was just the latest person to challenge the president and end up on the hit list. He also tied the alleged investigation to Trump's recent nomination of Todd Blanche, his former personal lawyer, as Attorney General. Blanche currently serves in as an acting capacity. Like, I'm actually curious as to where this is coming from. I mean, we've got, like, take this with a grain of salt, because this is like the New York Post. So this is kind of like a rag, but and you can tell because they want, like, they're putting Kamala Harris as front and center here. But yeah, 27% of quote left leaning, you mean liberal voters, would vote for Kamala Harris. 14%. This is the widely what how did they phrase it? This is the widely considered front runner at 14%. Okay, just so we're clear. I'm confused. Like it's wild. Here, look. This is from the New York Times. So this is. You could tell this is like super lib coded. So we can you know, take that into consideration. This is the New York Times, so. It is what it is, but it's the same results. It's the same results. Okay, it's kind of paywalled, but you can kind of see it in the background there. Kamala Harris at 27%, and there is Gavin Newsom at 14%. So I don't know why they paint this guy as the wildly perceived front runner here when that's not the case at all. He's double digits behind a Harris here. As far as I'm concerned, all of these candidates here, from Gavin Newsom to AOC to Pete Buttigieg, are basically second place. And in this poll, again, this is one analysis of several polls at the same time, but as far as I'm concerned, any one of these is basically second place to Kamala Harris right now, as it stands. So no, I don't think that he is the widely considered front runner at all. This is completely inaccurate. But anyways. We've got one more, folks. We've got one more. Antifa! DOJ charges 15 people, says impeded the agents during Minnesota immigration crackdown. Again, the framing here is not... every time it appears, and I've said this here on this channel several times, immigration crackdown is not the right framing. This is not about immigration. This is about a ethno-state project. This is about a white ethno-state project. Protesters face charges that include conspiracy to impede or injure federal officers, assault on federal officer, and destruction of government property. How many times have we seen, right, like these false accusations of like people impeding, you know, or pretending that or the federal officers saying they're the ones that are being attacked, and then we watched a video and it's actually the complete opposite. 15 protesters in Minnesota face a series of charges, including conspiracy to impede or injure federal officers, assault on a federal officer, which, again, they've said this so many times, and then we watched a video, and it doesn't end up being the case at all. Destruction of government property. The Department of Justice and Homeland Security announced on Tuesday today the charges stem from demonstrations earlier this year against the Trump administration's mass white ethno-state project in Minneapolis and the surrounding area. The protesters are accused of using multiple tactics to disrupt the federal immigration enforcement. Again, none of this is about immigration enforcement. Using vehicles and blocks of ice to block or slow down agents' vehicles outside a federal detention center, and using homemade shields made of plastic, wood, and metal to physically resist efforts of law enforcement. Yeah, okay. Plastic shields. Okay, these people are launching tear gas, rubber bullets. If anything, they're the ones that are assaulting these protesters, and they're the reason why protesters feel the need to use shields of, quote, plastic, wood, and metal. They're all joined in agreement, a conspiracy to interfere with lawful immigration enforcement operations. Yeah, okay. The conspiracy was not to interfere by their voice, but to do it by force. That's a crime, and it will not be tolerated in the United States. Jesus. No dissent, right? No dissent. 12 of those charges were arrested during an operation Tuesday morning. One was in custody and 2 remain at large. Rosen declined to say whether any officers were injured during demonstrations which took place on January 23rd and March 1st. Whether or not they actually, at the end of the day, caused bodily harm is not the measure of whether or not they committed a serious federal crime. Okay. Sure. Rosen said the protesters followed and surveilled law enforcement officers, which, last time I checked, I don't think that's a crime. I don't think filming... Okay, so what they mean... I'm going to translate this part because I know what this means. So what they're complaining about is people filming them. That's it. It's your First Amendment right to be filming police, as long as you're not doing anything like illegal. You're absolutely allowed to be in public spaces and film police. 100%. Okay, so what they're complaining here is that people are going around and filming them. That's the problem, and potentially alerting people of their presence, which again, not a crime. Not a crime. Rosen said defendants were associated with 2 Minneapolis-based Antifa groups and showed a video in which one defendant claimed the term. Antifa, short for anti-fascist, is an umbrella term for loosely affiliated far-left activists and groups. It resembles more an ideology than an organization, though some have embraced militant tactics. Yeah. Militant tactics. Protests erupted outside, as opposed to the militant tactics that the Gestapo is using to brutalize protesters who are peacefully protesting. Yeah. Protests erupted outside the federal St. Paul Federal Building following the DOJ's announcement. Organizers from Minnesota's 5051 and other activist groups posted videos on social media showing demonstration face-offs. Facing off with federal law enforcement agents at the building's entrance. Officers deployed gas canisters, pepper spray, and protesters chanted expletives. Yeah, wow. Scary stuff, huh? Nakima Valdez Armstrong, lawyer and former president of the NAACP Minneapolis chapter, encouraged people to keep resisting the Trump administration's enforcement tactics. Levy Armstrong was arrested in January after demonstrating inside a St. Paul church, whose pastor allegedly works for ICE. She, along with others involved, were released after a federal judge found the Trump administration offered no factual or legal support to justify 2 of the arrests. Quote, "Our time is now," she told protesters gathered outside the federal building. "We must continue to resist, use our voices, and don't be afraid." Yeah. Yeah, this is fundamentally what it's about, is to arrest people and throw people in jail, call them terrorists, and say, look, this will happen to you if you stand up. The Trump administration sent 3,000 Gestapo agents to Minnesota at the end of November for their white ethno-state project. dubbed Metro Surge. Tensions flared over aggressive tactics by federal agents, including pepper spraying crowds and use of force on civilians. The use of force up to and including murdering them. Yeah. Just so we're clear, like how what the balance is here, what the context is here. During the months of the operation, crowds of observers and activists would often quickly gather at the site of the White Ethno-State Project operation, blowing whistles and honking horns to warn others of the presence of Gestapo agents throughout the city. Scary. Yeah, get these terrorists, people who are just trying to defend their neighbors from the secret police. Amid the crackdown, immigration authorities shot and killed 2 citizens. You mean murdered 2 citizens. Renee Good, a mother of young children, and Max Preddy, an intensive care unit nurse at a local VA hospital. In separate confrontations, the killings, murders, which were captured in video, multiple angles, there's just no, argument here. If at this point, there's no dispute. We've seen all the videos, all the angles that you can possibly think of, witness accounts of what was happening on the ground. I mean, these folks were murdered straight up in cold blood. The murders, which were captured in videos from the scene, led to a groundswell of outrage and massive protests across the country. The death also drew stark criticism from Democrats and some Republican lawmakers, which refused to do nothing because nothing was done. The people that murdered Alex Preddy and Renee Good, so far as I'm aware, have not seen any real consequences. Over the last 2 months, Minnesota prosecutors have charged 2 ICE officers in separate incidents related to allegations of violence against civilians, which is a start. We talked about this. Last month, an ICE officer who was accused of lying about the incident in which he shot a Venezuelan man in January was charged with 4 counts of assault, falsely reporting a crime in Minnesota. Prosecutors allege the officer shot through the front door of a residence with the intent to cause fear and immediate bodily harm or death to the 4 adults who were just inside the door. Yep. That kind of tracks. Yeah, it's true. The officer was taken into custody last month. In April, another ICE agent was charged with felony second-degree assault with a dangerous weapon. The agent was accused of pointing a gun at the heads of 2 civilians in a vehicle. Moriarty said at the time the agent turned himself in and had an initial court date in May. The Department of Homeland Security did not respond for requests to comment on either of these arrests. The incident occurred during DHS's 3 months White Ethno-State Project. I'm refusing to call this an immigration enforcement, okay? In weeks of the murders, Trump administration borders are and professional thumb. Tom Homan arrived to take over the operation from wannabe Gestapo Obergruppenführer. I don't know how to pronounce that, but you get the point. Gregory Bovino, who was relieved of his title and returned to his previous role as a sector chief in Central California before retiring. Homan February announced a winding down of the effort, which he has said resulted in the arrest of thousands of people. Immigration arrests in and around Minneapolis have continued. So, yeah. Nadia, welcome. Maybe you can help me. Is it Obergruppenführer? Is that how you would pronounce it? I'm sorry, that's gonna be, I'm just butchering it, but you get the point. Alright folks, it's time for me to get out of here. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate all of you guys hanging out. Thank you. Thank you for your support. You guys are what makes this channel go. Please stay tuned for Absurdity Space. Awesome stuff. Thank you all for being here. If you want to support the channel, make sure you do all the things and hit all the buttons. Like, share, subscribe, comment, hit the little emoji. Everything and anything really does help us out. Spread the word. That is one of the best ways you can support this channel. Spread the word far and wide. We are here Mondays through Thursdays. Monday is news day. Tuesdays through Thursdays, you get live and syndicated content like this show, only here on this space. There is something here for everyone on this space, so stay tuned again for Absurdity Space. Thank you all for being here. As always, folks, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. I love you all, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. See ya.
made a terrible mistake. He made a terrible mistake. He made a terrible mistake. He made a terrible mistake for himself, his legacy, and for the country. He had said that he would not run again. And, counterfactual narratives are always a bit tricky. But I believe if he had kept to that plan and said in, say, the late summer of 23 that he wasn't going to run, that he was going to pass, the torch to the next generation, we would have had a real contest. And very sadly, I believe whoever emerged from that contest, whether it was the vice president or a governor or a senator or anybody else, would have beaten Donald Trump. So I think it was a terrible miscalculation on the part of President Biden. But once he didn't move and did not, admit that he had said he was going to step aside and then decided not to, and held on for as long as he did, we were in a terrible dilemma.
Yeah, I find that clip fascinating because,
she's kind of right. I hate when she's right.
A couple years ago, if you had said, and this happened during the 2024 kind of time period.
How dare you?
You said that Biden had said that he only wanted to run for one term, which he did.
Yes,
he did say
be transitional.
But
yeah.
he did it in the classic politician way, where you slip to the media. You're like, oh, the media reports people sources close to Biden, but it was definitely him. And it's kind of fascinating because for a while, if you had said that, there would be a bunch of liberal commentators that would call you a liar, because it happened to me. I said he only wanted to run. He said he would only run for one term, and I got called a liar by
same.
But it's the absurdity space. We were off
Newsday Tuesday, more like Q&A Tuesday.
So I didn't really plan that much stuff because I wanted people to ask us questions, because this is usually where we do movie night extravaganza, and we moved it to tomorrow. So
for this week, so it's going to be interesting. I was telling on my show about the puppy mill situation.
Oh yeah.
Oh God. And she said everything was great. She's gonna keep us wherever they go down to Florida or whatever, farmhouse, whatever, for the week to clean up dog shit. And
what happens if What happens if she catches you saying something about her, the fact that she has a puppy mill on stream? Do you think?
No, nothing. People have called on her in the past, and nothing happens. She just gets a slap on the wrist because they're not being abused or any.
Yeah, I don't think it's not technically illegal to have a puppy mill. It's just bad.
Yeah, you just gotta make sure that you're actually breeding them properly, taking care of them, and also not torturing them or anything like that.
Yeah.
But she's funny. She's very much pro-Trump gal. She would marry She would marry Trump and leave her younger husband, and she's 80.
I thought you were going to say that she would let Trump marry her younger daughter. I thought that's where you're going with that.
She only has one kid, but it's funny because my mom told my MAGA chud uncle, who's mentally still stuck in 2010 level conservatives humor, he has a poster of Hillary Clinton with a target on her face. That's how insane he is. 2010 broke him. He used to be a liberal.
I don't know. I'd get that poster.
Yeah. But other stuff, he loves Charles. What was it? What was that guy that Charles? What's his face from Fox News or whatever?
Charles Krautheimer.
Oh my God, he was like, I won't listen to him and Rush Limbaugh.
His name sounds like a slur.
Yeah, it does. But my mom's like, oh, Carl, guess what? Your niece is helping Mom Donnie out. And then he went from 0 to 5 billion a second. He's like, that Mom Donnie's a communist jihadist who's destroying New York and crime's gone up and violence. And my mom's like, you can't just say, oh, cool, I don't like him, but that's fine. Even my uncle worked for Trump. It's okay, cool, but good luck. He can't even do that.
I wonder how does Amish farms puppy breed? I guess it's just puppy breeding, but it's I don't know. You'd think that there would be some kind of high tech thing that they're missing out on there or something.
I guess they're not. I guess the puppies are living in an Amish paradise.
Maybe they have the Amish build that really cool furniture. like
Mhm.
the Shakers do. Yeah, maybe they have those like wooden
Yeah, we talked
containers.
about that a lot on the one
Yeah.
episode. The man, the
Those
Seafried.
the Shakers really did make like really nice cabinets. People still make the cabinets that are like the Shaker cabinets. They sell them for a lot of money, even though there's only 3 Shakers left, and they're all voting for Graham Plattner. I feel like for some reason, Graham Plattner, like adding that to any situation is like really funny. Like someone was someone that I follow was like tweeted there was something like a single person. They're like single person. I didn't even know it was possible to text that many people talking about themselves. And I was like, Graham Plattner 4 months into his marriage.
Yeah. Crazy. It's so funny.
But
oh my god, want to trigger people when we're just saying mom. It's literally, I'm surprised my uncle doesn't have like high blood pressure, because the way he talked about politics is like, not in the passionate way, but like in the angrier, like dude, you're turning like Vinny from Numbers Guy from Patrick Bet-David's show. He turns into like that type of person. And it's like, calm down.
I don't know. It's
he smokes a lot of weed, but it's
there's
like,
a lot of
is it helping?
I have enough conservative family members that I was like, I'm not gonna touch the mom Donnie thing. I'm just not gonna bring it up. I'm just gonna leave the room if it gets brought up.
Well, he always gets started on stuff because he was saying, did you see, all of New York City was on fire, burning, there was all this looting and rioting, and I'm like, that's like 0.0000 like 1% of New York City. There's hundreds of thousands of people there when the Knicks
millions, I'm sure.
Yeah, millions of people were in New York, in New York City, in the vicinity, celebrating, all over, around the boroughs or whatever. So it's like, and even Jon Stewart pointed that out. He's like, most people were like standing and dancing on top of school buses, not setting them on fire. But like Fox News to me is so hypocritical, because it's like, your studio is in New York City and you bitch about the city all the damn time. Be like MS or like CNN or whatever. Like, go to Atlanta or go to Florida. Why can't do they get like good like tax incentives in New York City or whatever for them to just stay there and yet bitch and moan about but a lot of them don't even live in New York City. Like,
I mean, it's the financial capital of the pretty much the world. I mean, like it's it kind of took the mantle from London. So it's like everyone that bitches about it. It's like if you're like a if you're like a CEO or like a corporate if you're involved in like high level as a corporate executive, like I don't think you're going anywhere else. You're plugged in there. Like it's a financial it's the top financial market. So it's like it is kind of sick to have like a socialist running the city that has the largest financial transactional market in the
who's only 2 years older than me. It's so weird. I contacted I think I told you this too, but like he was like, I'm like, I know things been busy. I just want to touch base. He's like, oh yeah, things have been crazy, but in a few days we'll get back onto like the Twitch stuff. I'm like, yay, I can't wait to help y'all and get to work and whatever. And I'm looking forward to that documentary about Hassan's fans and the girl who is always doing like the longer clips. You see her,
that girl.
Yeah. And I messaged her. I'm like, were you part of this? She's like, yeah, it was just me complaining for 10 minutes. And I'm like, I'm like, because she used to hate him because she always thought he was racist and blah, 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 blah. But then, she started looking at the longer clips and stuff. I'm like, that's how it happens. And again, being so close and knowing Dan, I was able to get a lot of insights into Hassan's, behind the scenes at like TYT. Because I know he had that one like earlier Manosphere show that a lot of people were like, oh, look at Hassan being like sexist and misogynistic. And I'm like, he's playing a character.
Yeah, it's a bit.
Yeah, it's a bit.
I remember that.
Yeah, I remember what Actor Prop or whatever it's called. Because he was also like Pop Trigger, but like even like
this was way before that. This was
this was like 2014.
He was doing the agitprop thing in like I think that was like 2018, and then like right before he left TYT. This was like 2011. This was when he was still an intern at TYT.
Yeah, he was just Jenks' awkward nephew, But it was just so funny because like
what Jenks said, where he was like, I think it's alright if a guy wants to fuck a horse.
Yeah, that whole because like the journalist was like, oh, since you've been watching him since before he really started to be on camera on TYT, you can clarify a lot of earlier stuff for me. I'm like, yep, I'm here.
I don't know. I feel like I learned who Hassan was in like 2017. I want to say, but even then, like that Manosphere character was like years before that. That was like he was just out of college or something. You can tell he's like still kind of.
Welcome in.
He's like still kind of chubby a little bit in the.
Yeah, chubby boy. I mean, he's like, he hasn't really, because he usually posts like his little workout regimens and stuff like that. So, but now he really hasn't done that. And I'm like, oh, you're slacking. But he's so busy.
I will say though, I saw a clip the other day when he was like in a hotel room, and I was like, he do be having a tiny head.
Yep. That one photo of him in that suit, his head's so tiny. And I'm like, dude, you're not beating the tiny head allegations. And then, of course, they make his head smaller and smaller to really emphasize, like, yeah, his head's really tiny. And you could just.
I like.
If you make it bigger, you're like, oh, no.
I like a version where it's like the left, right? Like on one side of the spectrum is the left. It's just making Hassan's head tinier and tinier, and the other side's the right, and it's making Charlie Kirk's face smaller and smaller. And then one day they'll sync up.
Oh my god, that was just that he found a new rendition of "We Are Charlie Kirk."
There's like a bunch of them.
There's like 500 billion versions. Like there's a USSR version that he was playing like on the one primary night when Adam Hamawi won, and I'm like, oh my god, dude, please stop playing these songs.
The other day there was something that I was I like re-downloaded everything on my phone because when I went to Italy I like purged everything from my phone and I had to finally re-download it because I had a new phone. And there was a We Are Charlie Kirk style song. Now I can't remember what it was, but it was like something weird. It was like a weird one.
Yeah, there's a reggae version.
We had Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, and it got the reggae like AI generated image of Charlie Kirk.
I will vote for Donald Trump. The Cuban guys, the Cubans for Trump.
There's like so many different versions of the song, and it's like I can't keep up with them. But for some reason, I'm assuming Hassan's chat will find new versions for him to listen to.
I want to find what I saw the other day. It was like I just randomly because there's so much AI garbage now.
Yeah,
I have it. We Are Charlie Kirk downloaded on my Apple Music though.
Oh God, really, Mitt? Come on. That's crazy.
I want to see. I'm trying to look at my thing right now. We Are Charlie Kirk dubstep.
Oh my, yeah. There's so many different versions. But I hope to God, we probably can't even really play them because YouTube is so strict with copyright and stuff like that.
There's We Are Charlie Kirk too.
Electric Boogaloo.
Dude, you know what's crazy? You know that thing when you definitely saw me tweet this, but you know that thing went viral where it was like Charlie Kirk's younger sister.
Yeah,
his liberal younger sister. He has a liberal younger sister, and Nick Fuentes has a liberal younger sister, and they look similar.
Tim Pool,
but Tim Pool's sister doesn't look like them. But I know what she looks like. She shouted out Sam Cedar and all. Like she made videos on that.
Yeah, because she used to call, and his dad used to call in all the time.
His dad's weird.
Yeah.
There's like. Wait, I want to see if I could. I tweet way too much. I need to stop. But there's
Me too.
There was the picture of Charlie Kirk's sister and then Nick Fuentes' sister. I put them next to each other. They have the same exact glasses, the same exact hair, called like hair dye, the same exact style. It's kind of creepy.
Is that just right-winger dudes having like younger liberal sisters? Is that just like a look for all of them? Like what?
Yeah, I guess they have the same look. At least they don't have blue hair. That they should have
blue-haired liberal. I feel like the blue-haired liberal thing is like so made up because I remember when I watched, and I said this before many times, but like watching Sam Cedar's Jubilee video and looking at the conservatives, they look like how people view leftists. The way they look, their hair, their grooming, facial hair and all that. And it's like, you guys look like the freaks you make AI generated images of thinking that it's a leftist.
That's because those are not like
they're like interns who want to get 15 minutes of fame.
They're models and they're influencers from Instagram that live in LA. So they're not. I don't think that a lot of those people are real conservatives. I think that's why their arguments are so stupid when they do those videos.
Yeah, like the government, paying like what was that one about that Asian dude, and he was talking about like government taxes or whatever, and I'm like, and someone said like, oh yeah, that guy's just like an intern for Jubilee or whatever, and I'm like.
We are Charlie Kirk.
Oh God.
I've seen footage. I've seen noise. I've seen footage. I love death grips. Death grips are so fucking good. But Nick Fuentes' sister, I think, is his twin. I think he's his twin sister.
That's embarrassing.
It's crazy.
I always wonder how somebody like Stephen Miller and like Lauren Ingram, like I understand because Lauren Ingram's brother was like, yeah, we grew up with like a Nazi for our dad. But like Nick Fuentes, I'm like, what's going on here? You know, Stephen Miller, obviously. Did you see the name what he named his son?
Hold on. I have it.
Ooh.
So that's Charlie Kirk's sister, right?
Yeah.
And then,
She has a normal sized face.
and then this is Nick Fuentes' sister. They have the same exact look. They both have they have the same glasses. They have the same
And they got red lipstick on? Like what the whoa, wait a minute.
Jordan Peterson. No, take that off. Take that off. Take the red lipstick off.
It's too much.
That's why Jordan Peterson, if enough liberal sisters of conservative right-wing grifter kind of people, if enough of them put lipstick on, Jordan Peterson goes back into coma.
Is he still in coma? What's he doing?
I don't know.
Did Elmo kill him? I don't know.
His whole family blocked me, so I don't see them. His daughter blocked me. His wife blocked me.
Wait, he's married?
Jordan Peterson, yeah.
Oh.
His wife's mad ugly.
Of course.
He's like a weirdly like old wife. Like I mean, not weirdly. He has a problem. It's just weird that his wife is the right age for him.
Not like someone like younger and hotter just because, or you know.
I don't know. I just feel like with his commentary, you would think that he would be like married to like a much younger woman, and it's like,
yeah, exactly. Ugh.
I like him my age. I'm not a pedophile.
Oh God, I remember. You know, we were so right about "Don't Worry, Darling."
Yeah, he might be dead. There's somebody else like his Instagram 3 days ago. Happy birthday, Dr. Peterson. Get well soon. Oh,
Wait,
his wife. It's like
he's been trying to get well soon for like a year or two now, right? Like
been trying to get well soon since like 2020.
Yeah, exactly. And then we haven't really heard, because I remember when "Don't Worry, Darling" came out, and he's like, I thought the marginalized were crying all the time, and I'm like, why do men find your shit attractive? I will never know.
I think a lot of it was for the memes. A lot of stuff is for the memes, and then
Elmo.
It's like a real thing. And then I think stuff starts as a meme, and then people just kind of adopt it, like as a real thing.
Yeah, we see conservatives do that all the time.
But I do think that the Jordan Peterson love started as like kind of a meme, because he's just so fucking weird.
He seemed somewhat normal until like the drug addiction, and then instead of listening to like real doctors and be like, yo, just put him in rehab because he has to go through like all the withdrawal process and whatever, his daughter's like, no, put him in a medically induced coma, and they're like, he's gonna come out funny. And
I don't know. I read Maps the Meaning from the 90s, and he's talking about how he had a dream about his grandma fucking him. So it's like he had a grandma.
Some psychologists are weird. It's all Freudian. It's that he probably leads with like Freudian.
He does a Jungian psychoanalysis. So he's on the Freud's on one side of that, and then Jung is on the other side of it, which I don't know. A lot of people
I'm more of an Eric Erickson guy, the hierarchy, whatever, I'm more about that than like the Freud stuff. I mean, I understand the whole like sex and aggression thing, but I'm like, I don't feel like that's like a the Oedipus complex and Electra complex. I'm like, that's not sexual or whatever. Like he really thought with his dick for most of his theories.
Yeah, but Jung wasn't as much like that. Jung is kind of weird though. It's like he had the whole
Jimmy Dore adopted some of that stuff, and I'm like, what?
He had the whole theory of Wotan, which is that Hitler had like this evil spirit that's the kind of the personification of German nationalism going back centuries that was inside of him. He's like, so basically he believed Hitler was an evil spirit, and it's
oh God.
he was possessed by Wotan. And I don't know. People really liked Jung in like the mid, like I don't know, like around World War II / like the 1950s. People would go to him and they'd have him psychoanalyze people he didn't even meet.
Yeah, it's. I remember, back, cocaine was like Freud's whole like thing. Like, hey, give some cocaine, it'll help you. And I'm like, because I think his daughter was like a child psychologist. Like some like of Freud's like relatives, and they got into like psychology as well to kind of tweak his or like do their own.
Well, his nephew was Edward Bernays, who was the guy that was he was the founder of public relations, and pretty much everything that we do, like there's a really good Adam McKay's documentary was about this. There's also a really good
friend of the show.
Yeah, there's like a few really good documentaries about it, but there's like Edward Bernays is like the guy who founded public relations and pretty much used psychology in consumer advertising, and he's like the earliest person behind like a lot of the advertisement stuff. Like he had like a parade thing, and he gave all the women cigarettes, and he's like, "All right, we're gonna make this seem organic, and you're gonna walk down the street smoking these cigarettes." And he was like trying to get more people addicted to cigarettes. I don't know, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah. I remember like looking up about her like in psychology class because I was like the only person in my psychology honors class that was like getting all A's on everything because I was really like because the one that the second test was like parts of the brain, you know, hippocampus and hypothalamus and all that, right? And my teacher who I had his wife for 5th grade English, which was so funny. And
well, sorry, we're not that interesting.
I know, talking about psychology. Oh, they here in the UK. That's understandable. Not for him, he's always up.
By the way, Century of the Self is what I was thinking of with the Edward Bernays, Adam Curtis documentary. It's been a really long time since I've seen that, but it goes into like how the self was centered in all of Edward Bernays things and how like individualism kind of came out of consumer advertising, which I don't really necessarily fully buy that. Like, I mean, I do buy that theory, but like I do think like rugged individualism was a thing in America long before Edward Bernays came around. But still, it's how they kind of marketed things to you. He did a really good version of it where Adam Curtis had like this whole thing about the self as reflected in like various cars and like, you know, like picking out like instead of picking out like you know, instead of getting working collectively, pretty much it's like consumer culture was like, oh, you can have your favorite color car, and like that's who you are now. That's like your inner self.
Yep. Absolutely right about this point too, because they became yuppies.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Yuppies kind of it's like I think the hippies were kind of like the downwardly mobile side of that, and then the yuppies are like the upwardly mobile side of that. But I mean, you know, they're all like Jerry Rubin ended up becoming like a record producer and businessman. Like you know, like all these different people. I mean, Jane Fonda, you know, like did the
the workout stuff, and she married Ted Turner and all that. Her favorite ex-husband, by the way.
Yeah.
Is it funny when people have favorite ex-husbands or ex-wives? It's like what you have a favorite. Why are you not together? Like it's
well, I think she was still like in love with it. Just didn't work out.
Yeah, it's like Michael Jackson, Lisa Marie Presley.
Sometimes two people are like shadows passing in the night, you know?
Yeah, or like right person, wrong time. Some, you know, things get in the way.
9/11 happened and they got divorced. She was married to Tom Hayden for a while. I mean, I'm surprising that's not her favorite ex-husband. He seems very boring.
No.
He made after being an SDS and like being like, you know, like a radical, you know, new left, whatever, like the face of the new left kind of. He ended up becoming like friends with Hillary and Bill Clinton.
Oh, great. Oh, so I was watching a CBS Sunday morning clip about Bill Mooney. You know, he was the kid from Lost in Space, and like he's had like a career, you know, as a child star, one of the few child stars that had his head on his shoulders. But they were talking about you know, his career, but he also was like a Emmy nominated songwriter for Adventures in Wonderland. And I know most of the cast from that show because it's a very small fan base. And John Hoffman, who created The Only Murders in the Buildings, I'm like, how the hell? And I know him. I'm like, how are you getting all these cool like guest stars to for every season? You got 2 cast members from Bridgerton. How? I'm like, dude.
I mean, I feel like definitely easier
to get context.
It's definitely easier to get cast members from Bridgerton than it is to get Steve Martin and Martin Short to be. You know, like. Yeah,
that's kind of it's cool though. I'm so proud of him.
They're like A-list celebrities. I feel like Bridgerton.
Yeah, and his husband did the Emoji Movie. Remember that?
Yeah, I mean,
barely.
I don't want him to remember that, but somebody. I remember someone was like, I can't remember like what actor it was, but it was like a well-known enough actor, and they were like, "I was the poop emoji."
Oh, Patrick Stewart, I think it was the poop emoji.
I was the poop emoji.
Yeah.
I am the poop emoji.
You do good impressions of everyone. Though the guy, you seen the video of the white dude who did the Obama impression, right?
I've seen that guy. Yeah, I think
he's so. I'm like, I'm like, as long if you could get the folks right, because when you're doing like impressions or accents, you gotta have like a trigger word or a phrase that can get you back into it. But I'm just like, Hassan was reacting to it. He's like, he sounds more like Obama than Obama. Is this black voice? Is this black face? And he's like, how did he do it? I'm just like,
Hey, you know what's really funny? There was that thing pretty recently where Biden was introducing a guy, and he's like, I like to think of him as he's kind of like Obama, and people were like, wow, he's comparing this random black guy to Obama. The guy walked up, and in my head, I was like, that guy does kind of look like Obama.
yeah, he's opening his like presidential library on Friday, and I'm looking at like, oh look, actual talent showing up to this thing.
Well, too bad about the building.
Yeah.
This is the worst building I've ever seen. It looks like the real life version of Squidward's house.
Yeah, and Trump wants to build like he's like, I want to make my presidential library the tallest building ever, and I'm like, why? What's gonna be in there? Like all false stuff.
It is kind of fucked up. Like Obama didn't dedicate anything to like resources to the South Side. He's just like, I'm building my library.
And producing podcasts and doing Netflix deals.
But it's like I don't know. It's just like, and he's like, I hope this will help the youth. Obama, it's not gonna. Your presidential library is not gonna help the youth. No,
the youth. It's just funny because I mean, as much as a lot of people say, oh, Jimmy Carter, I'm like, but he invented the post presidency. He actually was like, I'm gonna eradicate, guinea worms and have clear water, drinking water for Africans.
There's another thing
and building houses for humanity.
Guinea worm is another thing that sounds a lot like a slur.
Yeah.
Imagine if Charles Krauthammer got guinea worm.
That's just, but like he wasn't the best president. I get it, but like, imagine what would happen if Carter had actually won that election.
I mean, he probably just would have been worse second time around. He was not a good president.
He was able just to do a lot more afterwards, and he really showed like, hey, but now these post presidents are doing like business deals and Netflix deals, and it's like, I mean, at least Bill. I mean, credit for Bill Clinton. He's got that Clinton Global Initiative thing where they try to like do stuff, but it's like Carter was out there actually doing stuff.
Carter's the only president. Like male president that we've only had male presidents obviously, but he's like the one male president that they can call prissy. Like he has like little it's kind of a dick. I mean, not his post presidency, he wasn't.
Yeah,
but he had like this attitude to him all throughout his presidency that was like.
I do like that he liked Bernie Sanders a lot, and when he was still very capable of I think he went on Colbert in 2015. He's like Bernie Sanders is speaking to the people, and he would be. I'm like, okay, Jimmy Carter. Because he got more progressive as he got older.
You know what one of my favorite SNL bits is Dan Aykroyd as Jimmy Carter.
Yeah.
He has the White House line where they call in, and he's like, and he just gives the person advice on the hotline. He's like, so someone's like, I'm freaking out, man. I think I took the orange acid. He's like, well, what you took is he's like, what you took is actually the orange tab. Now, what you're gonna do is put on some Almond Brothers, and you. But then, I don't know, he got kind of more and more prissy, like that impression. Dan Aykroyd's impression as the 4 years along, because kind of, I don't know. I think he is he's kind of this. It was a crazy time, I guess. That's all. It was an insane time,
Yeah, but also too, I never
really Christopher Lash. He had Christopher Lash come to the White House, and he was trying to get advice for Christopher Lash about. It was during the time where he basically he had a mental breakdown, essentially, not a real but he climbed the mountain. He was having a manic episode. He climbed to the top of a mountain, and nobody knew where he was for 10 days. And then finally he invited some kind of God figure almost. He invited all these people from Georgia up to the top of the mountain to and he sat there and he
climb the mountain.
He sat on the floor and he let them all just rip into him for 2 hours.
Yeah. I think it's I barely remember what George H.W. Bush sounded like, but then when I heard Dana Carvey, he doesn't sound like that. But then I'm like, oh shit, he does sound like that.
He sounds like 1,000 points of light.
And then he does the thing, the impression with the hands and all that. And then Will Ferrell did Baby Bush.
It's always funny that because I think the accent's kind of fake, but George W. Bush had such a thick, Texas accent. I feel like some of his accent was put on, But it's
Yeah,
like,
a little bit deeper too than his dad's, and I'm like, where did that come from?
yeah, well, his dad. That's why his dad had like a
Very
it was the
higher
wimp,
pitched.
but he's all the wimp factor. That was his whole thing. He was like, he was desperately trying to get rid of the wimp factor.
Yeah, and he threw up on the prime minister.
Yeah, that too. But there's he like when he was running against Reagan, but then he was also running like on his own like both times. People were like, oh yeah, he's kind of a wimp, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Actually, he wasn't. He was a CIA spook that like but you put on kind of these like faces or whatever. Like I think he was like a very cold sociopathic character because he spent all that time, and then there's all these questions about like when did he actually start working for the agency? How long ago was it? Because there's like there's stuff with like there's also like there's a thing that Joseph McBride found where it was like, oh, they were talking about how they briefed George H.W. Bush about the Kennedy assassination, but they said George Bush, and they said, oh no, it was a different George Bush. Because he wasn't.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Worked for the agency until he was a CIA chief, but everybody like always just had a lot of theories that he was working for the agency the entire time. He also doesn't know where he was. He said he didn't know where he was when Kennedy got assassinated, which like how? That's like saying, oh, I don't remember where I was on 9/11.
Yeah. But it's funny because I remember the Bernie versus Trump thing in 2016. There was that Loudbox thing for I forgot what was that channel. But the two comedians, they also did like impressions of Chris Matthews and Rachel Maddow as well. Love those guys. And they did like the Jeb Bush thing because at the beginning we all thought it was gonna be Jeb. Like literally Clinton campaign was like Jeb Bush is gonna beat you, so we gotta prop up Trump. And it's like, what? No, Jeb, no, please.
I remember,
and then they did the thing. They had a comedian playing, Jeb Bush and the guy's Chris Matthews is like, doing all this. And he's like, and your dad might have killed JFK.
I was in like the first time I ever took a trip by myself was during 2016, and I was in Florida, and I remember during that trip was when I realized that Trump was gonna like be the nominee.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was in denial, I guess, but it's like
I don't know why Democrats still do the Pied Piper strategy. Thinking that it's gonna work. It's like, stop it.
Yeah. I mean
Trump should have been the proof, like, don't do that again.
Yeah. Well, like half of them don't even admit that they did it.
Yeah.
Even though there's like literally documents and they're like,
no, but it's our fault for not voting for. It's so funny. You could tell these like liberal accounts that you voted blue no matter who, and until you're blue in the face, and they're like, no, you didn't, because they made up this invisible like leftist that doesn't exist in the real world. They just think like a 5-follower account is like how all leftists are. It's like, no, we are harm reduction voters too, not you apparently.
Yeah, I don't know.
I got blocked by that one Mr. What's his face? I was like, haha.
Mr. Weeks.
I don't know who the other Mr. Cheesy or something. Like they're all the same.
He blocked me.
Yeah.
A few of them blocked me. I feel like they do this thing that like now like it's been taken to like the 20,000th degree because of like Zionists love doing this. But they do this thing where they jump into your mentions and then they block you so you can't
yeah.
It is like I do like kind of do it. Like I don't do that. I don't block people very often, but like sometimes I'm just like, all right, I'm gonna reply and then block them so that they
sometimes
reply.
I sometimes wonder if they're stragglers from like Sally Albright's like Bart Farms, because that got revealed in 2016.
Yeah, well, that wasn't the only one. Like,
yeah,
there's been a lot of bots.
K-Hive had the same thing too. Like there was a lot of them going on in 2016.
There's like I mean,
not even Bernie people, but it was just everyone's like, oh, the Hill bots and the K-Hive and all those other. I'm like,
the thing that I like really fucking hate about this exact thing is like when you talk about the bots, it's like it's very easy to just be like, oh, you think everyone's a bot. Like it doesn't sound good when you talk about the bots. Like I remember when everyone was mad at Nomiki, she's like, oh, I guess the bots are still out today, and it's like, no, those are like people. Like those are people that are mad. I don't know. So it's like I feel like there's a lot of times where it's like if you even bring up the bots, like that a lot of these accounts are bots. It seems like you're coping or something, but like a lot of them are. You can't really tell them.
But like knowing, some former leftist TikTokers and content creators all of a sudden like push left and say, Kamala this or Hillary that. It's like, oh, okay, I see what happened. I know what happened. You got paid off. because there's only two ways. You either go like centrist type for a leftist, or like, because you'll tell where it's like the left is anti-Semitic and anti-black and this and that, and then with conservatives it's like, oh, the left has gone too woke, to this, to that. And it's like, I see what's going, because there's no grifting to be like a leftist or like a communist or whatever. There's no billionaires or
Yeah, but there's you can grift at anything, really. Like, I don't know. But then there's also grifter gets overused because it's like, a grifter is supposed to be somebody committing fraud, essentially, right? Like a grifter is someone that like does fraudulent like financial transactions, and it's like you have to get like, I don't know, like I feel like there's a very specific line for like when things are grifting. Like Dave Rubin taking money from Russia is like a great example.
he's not doing well at all, Dave Rubin. He why did the Koch brothers think it would be a good idea to give him money? And what, he had no charisma even back then at TYT after he left.
I liked
remember
I like when everyone got like everyone on the right was just like say the most homophobic shit to him because he adopted his kids, and then Glenn Beck, instead of having his employees back,
compared it to alcoholism. I remember that, and I'm like, cucked.
He's desperately trying to like reach out and get like Glenn, his boss, to like like stand up for him, and Glenn's like, no, I don't like this either. I don't think you should have adopted those kids.
You know what we should watch for is to kill some time?
What?
Remember when Michael Brooks reacted to Larry King, Dave Rubin's hero, on his show, and he basically ignored him? That was gold. I was like, because Larry King is Dave Rubin's idol, and he was just so dismissive towards him, and I'm like, oh, this is so good.
Hang on, pulling it up.
Just say Michael Brooks, Larry King, Dave Rubin, or whatever,
But when the last time Michael did his live show, he tried to do the real life version of the Larry King bit.
Yeah.
And then somebody, like, I can't remember who it was. I think Mike Racine did it back to him. It was just like, and so he had somebody call him on he had somebody literally call him on stage.
Yeah.
He just started talking to his phone, and Michael was like, Are you doing the bit back to me right now? Wait, hold on.
Oh man, imagine they do like another like majority report, like whatever, like leftist podcast, like live show thingy. By the time I move back up to Jersey, that's gonna be fun. Oh God, this is
honestly a lot of it is also disgusting and sad, but we come across a fair amount of funny content.
The thing about this is that it sustains and sort of elevates as the time goes on. Like I had to literally pace around the office when I first watched this because it was so funny. And that was like the first minute of it, but
so funny. So I don't know when this is from.
It's recent.
I miss when the cameras would show all of them in the studio.
It has to be on a live stream. Is this from a day ago?
This is from 19 hours ago.
19 hours
ago.
ago.
They don't really have that anymore. Huh?
Apparently this is a live stream, so this isn't edited out. And it seems to me that there was an agreement beforehand that like, hey, if I get this phone call, I got to take it. But the way that this phone call is taken and the duration and it's not even contempt, because contempt is more energy. It's just pure disrespect.
Pure alpha.
Pure alpha. So the way I'll intro this is I'm going to try to get Larry King on TMBS. All props to Larry King. Dave Rubin is having a super rough time of it seems like. And when we cut this for YouTube later, it will be what will it be? It will be like, Alpha Larry King, Cucks Beta Dave Rubin. Guys, watch this. And if you're listening, just realize that Larry King is speaking into a 1990s.
We did do Alpha Larry King, Cucks Beta Dave Rubin, and then they said, oh, you can't do Cucks, and then we went, fuck.
Shocks. Oh man. Also, again, he had like the old class, like, Nokia phone, which is so funny. And then like, again, sneakers, suspenders. Oh, it's typical Larry King.
Yeah.
6 style massive flip phone. Put this on the speaker so our guests can hear this and enjoy.
But that gets to what you were saying about this sort of partisan way of just, you pick your side and that's sort of where we're at. And these guys aren't going to dinner with each other anymore or any of these things.
You don't need Republican moderates.
I grew up with a lot of them.
Yeah.
New York Herald Tribune. There's some great Hugh Scott of Pennsylvania. Jake Javits of New York.
Yeah. He's a distant cousin of mine, actually.
Oh, yeah?
Jacob
Great,
Javits, yeah.
great man.
Yeah.
Do you think that's true? Do you think he's lying, right? There's no way that Dave Rubin.
Oh yeah, he's definitely lying. Like I feel like Dave Rubin's trying to make himself seem more interesting, and it's like you're not interesting. I do not understand why the Coke.
I mean, it's not that. It's not that.
Yo,
be like, oh, Jacob, the senator from for like the 1970s and 80s, like Jewish senator from New York. That's my cousin or distant cousin. It's like, I don't know. I don't know if it makes him sound particularly interesting, but I really he was trying to be like inside. He's trying to be like, see, I'm an insider too. I have cousins that were very, very pro-Israel, just like me.
Great man.
Oh, he's got a phone.
Now let me show you.
Yeah, show us this phone. This old.
So it has to be
Samsung makes it.
It has to be that they had some kind of deal. Like, oh, Larry King say, like, if my phone rings, because the guy hands him the phone.
Yeah.
Visited that company in Korea.
Yeah. And it's ringing right now.
It is. Actually, hello. Hey, Cannon, where are you?
Look at Dave's already upset, seething inside.
Oh, you didn't have a game today. I got a list. You got a doubleheader this coming Saturday. How did you do?
Rewind that. Rewind that. Sorry, I laughed over it. It's too good.
I didn't catch.
You can hear Dave like whispering to Larry.
Whispering.
Yeah, yeah.
I got a list. You got a doubleheader this coming Saturday. How did you do?
Larry.
Oh, that's great.
I didn't catch that either. The first 5 times I watched it. I missed that laugh.
That's a 333 batting average, Cannon. Well, I'm doing David Rubin's podcast now. I'm on his show, and while talking to you, the audience is watching me talk to you. Oh, wow. Cannon, you're a artist. You could do 10 minutes when you open the refrigerator. He wants to do his own podcast.
I'll bring him in.
He's going to be 20 years old. I'll bring him. He's a great kid. All right, Ken, when am I going to see you? Tonight I'm tied up. Tomorrow I got to do that. How about
That seems
Thursday?
like a good dad.
How about Friday night?
What, Larry King? Yeah.
All right.
Not a good husband, though. He's been married, what, 8 times?
The night before your doubleheader. I'll be at both games.
Seems like a legitimately good dad.
Yeah.
Okay,
Very
I'll be there.
Pause it. I just
I
have to
love
say,
you.
now you think after it's sweet. I think he's talking to his son.
It
He's
sounds
been enormously rude, and it sounds like his son actually is trying to wrap the call up. So let's see where this goes now, because you think
you can sense Dave's sense of relief coming.
you can sense Dave. What I also love, and my guess is that Dave is the type of guy who stupidly grins, but is like seething inside.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm getting disrespected in my own set. Check this out.
Thursday. How about Friday night? All right. The night before your doubleheader. I'll be at both games. Okay, I'll be there. I love you, Cannon.
Aw.
Okay, talk to you tomorrow. What? What?
Oh, Dave's like
No, what?
Like real like
Yeah.
Today? That's great. The Dodgers got Mookie Betts and David Price today.
You're breaking news for me, man.
He's so mad.
That's tremendous.
Oh,
Who
yeah.
did they-
He's like, ah.
Look at his face here.
today? That's great. The Dodgers got Mookie Betts and David Price today.
You're breaking news for me, man.
That wasn't a real sip of water.
And David today. That's great. The Dodgers got Mookie Betts and David Price today.
You're breaking news for me, man.
That's tremendous. Who did they give up for them?
Nikes and suspenders. Pure disrespect.
No, that's two pretty good players. Into my Anakin picture. Alex Verdugo is going to be a star. So Peterson, is there someone going from the Angels to the Red Sox?
Oh my God.
We were funny. We were funny. We get the glass and then the glass shattered.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cannon, you bring me great
Dave
news.
just gave him a sign here. Watch this. Fake sip. Let's go.
Yeah, let's
Wow.
go. Come on, Larry.
Cannon, you bring me great news.
Because like
That's
this show
great,
is,
Cannon. Thank you for
doing it
this,
for me.
and the audience here thanks you.
Better than what we were talking about.
He says, tell him anytime. Okay, Cannon, baby, I love you. Talk to you tomorrow. Bye.
God, that
Well,
was like,
folks,
what,
the
10
Dodgers
minutes?
got Mookie Betts and David Price, and Jock Peterson went to the Angels three-way trade.
See, you are a newsman. Breaking news.
Oh, that's so awesome.
It was really funny though. Like I think it was Mike Receiver when we did the last live show. They had a phone call that they took in the middle of the live show just to fuck with Michael and do that to him.
Yeah, and I remember when they hired Brian, right, the new producer for.
Yeah, he sounds way too much
he's
like Michael.
I know. I was like, wait a minute, what the? Did
I
they even,
the first time I heard him, it was I remember it was Halloween. And I watched the clip because I don't watch it I don't watch Majority Report like every day or anything. So it was like Halloween, and I watched the clip, and I was like, did they bring Michael back from the dead, or is this AI Michael? Like,
another good. Did you see the one where they're making? You can pull it up because it's so fucking funny. The Majority Report reacted to Patrick Bet-David and Terrence Howard, and Brian's laughter is like so like you hear it loud in the background like Michael's, and it's just like it just takes me back. It's like wow. I think they hired him because he sounds like Michael.
He does. He's like a stand-up comedian.
Yeah.
I think that's part of why they hired him.
Yeah, he's funny. He's very funny.
He's I don't know. It's like he's like fast on his feet, but it's also like there's so much like I feel like there's so much stand-up comedian news. It's like good to have Sam doesn't like do the stand-up part of it.
No. But I mean, it's kind of it's funny when Hassan came on. He's like. And was like, I removed Sam's butt pillow, and I'm like, oh my god, he's so old. And he's like, and Hassan's like, yeah, I put the butt pillow back. I'm sitting on greatness, and I'm like, butt. And then I think Jillian Michaels was like, oh, and Hassan Piker calls him Uncle Sam. Like
she said it like I saw the clip when she said it like it was a conspiracy.
Yeah.
She said,
and I'm like,
she was like, I didn't know actually. Hassan calls it like Uncle Sam, and then the Vanguard, like she was listening to these people, and she made it sound like it was like a conspiracy. And so like, fuck with her, which would be funny if it was, but like it wasn't.
Yeah, I can't believe Sam didn't know that. And it took me to tell him, like, Hassan refers to you as his real, uncle, right? And he was like, really? And now he calls him his nephew, and I'm like, you're welcome, communities. I'm doing my part here, bringing everyone together.
There's a really, really we probably can't watch it because I think we're instantly flagged, but the Eric Andre show?
Yeah.
I love the Eric Andre show so much, but they had one of their episodes, they brought on Jillian Michaels before she was doing like political commentary.
Yeah, she was doing like,
and then they brought out two midgets. They had a midget that looks like, a little person that looks like
No,
Eric
I'm just thinking of like the scenario in my head.
And then do you think it'll flag it?
Yeah, they'll flag it. Yeah.
Yeah, so like they have this one little person that looks like just dressed like Eric Andre. This one, and then this is like a recurring bit that they do on the Eric Andre show where it's like they dress up these two little people all the time, and they have them come on as the guests and Eric Andre, and then every time they're starting to talk, the little people try to do like try to follow along with the conversation.
Oh God. Yeah, it's because she's for some reason again. Dave Rubin has that podcast called Actual Friends, and I'm like, you really had to sell that title, huh? Because you don't really have friends like Dr. Drew Pinsky and Jillian Michaels, and then random Russell Brand shirtless in bed, and I'm like, this is very uncomfortable. And that was another segment where they were just laughing their asses off on the Majority Report, but I was like, can you at least present yourself?
Do you think Dr. Drew is worse than? No, Dr. Phil's got to be the Dr. Phil's the bottom tier, right? And then
Yeah.
Dr. Drew, and
But
then
also, Dr. Drew had like a career, like Sam might have crossed paths with him because he had like a career like an MTV in the 90s, like before he was Celebrity Rehab with Dr. Drew. He was like an MTV VJ type of person hosting like his own like show. I remember, I think in the 90s, if you look it up. But I was like, Dr. Drew.
he has had like I'll give him props for the guest choice. He has had Dr. Eric on before.
Yeah, that's the show. Yeah, love line.
Word. He's got like Eric Osgood, like he's friends with Michael, and he's friends with. I mean, I'm friends with him. We've hung out, but yeah, that guy. He's gone on Dr. Drew's show as like an expert before. Dr. Drew even because he was working on like the COVID project when they're like developing. He was working on like Operation Warp Speed. Yeah. And then that Robert Malone guy kind of went off the deep end, and I think they all kind of like revolted against that guy. Now the guy is like high up in the Trump administration again, but
yeah,
but he was one of the guys that was like on that project, and then started to like go against the scientific consensus or whatever. And I don't know. I don't remember the.
I just think it's funny when everyone's like, "Oh, this COVID vaccine was so fast." I'm like, because COVID is like a strain from like the SARS virus, where they've been working on it, probably in found the we can finally like use it and tweak it for this specific COVID whatever, and it's like it's not really that deep, guys. Science is always the scientific the scientific method. You got a hypothesis, a theory, whatever, and it's all about experimenting and figure out what works and what doesn't work. And I cannot believe people don't realize this, because we all took science class for how many years?
Yeah, but no one. I mean,
12 years.
I really didn't pay attention to that, but it is fascinating. Like
But I did.
Like we know someone that was working on like the
Yeah.
He didn't end up it was like kind of just the preliminary part of it where it was like doing research to like really figure out like what they actually could use as some kind of I think when the Robert Malone guy like kind of left and that part of it blew up, I think it was over the mRNA part of it. He was like,
yeah,
look, they were already trying to do mRNA stuff like long before that.
Yeah, like it's just so funny where a lot of people are like, oh, if I expose my kids to the measles, they'll be fine. I'm like, but you're vaccinated against all this stuff, though. Why put your kid through all that? Because they're like, oh, well, I did like these, smoothies that remove all this vaccine toxins from my body. And I'm like, no, it does not do that.
They also knew that they knew that like there was going to be a novel coronavirus because they had like the next whatever the next pandemic was going to be. I mean, we don't have like. When it comes to stuff like the World Health Organization and stuff, like Republican presidents love to see it, and then Democratic presidents don't put enough resources into it either.
And they're like, "Hello, pay attention to us. We got some news."
Well, it was like very big. It was a huge thing. I remember in 2014 with Ebola.
Yeah. Oh my God. ISIS is gonna bring Ebola over, the border. I literally remember that on Fox News because we were.
I don't even know how that would work because
I know. I'm like. Like
the time it takes from
to get from there the different continents.
But it's also I think you'd start to get like infectious signs on the plane. Like I think you get it pretty fast.
Yeah, and now thanks to Elon. And what's so funny, I feel like Elon Musk should be actually paying for all the damage he's done because of the Ebola and the screwworm and all that. I'm like, we should not. He should be, because this is all his fault. He's a trillionaire. He's got the money. It's so funny because I can't, like, my uncle was freaking out about Obama and Ebola. I'm like, you really think Obama's that incompetent to make a pandemic happen? Fast forward to COVID.
I mean, it kind of almost
Trump handled it so well.
It was,
No, he didn't.
it was like it should have. The way that our politics works, these only really work if you can score partisan points, and then it doesn't even really matter. But Obama did not handle Ebola very well.
Like only like 2 people in the U.S. got it, but like it was still pretty bad.
We lucked out. We lucked out. They caught those people in the airport coming from a country that had the outbreak, and they happened to flag them. Like that could have gone very badly. Like, and then at the time, I remember the only like Republicans were slamming Obama for it, and Democrats were like, "Well, what could we really do?" We never have like a holistic look at things. And at the time, they had like I've read like some of the articles from the time. Like there were people in the scientific community that were like flagging this, like, "Hey, maybe we should have like a more robust response to like an idea because something's gonna happen. Like it comes in like a cycle."
It's literally like when the World Trade Center got bombed. They're like, "What's the next wave? They're gonna plane."
Yeah,
you know, like you gotta think ahead. You gotta plan ahead and think like, okay, what can happen next?
But it's on enough of a cycle that every like I don't know, like the when they had Spanish flu, it was like almost exactly 1918.
Yep.
By the way, Spanish flu, the hilarious part of it is that it actually the first case of it documented was Kansas, but we did not report it. So we let the Spanish take it. We like the first person, they're like, "Oh, this is Spanish flu. This is," but then like the actual first the
Kansas flu.
Yeah, but like Woodrow Wilson was like, "We're not calling it Kansas flu," because Spain was neutral in World War I.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's like calling it the Swiss flu or something.
Well, just everyone in World War I was like kind of ticked that Spain didn't join the war.
No,
so they were like, but they were like, we're gonna call it Spanish. Like we're just gonna say the Spanish for the first one.
Yeah.
But there's like the first case of it was like in Leavenworth, Kansas.
Yeah.
I learned that recently, so that's why I can pull it up in my head. But
yeah, there was like a lot of like it's kind of crazy. And too, like where people like, oh, people are wearing masks all the time. I'm
Bola rocking everywhere.
Oh God. But like a lot of people, like everyone's like, oh, everyone's wearing masks and these face diapers. I'm like, people have always been wearing masks, especially during flu season. And again, people who are immunocompromised have to wear a mask. Again, I had a friend when she was younger, she had a heart replacement procedure, and once she became a teenager, she started living a normal life. She wore a thick mask from like her nose down to like her neck, like covering, so she didn't get anything. Then she started living with her mother, who was a smoker. She started removing her mask to try to live a normal teenage life. And then like 2 days later, she fell into a coma and died because her heart was rejecting all the crap that she was being exposed to. And she was like 12.
I used to think like, I mean, I don't know. I guess it's kind of racist in my, whatever. But I'm not racist, like xenophobic, I guess. But I used to think that it was very like it was kind of weird that Chinese Americans are always wearing like the masks in the subway. Like when I was a kid, like not obviously now I'm like, holy shit, they were 100 they were 100% right to be wearing masks in the subway. But as a kid, you see something that's a little bit different, and you're like,
yeah,
you're like judgmental. You're like, that's not how things are supposed to be. But it's like, and then I remember like. It dawning on me at the beginning of like the pandemic, like holy shit,
they're very clean people.
The subway were like smarter than I am by a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Because we cleaned for when I would get my nails done, the business, the house, and we had to take our shoes off, and we had to clean like every week because they like it very clean. They're very, very clean people. And also, I think it's Tippy Harridan who brought the Vietnamese nail techs over to the US. So thank you. She's still alive.
Well, there's I mean, when you look at like just the population size of like the urban density in China, right? Like it could go very, very badly. That amount of people in like a small area, like you have to be very careful about that kind of thing. So China's like giant population boom over the last couple centuries. It's like it makes a lot of sense that they're very like clean, like hygiene is a very big part of their culture because that could like imagine an American style. Imagine like a city the size of like one of the Chinese cities. They're like huge, like I don't know, like, they're like way bigger than anything in New York City or like LA.
Yeah, and you can see like because I think Conan was talking about this. There or even like Hassan. They have the things cleaning the streets and and that's the thing too about like what happened with the Knicks. Everyone's like, wait a minute.
Japan and China aren't the same. Like Japan does not have the population density that China does.
Oh yeah, that's true too. I can't. I think because I saw something about like AI data centers, and a lot of people are like, how come the ones that are over in Asia are actually benefiting? I'm like, it's because they have the infrastructure. They fund the infrastructure. If people are like, if we could use AI to help, power our town's electricity, use renewable water, and not use all these resources. I'm like, because we're not gonna build the infrastructure to make it, like helpful in any way. See, they're way ahead of us over there when it comes to technology.
It's insane to just think about like a society with 1 billion people. Like think about governing a society of over 1 billion people. I mean, you either could do it like, India has kind of, I don't know. India, I guess it goes back. They've kind of had the infrastructure from like colonization, where it's like they've taken kind of districts, and it's like district by district or like province by province. You can kind of do it that way, but I can't imagine like a society like you can't have like a cohesive society that it's got to be very hard to have a cohesive society that size. Like that's so many people. Like I feel like there's a lot of. I feel like our country sometimes has like too many. Not like in a racist way, but like I feel like our country. The population is so huge. I mean, there's entire parts of our country that are like pretty open, but it's like a lot of people are
land votes.
But like a lot of people are like concentrated in like and like when you think about something like China, which is like the size of our country, I guess altogether. Like China's a big country, but it's like there's like just imagining like you have to put people on top of each other, kind of, and it's like I don't know. Imagine like it's like 3 times the size, like 3 times the population of our country, and it's like I can't imagine like. That would just like destroy us. Like it would. You can't be like Matt Iglesias, who wanted 1 billion Americans.
Oh God!
He took that back in 2020. His woke thing was 1 billion Americans, and then as soon as 2022, 2024 happened, he took that out of his bio so fast. He was like author of 1 billion Americans. He's like, oh, you never mind.
No. Back to the cleaning thing, like it was funny because a lot of people are like, oh, they destroyed New York City, and yet like 5 hours later, everything was clean for the Puerto Rican Day Parade or whatever. I'm like, Zoran's doing it, man. Like I think a lot of people are just willing to actually like because they love him. They're like, I'll do a job doing sanitation or helping machinery or whatever. It's like when they shoveled all that snow too. He's like, we're paying people to do. That's so cool.
I mean, there's a long history in New York City of the good government kind of thing where it's like, it's always, but it always comes in these just really like violent and hostile cycles where it'll be like corruption to a level that, in any other American city would be a deal breaker for people who are living there. Like, so it'll be one cycle of that. And then a cycle of like a reform kind of like, good government kind of administration. And that's happened for like over a century. Like,
yeah. And people are still, wearing masks. And what was funny too is that a lot the year COVID, like between like 2020 and 2021, flu cases went down significantly. They're like, oh my God, this is like the lowest, of flu cases ever in like forever. It's like because people are wearing masks. Everyone was wearing masks at the time. So yeah, I mean, people, it wasn't, with COVID, obviously people might still get COVID, but like everyone was like, wow, flu cases have gone down by a lot. And it goes to show that wearing masks can prevent the spread of flu, regardless of the strain or whatever,
There's this, there's kind of, I guess I would call him a Mayor Pete style figure. John Perroy Mitchell, the boy mayor. He's until Zoran won. He was a year, I think he was a year older than Zoran when he won. He was like 34. But he was like this very young mayoral candidate. Actually, he was only the 3rd youngest mayor of the city. So there was other people that are even younger.
Oh, what, talking about New York City?
Yeah.
Wasn't there one that was like 20?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I thought he was like the youngest up to that point for some reason, but I guess I'm wrong about that. But he lost his race. Like the administration, he was like a good administrator, but Tammany Hall took it back, which is always what happens, right? Like he's a reform mayor, then Tammany Hall would take it back, and so Tammany Hall got their guy in there, and like I think it was like Red Mike Highland, or like one of those people, and like one of those like real Tammany politicians from the old days. But it's this John Perroy Mitchell volunteered for World War I, and then immediately crashed his plane and died. He didn't even get to leave the country. He was training in Louisiana, and
well, at least someone's asking us questions.
The Black American flag. What is the wait? Is that
a bit?
I feel like no, I think there is a Black American flag. I just don't remember what it
Yeah.
is.
Like how there's like a black national anthem that white people hate. I'm like, shut up.
I think I had a racial compromise for that.
Mm.
I feel like we should have a new national anthem.
Well, I mean, I honestly feel like This Land Is Your Land should always be, because it just sounds more camaraderie,
This is I don't know how this bit ended up happening or like why I thought of this.
Oh no.
But my idea for because I wanted to bridge the gap. I wanted to bring the races together. So we have we have a
heal the world.
Yeah, so my idea was Return of the Mac.
Oh yeah.
Return of the Mac.
Everyone loves that song. Whoa, whoa.
I just feel like that should be our national anthem.
Oh yeah. It's so weird. I still know the lyrics to the national anthem. I'm like, I haven't sang that song in since high school, and I still know the lyrics, and I barely listen to because I don't watch sports events, unless it's like the Winter Olympics or now.
Yeah, but they really, I mean, the way that we do well, I don't know. I mean, I guess I could go on a whole thing about this, but
or even American the Beautiful could be a better,
the way that we do patriotism because of the way that our country is kind of established, or because it's all immigrants, that it's kind of a fast track to nationalism. The way that we kind of beat nationalism into kids is if you go anywhere else in the world, they're like, this is weird.
Saluting the flag again. We used to back in the day used to do the and everyone's like, what? I'm like, I feel like even if you're gonna pledge the flag again, but it's stupid. But I feel like putting your hand on your heart is a bit better than doing the Nazi salute.
They French people I know are just
French are like, what are you guys doing?
Yeah, they're repulsed by the fact that we do a pledge.
I love that the French hate. Did you see how they're comparing Trump White House colors and pride, and everyone's like, oh, the French.
Stevie Crowder makes people do that even though he's from Canada.
Yeah. Canada. Oh, Canada. I don't. Yeah. But
he's the brain. He was the brain. It was
yeah, and people don't understand this. For those of us younger millennials who watched Arthur in elementary school, he was our brain when Arthur was peak in elementary school. He was. I wonder if he did that Jekyll hide, Jekyll hide Jekyll song.
No, that wasn't him.
Oh, thank God.
That was the next one, I think.
Yeah,
I imagine they just kill every Arthur cast member. At the end of it, they're like, your term of service is over. They're making me seppuku.
It's like with the Peanuts characters. They always actually cast real kids because it's they sound more authentic, and then they replace them every, when they do a new movie or whatever.
Well, you can't. Not everyone can also be either Pamela Alden, who does the Bobby Hill character,
yeah,
or I forget her name. I think it was Lisa or something that does the Bart Simpson voice, or Nancy.
Yeah.
That's her name. But those are the two kind of I guess now kind of older women that do that still do the voices for kids characters. It's really good.
Yeah, well, it's when I watched the new Animaniacs reboot that came out during COVID, they all sound a little older. I could tell that Rob Paulson, who does Yakko and Pinky, he got dentures, so you can hear the in his voice, and I'm like,
yeah.
Ugh. And then of course with Dot, the actress's voice got a little older, so she didn't sound exactly the same. The only person who sounded the same was Wacko.
I noticed a lot of times a lot of people are getting which I'm pretty sure I'll have to get at some point when my teeth are fucked up enough, because I took a lot of antibiotics as a kid, my enamel was fucked. But a lot of people get those veneers now, and it's they do not look good or sound
good. Did you? I told you where Julia, her teeth situation.
I think she showed us, right?
Yeah, she got glow in the dark. All right, I was like. And because dentists just love doing work regardless. I'm like, look, my wisdom teeth came out normal. Every once in a while I get a pain, but I don't want them removed. They're fine. My teeth are not impacted. They're fine. Just do a deep cleaning and do some bleaching. Fill in some fillers, whatever. That's all I want. Do not be trying to pull teeth because my teeth are fine.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I've been using Sensodyne my whole life. That's the toothpaste that saved me.
I have I think they've pulled 3 out of my head at this point. Ugh. One pretty recently, and it was, I don't know, it's on the other side. It's not if you get implants, it's fine, but the full veneers just don't look good.
Yeah, That like, especially like if you get like, I know someone who had like braces and she had like her tooth was like a Tom Cruise situation where it was like in the middle, but it fell out, so she had to get like an implant to like fix like, you know. And I'm like, because braces weren't fixing it.
But it's like, I don't know, the implants, a lot of them look good. Like you can't really tell the difference. It's
Because the teeth have some diversity to them. They don't all look the same. Like the Weeknd's veneers are shut up, you know, like.
Well, they had the thing where Kanye got all his teeth filed down. Like this is like right as he was doing like the Nazi shit, right? Like, he got like addicted. He got addicted to nitrous oxide because they.
What is this, Blue Velvet?
So he was running around.
Dennis Hopper?
He was running around going, baby wants to fuck. No, but so like I don't know, like a big part of the story behind like, I'm not saying like that's why he. I mean, that's,
no, but like it doesn't help.
Yeah, it kind of turned him into like a junkie. I mean, what he was doing was like junkie behavior, right? Like I don't know if you've ever had like a person get into a fight with you that's like both a drug addict and kind of schizophrenic. They
my sister knows that.
Like I've seen those people out in town and stuff, or like out, you know, in the thing, and it's like, I don't know. There's like mental. I'm not saying like. People always think that if you're saying that like mental illness is a component of this kind of stuff, it's like you're saying like everyone that has mental illness, and it's like it's obviously not what I'm fucking saying. But people are like, well, people have mental illness and don't do this. It's like, okay, but also people have mental illness and like, you know, like try to like seppuku themselves. Like there's a lot of it's a big spectrum.
It's a spectrum, you know.
And like Kanye is like, he had untreated for like 30 years bipolar, and then kept going on and off meds. Like I'm sure and he was doing drugs. Like I'm sure all of that.
That's not good for the brain when you're constantly, you know, going back on, off, on, off. You know, your brain's not really able to, you know, digest all of that.
I think it's funny. Like, had anybody, like I don't know, like
he was isolating himself from the Kardashians, who give him credit, they were trying to help him.
that was their first, you know, like Kim Kardashian, he's trying to help prisoners. Kanye was their first one. He was trying to help get off the Democratic plantation.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like this is like a one-dimensional conversations on this stuff, I guess, with you know, mental illnesses and stuff. But it's like it just seems like the Kanye situation seems very sad to me. Like it's
because he was like the greatest rapper in recent history, and then it's like, what?
Like a lot of people reacted with, like, understandably, but like a lot of people reacted with like this extreme amount of like anger towards it, and it's like, oh my, someone's talking shit in my ear. This was ringing, but no.
Oh yeah,
like experience like this. Yeah, we're all mental, but I think the society we live in makes us mentally a little bit.
Yes.
Like,
and they keep cutting funding to help us all. I mean, like there's a girl on TikTok who's been doing like all the shit that Reagan, like how it all began with Reagan and all that, and she did the whole like, you know, the mental asylum stuff and cutting up, you know, like mental health care funding and all that. And I'm like, yeah, there's a lot of shit he did like that we're still dealing with today, and we haven't had a president who's fixed any of this. Which is like, if I were president, I'll be like, reverse Reagan and Trump and Bush act. Like I'm like, we are removing all their crap. We're reversing. We're going back to the days of Eisenhower and FDR.
Why does reverse Reagan sound like, I don't know, it sounds like you're to do with something racist, I guess. It's like you're like, oh, or maybe the reverse Reagan is when you give homeless people money.
Yeah, probably. It actually does, you know, it is supposed to trickle up to the rich people, and it ain't trickling up.
You know what? It's like a statistic that people. I feel like everyone's so overwhelmed by just the horrors of nonstop Trumpism right now that it's like like every new thing leaks out like a sieve. Like, you know, like it's just we're deluged by it. But as of like when the actual big beautiful bill takes effect, like after the midterms, it's gonna be the largest wealth transfer upwards in American history, and that's like an insane thing that kind of got glossed over.
Especially with inflation that he loves. And JD Vance was on The View, and there he was like, he didn't say I love the. He's talking about, you know, he's loving that the war was going to be, the inflation is going to go down. I'm like, no, he said I love the inflation, and he said he doesn't care about us. How you cannot twist that? Even my uncle's like, you didn't say that, and I'm like, dude.
Yeah, the amount of
get deprogrammed.
I already. I mean, you know, Trump is Trump, but like the amount of just personal, just personal revulsion I have towards JD Vance's existence and like his the slimy little fucking face. Like,
Yeah, no wonder his mother traded him for Percocets.
Is that feeling? That's the Felix joke.
I would have said that to his face.
I don't know. I
And
feel
I would
like
be caught on camera, and I don't care.
I feel like he just look at you like this.
Yeah, with that eyeliner. That one comedian does a good job. The Dan Wilbur dude, he's so funny. We should see if we get him on. He's at JD Vance on the podcast. Just be JD Vance the entire time. We interview. Well, oh my God, wait. I'm gonna mention. Be like, I do a political thing. My friend and I. Would you come on and let's interview as JD Vance?
Someone walks in and hands me a phone, and I'm like, it's ringing, and then it's just JD Vance. Wow, you're breaking news for me right now, JD Vance.
Call back. That's so funny. Oh my God. But it is kind of funny though, because a lot of people are like, Obama. I'm like, yeah, Obama, droner in chief, deporter in chief. But wasn't it great to not hear from him every fucking day for like 8 years? That's what I miss. And I was saying this the other day on stream. I'm like, I miss the
We were just talking about Cheap Trick. We were just talking about the song with Adam McKay.
Yeah. I'm like, I miss the days where the president was like, there was a mystique still. Like we didn't have to know. And of course, with this day and age, it's like we know everything that's going on. I'm like, I call me cheesy, call me, libbed up, but like I kind of miss the White House used to represent something. The presidency meant something. It's a joke now, and I hate it. I'm a real traditionalist.
I was thinking about there's been like these moments of I would like kind of radical transparency, I guess, in the presidency, and it always goes badly. Like Jimmy Carter doing the crisis of confidence speech, or Gerald Ford saying the State of the Union is not good. Those moments that I think are very important for a society when like the leader of a society speaks honestly with the people. Americans do not like that. Like we have this just instant kind of detestation for that. So because of that, we've gotten to the point where like the thing, like every single White House, not just Trump's White House, like Biden's too. Like it sounds like when you get social media messages from them, it sounds almost like you're getting like something from like I don't mean this in the literal sense of North Korea, but it sounds like you're getting like almost like North Korean level like.
Yeah, that's why I got that shit turned off.
Yeah, like our dear leader has given us this. Like it all sounds so like fawning and like. Like, this is number one. This is the best, and I hate that. I hate it so much.
Yeah, but also too, like when they're describing how bad things are, Democrats still have like a sense of hope, But Trump's like, there are murders, there are criminals, everything's bad, everything sucks, and only I can fix it. I'm like, no, dude, you're not even doing that.
But then they also don't. They never have a plan to fix it.
Yeah, they never do.
They're like, oh, don't worry, I can fix it. And it's like, okay, how are you gonna do that?
You cannot be the one who fixes it, because again, when you're saying
like,
shit that you don't care about us,
you're like, don't worry, I can fix it. And then you're like, how? And they're like, well, blue no matter who. Let's go.
Yeah. Big beautiful bill, big beautiful boobs. The whole thing.
I
called ourselves Tweedle D and Tweedle Big Boobs.
I think part of my like I think part of my just spirit or soul or whatever the fuck it is died during the time period where the big beautiful bill was being passed, and and like it's still terrifying. Like I'm on medication.
I didn't even read it,
but it's like but it's like Chuck Schumer going, I call it the big ugly bill, and then he was like, it's the big
social
ugly
media.
Bill. And he's like, I'm gonna make it called the big ugly bill, and that was his response. And it's like, oh, so we're like fucked.
Yeah. Like Cory Booker is supposed to be in charge of like the Democrats' social media, and I'm like, oh no.
Oh, we can pass you a bill. You're a big ugly bill. Got him.
Yeah. I'm like, we should be getting like, I don't know, maybe like Maxwell Frost in charge of like the Democrats' social media, or someone younger and hip, like you were telling about your friend who kind of like helps the whole that started the whole walking, talking ads for political campaigns. But it's like you also gotta make sure like you have the charisma to do it. And don't just exactly copy like what Mamdani's doing. You gotta do it in your own way.
You should definitely follow her Deb Soslaw. Her thing is like but
because like Abdul's doing his own version of it, but it works because it's like he's doing it like for like Michigan.
One of the people that started Melted Solids, which is like the little like collective of people that do the ads for that started with Zoran, but now it's like everyone and all the DSA kind of candidates. They've also worked with like Brad Lander at this point.
Nice guy. Peace and love. Well, it's also funny too because when Hassan was on Majority Report, he was talking about like how the resistance in 2016 failed. They failed. They wanted to go back to brunch. They didn't really do anything. But I have confidence that the left is being the real resistance by running these progressive or DSA or like DSA adjacent type candidates, and they're doing pretty well.
I think it's 2016. Like I don't think anyone, like most people thought. Most people were like, oh, it's not gonna happen. Like Trump's not gonna.
Yeah.
So it's like nobody was really like. I'm not saying nobody. There were obviously people in local communities mobilizing, and like I'm not saying nobody was doing anything. Of course, it fell apart really fast because they tried to like build a multiracial coalition of women that were like opposed to Trump, and then they kicked out Linda Sarsour. So like,
yeah.
But
I remember I was watching The Young Turks, and Trump's team always likes to use that dun 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 dun, dun and it's all TYT call and everything. And I'm like, I remember that night so vividly, I threw up. And then my sister's here for like 2024, and like I think we were doing like we were doing election coverage with Dan. He was so out of it that night. Oh my god, I have PTSD from streaming.
He 100% knew that Kamala wasn't gonna make it.
And he was coping, but like my sister was like, "It ain't looking good, is it?" I'm like, "No."
It's hard not to like just like tell yourself like, "There's no way this happens again." Like,
yeah,
like I could tell this like Kamala's campaign sucked. It's terrible, but it's like
if they kept the coconut vibes and the Republicans are weird and just did the vibes thing and sprinkle in like it would have worked, but they listened to like the centrist third way Biden types.
It wasn't even like a thing. Like Kamala was never gonna win, and I knew that.
She's never won a presidential primary in her life. What makes you think she can do it now?
I don't think that I don't think that she was gonna ever win because it was like 116 days. Like it just wasn't.
Yeah,
I mean,
Biden didn't really put her up front as a VP. Like here she is.
I did not want her to be the person, and like, I think that's a big part of it too. Like Biden was like, not to do the stabbed in the back, my own version of stabbed in the back, but Biden
in the front,
did not want her to like, and also Obama, he didn't want Kamala to be the nominee either, and then he turned around and was like, black men. They're sexist. It's like he was speaking like to reporters and stuff like behind the scenes, and he's like, I don't think Kamala should be the person. I think it should be an open primary, which is like fair. I agree with that. But then he turned around like a week later, and he was like, black men are sexist. They're not going to vote for a woman. And it's like, bro, you're talking like you're projecting like you are right now.
Yeah, it was crazy time because I felt like, okay, we keep the vibes going. We were doing so well, and then that happened, and I'm like, oh god.
This midterm cycle, Obama's a lot more like forward facing. It's because he failed so badly all the things he was trying to do in 2024.
And also, even when he was president, he failed. He was supposed to, bring hope and change, and then just
I'm saying his like he's had kingmaker status essentially in the Democratic Party. He's been there. He's been like the non-political leader, I guess, of the Democratic Party, and the stuff that he tried to, because he maneuvers behind the scenes. He's always been a behind the scene maneuverer, and
that's how I operate. But I work.
But it's like. His all of his maneuvers in 2024 were like bad and kind of exploded in his face. And I think that the reason he's so forward facing, he's just trying to like revamp his image as like a behind the scenes kind of kingmaker, like build up his mystique again, kind of. But it's not gonna like, I don't know. I really don't like that he has that role.
Yeah, because again, like he failed when he was president. Like
he maneuvers. It's like he like maneuvers to break a strike, and it's like what? Like why?
Yeah,
like of NBA players, like
yeah. And he loves the NBA. Like it's just
Obama calls up, shut up and dribble.
Yeah, exactly. Oh god, I remember that. What was that? Laura Ingraham saying that too, I think, or something like that. Is stupid.
At the time Obama's thing, every time they took a knee or whatever, and like they would say shut up and dribble, but it's like I'm imagining Obama like hearing that
it's football. What are you doing? Like
but imagine Obama hears the strikes coming in the NBA and he goes shut up and dribble.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. It's just kind of sad to see Obama ruin his own legacy because he just, again, I feel like Howard Dean, they did the 50-state strategy, and it worked. And then they were like, our work here's done. We don't have to worry about anything. We're good. Republicans are never going to win anything again. And then, of course, we elected a black man as president and Republicans went berserk. And but I mean, the Republicans have always been like trying to plan stuff and build. And it took quite some time to get to where they are now. But the thing is, if Republicans just nod off at the wheel and Democrats swoop in and get like a bare minimum win, Republicans get agitated. So they're always like trying to stay awake when they're driving the car. So that they don't like, lose it or whatever. Like, you know what I'm saying? But like, that's how I always felt. It's like, they're driving, they're racing. And if the Republicans nod off for like 1 second, boom. Because again, with 2024, Trump winning, how the hell did Democrats win on an off year midterm election? Like, how?
Yeah, I don't know. Things were kind of 2022 is kind of crazy. Like, I think the Roe versus Wade.
And then also like last year, with of course, CIA spammer, she's been a disappointment or whatever. But it's like, how did the Democrats do so well in an odd year election year? Like right after Trump won too.
I feel like
Elon cheated. That's what I'm gonna say.
There's like, you can see this coming from a mile away, but I mean, like, a lot of people like kind of theorize about 2022. They're like, Roe versus Wade is going to play like a big role in this, and then it
codified it. Nope.
But it did, and then they said in 2024, oh, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to remind everyone that Roe versus Wade is like, they're like,
give us $5.
And then it just like, by then everyone was just like, yeah, our attention spans are shot. Like, it worked for one cycle. And it's like, yeah, I mean, it's kind of depressing that only worked for one cycle, because it seems like people didn't care by 2024 really. But I mean, I guess they did care, but it's like we've moved on.
I just can't believe they removed it as like a right to a right to privacy issue, and I'm like, oh, come on, man, because it's not in the like, again, if Obama ran on codifying Roe v. Wade on day one or what, I would be doing that.
It's always worked very well for Republicans to, like, when number one, the whole pro-life label, right? Like, it's bullshit. Like,
it's bullshit. Yeah, they only latched on to abortion because they knew they can't ban women from getting credit cards and bank accounts and all that. So they because I remember reading into it. It's like they focus on abortion because they know there's an easier way to emotionally manipulate people. They're murdering a baby. Look at this baby.
Well,
look at this 6-month-old infant. They're murdering this. Like
Rick Perlstein's books on like Reagan and they said like the conservative movement kind of go into like this kind of
the
thing
moral majority.
Yeah, like Reagan land goes into like this a lot, but it's I don't know. It's there's a number of people in like evangelical and especially Catholic, obviously, communities that is like, it is an issue for, like, it is something that they've believed in for a long time, that abortion
against birth control too, and IVF and whatever.
Yeah, but it's like, so that's like, that is a salient issue for specific groups of people, but the convergence of it was kind of a plot between like religious right leaders, because it's like, yeah, it's the classic thing with the Southern strategy, basically. They're like, oh, first you say like Edward, but then you can't say the N-word anymore. They won't let you say
water.
Woke. No, but then you have to come up with other things.
Someone said the Southern strategy was not a real thing; it was made up. I'm like, it's well documented, dipshit. That's what Republicans say it all the time. I'm like, come on.
I mean, he was Nixon's guy. He got Nixon in there. That's
a
big part of it. Like on the idea of like, racial resentment and like white flight. But it's you can't say the word anymore because of woke. And then you turn around, then so you have to come up with something else, and it's like,
DEI, CRT, Marxism. Well,
it goes on and on and on and on and on.
Yeah, the think tanks think every election cycle, and I'm like, you guys fall for it every time.
But then
you didn't know what CRT was, you didn't know what DEI was, and you were fine with it for most of the time because you didn't it wasn't described the way Republicans do it.
Yeah, well, but it's also like, for a really long time, I mean, like Carter was anti-abortion.
Yeah,
like, he personally anti-abortion. He was like, he didn't really take a take a position on it.
Joe Biden too, apparently. Like, but he did not let his religious get in the way of, his legislation.
They kept trying to excommunicate him.
Yeah, I remember that.
Because
But like
yeah, we're not gonna do that. Like,
yeah, but I don't mind if people have like their like again. Remember, everyone's like, "Oh, Kennedy's Catholic. He might be taking from the Pope. Oh God, and he didn't." But it's just like he took more from the mob. But it's like I don't mind if someone has like religious beliefs, but I just don't want them to legislate like that because they had separation of church and state. But that doesn't exist anymore, and it's just baffling to me because I don't know if you know. Do you know? I forgot what his name was. Do you remember the abortion doctor who changed his views after seeing like a fetus, or like procedure abortion, like it's like a fetus moving or whatever because he saw it. Huh?
There's been a few of those.
Yeah, but I think the most prominent one happened like in the 70s and 80s. But I feel like he got paid off by like Jane Roe, like her last testament. She's like, yeah, I got paid off by pro-life organizations, and I'm like, I knew it because that's always how it happens.
Yeah. Well, there's
former Planned Parenthood employees. I'm like, come on.
Yeah, they love those. They love doing that.
Yeah, I'm like, and then they don't even work at a Planned Parenthood that does abortions because hardly any Planned Parenthood clinics do abortions now.
They're like the original version of like detransitioner kind of people, where it's like,
yeah,
it's like I was there, man. I was there, and I saw and then the baby looked at me,
Yeah.
The Ralph Brigham thing where he's like, I'm supposed to get her
Look at this 5-week-old baby, and I'm like, okay, no.
I don't know. I think it's clearly worked very well as an emotional issue.
Oh,
which is
God,
funny
yeah, it
because it's
has.
like, I don't know. It's like
remember Tiller the baby killer, and Bill O'Reilly's like, I had no, responsibility in that man's, death, and I'm like, yeah, you did.
Another crazy one at the time. Terry Schiavo, remember that whole like.
Oh, I was following that like, oh man, Bailey Sarian did a whole video because I was always like, what's happening? Even when I was younger, I'm like, the husband seems to be taking good care of her. The parents didn't seem to have a good relationship with her or even the husband. The husband has a right to, and the doctors were like, she is a vegetable. She's not gaining consciousness. She's never gonna, live a happy, pull the plug. It's fine. And then Jeb Bush and George Bush, like, saved Terry, and it's like, no. And even, he would do her husband would do her makeup and, make sure she was taken care of, spend all this money on trying to find treatments to help her.
You just created a million Terry Schivos.
Yeah. But like her story is so sad because it's like she crash dieted a lot, and that's kind of, your heart, it's kind of like Karen Carpenter's situation because her parents were like, you're chubby, you're fat. And they just wanted the money. Her parents just wanted the money. Like her parents were awful. And even when, and it took a while for him, like, I think near the end he found like another woman, but even she was helping him taking care of Terry and all that. So like her husband, they try to make her husband have to be like this greedy guy who wants all the money, but he's like, no, all this money is going towards Terry and her health and her care. The parents want the money because they just want the money.
It was the same. I feel like in my head I connect Terry Schiavo, that case, with the stuff about like human growth hormone and
stem cells and all that.
Yeah, exactly. That exact time period is like the same kind of
that was all happening at the same time. Yeah,
it never, like, a lot of those didn't really ever catch on because it's like the way abortion did or something, right? Like, at the time it kind of did, but it's like it's not like they're not issues that have had salience. Like you don't hear anyone talk about stem cells now or anything.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's like, but it does feel like it was very easy, especially like in the 70s and 80s and 90s, to make people run away from like it still works. Like they would run away very quickly from the idea of like a late term abortion. Like if you try, like, in a debate or something, right? Like you debate politicians debating, and it's like, oh, they support late term abortions, or they support abortion on demand.
Yeah, or a post-birth abortion. I'm like, that's not a thing. Also, this is my whole thing. Why in the world would a woman go through 9 months of all that nonsense that is called pregnancy, a beautiful thing, mind you, and just decide, I'm just gonna abort this thing?
Because they want to be a roadie, man.
Yeah, but like, it's just so funny. Like, if I was, debating a male politician about, I'm like, do you hear yourself right now? You think a woman goes through like 9 months, 8 or 9 months for the whole pregnancy, and then decides, I just want to abort this now. I can't do this. No.
The problem with this exact thing, with the way conservative kind of argumentation works, right? They'll if that is the line of attack in like a debate or something, they'll just find someone who, like, the one person who has gone through like they'll be like, see, that one person did it, so it's an issue, and it's like,
Yeah,
I just feel like that's how they've navigated this entire thing. It's like, like if you're like that doesn't happen, meaning like obviously what you mean is like that is
we
not
need one anecdotal evidence to
we'll find like it's the same thing as like they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. You like find like
or like they hire like gay dudes and put dresses on them and be like, I'm a D-trans person. I'm like, no, you're not. You're a gay dude in a dress. They threw the dress on you, did up your makeup. Come on.
Yeah, I don't know. There's like it just feels like none of the stuff is ever like honest, and none of it really goes through like a debate. Like,
yeah, it's all money, people being paid off. Like, I mean, there are people who are
spectacle, and Trump more than any other politician, I think, of our time, like just understands spectacle. Like, that's all it really is. Is like,
because I mean, there are people who are D-trans. They have unfortunately with the way things are now, they have no choice sometimes. Or like they experimented, they did like hormone blockers or whatever, and they're like, you know what? I'm fine or whatever. It's just so funny that people are like, tomboys don't exist anymore. I'm like, yeah, they do.
They literally did try to say women were babies for fun, and then you meet like,
and then everyone's like, oh my god, and everyone's like, we're fucking joking. Oh my god, we triggered the libs, we triggered the conservatives.
But then you meet like I don't know, like I've had quite a few friends that like have had an abortion, and like you like just talking to them for 5 seconds, you see like how traumatizing it actually is to have to make that decision. It's like
because some women do want a baby, but like is financial situations, it can't, wrong time. And I know my biology teacher had a friend who was she was very outgoing and popular. Then she got pregnant. She wanted an abortion. Her parents said no. She's keeping the baby, mind you. She's gonna keep it, so that means raise it, right? She goes through all the pregnancy, and then she gives birth, and her parents were planning an adoption for the baby behind her back. After growing attached to this thing for 9 months, mind you, and it was a closed adoption, she got so depressed she became basically a homeless drug addict, and she would always remember like the baby's birthday and all that. And I'm like, that's why. And that kind of made me more like pro-choice, because I don't know if you saw like in high school, like or whatever, girls with like the red tape saying life, and I'm like, you're annoying. What are you doing?
It's also like the story of like why it even became like like why something like Roe versus Wade was necessary. Like the amount of women, rich women, of course, could just you go to a different
rich women, all the mistresses that Trump got pregnant, probably
getting back alley abortions like is a very real thing that happened. When abortion wasn't legal in America, and it's like a lot
Dirty
of people
Dancing in New Paltz.
In New Paltz, I
don't get an abortion in New Paltz, guys, because you'll have a folding table and a knife.
Somebody posted a clip from Dirty Dancing of the abortion. I was like, they lives in New Paltz. Some of my friends they were like, oh yeah, it was in New Paltz. I was like, wait, that's not why. I don't like. That's like a real like. I just like. You also have to think about like. It's the hygiene of like surgical instruments and stuff. Like it's gotten a lot better in a very short amount of time, and it's like.
But I feel like they need to do a better job at trying to do pap smears for women, because I'm sorry, that shit is so uncomfortable and painful. Because some of us have like that like weird psychological trauma down there where like anything hurts. So like I was literally like, they're like, you gotta relax. And I'm like, I can't. It's so painful. And she's like, oh my god. I'm like, yeah, this is why I try to avoid these things. I'm like, can't you just find a different way? And I see like the TikToks of the girls doing like, like the clamping, dish, like a silverware, whatever, like when you want to pick up like a hot dog, they're doing this. And it's like, that's exactly how it feels. It's so, meanwhile, you just have to cough. No fair. The only thing men and women have in common is colonoscopies.
The only thing, the fear is like the nurse is feeling it, and then like you get hard and you're like, no wait, I'm not trying to like,
yeah, what's funny too, my dad woke up during his colonoscopy and they had the thing down here and the thing up there, and he freaked out. I'm like, how do you wake up from that anesthesia? Give me some propofol.
I'm not gonna tell the story. I told you the story about my brother's having to get a colonoscopy. And I don't know. He just recently had to get one, and he was telling me about it. I was like, I'm never doing that. I definitely am. At
We're
some
3
point
feet
gonna have
in. Wait, what? How?
But he's like, I don't know. He was telling me like, I was like, hi, this sounds like I don't want to do it ever.
Yeah. Nah, I'm good.
I
Everyone's
mean,
like, you got.
I definitely at some point I'm gonna probably have to start getting screened for like pancreatic or what, not pancreatic, like prostate cancer and stuff, because every guy now does. But it's like that does not sound like something I want to do.
I would rather get my breasts squeezed real hard. Again, they could do a better job at this stuff, right? But apparently not. But then have them shove like a speculum and then like a giant like COVID style, Q-tip and scrape. And then I bled a little. They're like, we might have to do this again. I'm like, please no.
Yeah. I don't know. They've gotten a lot better at cancer screenings though.
Yeah.
Within the last few years, they can catch
it. And detecting like a genetic component. So if you have the resources, you can get like with Angelina Jolie, and all that. Because I mean, there's so many women who are like, I just want a hysterectomy. I'm not gonna have kids or whatever. And the doctor's like, are you sure though? Because you get young. And I'm like, no. I mean, I even told them like I would sell my eggs, but my eggs are too old. Like I'm 30. Like I looked up I thought about selling, giving my eggs because you make a lot of good money from doing that. But I'm like, oh man, I'm too old.
I keep getting Instagram ads that like donate your sperm today. Like,
oh God, can you imagine how many Forrest Millers be walking around the planet?
But it's like I was just kind of it's crazy that like to do it as like an Instagram ad, like
yeah.
Oh, I was on.
I prefer the donating what if it's just the donating plasma ones? Like, do those. Like, donate your eggs.
It's funny, like we want your sperm. Give us your sperm.
Yeah,
like, they're always like they try to make it like they try to make it really relatable or whatever. Like so
yeah, like here's the DVD. Just go in this room.
But like no, I mean like these Instagram ads. It's like a guy in a bikini like this looking out into the sunset. It's like he just got money for his sperm or something, and it's like.
I just think it's so funny because it's like they really do it the way it's like here, get into a room, watch this DVD from like 1972, and it's like men are like, I can't jerk off to this. This is very steep. What are we doing here?
I don't know. This is just I just feel like they're gonna like you're gonna be in that room and then they're gonna like knock you out or something, take a kidney, and they're like, you shouldn't have.
Cut a kidney out, and that's a common soap trope where it's like, oh, they traffic organs or whatever.
There's the I don't know. I feel like there's like, well, you shouldn't have answered the Instagram sperm ad. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I got $7 from the Facebook privacy leak, and I'm like, yay, I'm rich. Oh my God,
$7
look at him.
A vial of Instagram sperm.
Oppy boppy.
Aw.
Yeah. It was so funny. McGraw was going like clockwise, chasing his tail, and then counterclockwise for like 5 minutes. And I'm like, and then he finally gave up. And I'm like, I feel McGraw is like special. Like he's kind of dumb. This one is pretty smart. But I mean, they do listen. Like they know the word no. They know not to go near the food or whatever because we never fed them table food. But it's like McGraw's just off.
when I adopted a cat during the pandemic with my ex, the first one we got was like a little special. So just a little off.
Yeah.
It was so cute though, like in a very cute way.
Yeah.
Like in the kind of way where it's like like one time I remember like he fell down a ladder. He climbed a ladder.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah, McGraw tried jumping from like
he did not land on his feet, and I was like, that was the moment I knew like this is like a little bit of a special cat.
Yeah, because my mom's bedroom door, we have the little cat thingy, but like the cat jungle or whatever that they have, and we have it, and then there's the love seat or the couch, like this amount of space, mind you. And McGraw tried jumping from the couch to that thing, and he like fell, but he managed to catch himself on the cat tower or whatever. And I'm like, oh my God.
Damn, Plasma's go over $75 donation during COVID, trying to get people to come in during a pandemic, but then the greedy companies started paying less after things started opening up. Damn,
mine is like you could get paid like $7.50, and I'm like, what?
I thought it was more than $75 for plasma.
Yeah, I know people that I know people just donate their healthy and they donate their plasma all
donate
the
my
time.
plasma and I need cash now.
Call JG. Oh my God. So I posted a video on Twitter of the one guy who's like, if you grew up, in the early 2000s and slept with the TV on, and he did like all the famous commercials. And what are you doing? And like, JG Wentworth and, the Time Life, ballet commercials, all, and I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, this is why I don't sleep with the TV on. I sleep in the dark with my noise
I let the
machine.
TV glow.
Yeah.
Did you see recently? This is so fucking depressing. John Oliver did a thing on like the structured settlements, like what those.
Yes, I reacted to that and I was like, this is so sad.
It was the most depressing story I think
because people are like giving these JG like $1 million and only getting like 7, a few. I'm like, what are you doing?
They're purposely like going after like retarded people, mentally challenged people. Like they were purposely going after people with like severe brain damage, and that's why they had a structured settlement in the first place.
Yeah.
And it's like, and then getting them to sign these contracts and then coming back and plaguing them with calls being like, oh, I know, last time you sold us for like, and they didn't even explain to them that it's like 20 or 30% on the dollar.
It's like you win in the lottery, you go to the casino, you have all this money. What are you doing with it? Keep it. And I said this before, if I was ever a trillionaire, I'm constantly donating my money. I'm like, I'm gonna solve world hunger because it costs more for Elon to buy Twitter than to end world hunger, mind you. Like that was crazy.
The story of like most people doing the lottery is like is grim.
Like I'm just over here like, look, if I ever, because again, as someone, I feel like people who are born into wealth are very selfish, but then there are people who still stay grounded and like know what responsibility is and helping people. Because if I were, again, like if I ever won the lottery, I'm giving everyone who helped me these last 5 years something, a good hefty amount. Like, here you go, thank you for helping me, because it's the least. I mean, saying thank you, but like, I feel like want to do more, because one time I've told a story before, but there was like a homeless woman in the Publix parking lot, and she made like paper roses, and she was asking for money for groceries, whatever, and it was going to start to rain, to storm, and we were like, ma'am, we live right around the corner. Do you want to stay here for a few hours? Nice home meal, you could take a nap, rest. And she's like, oh, thank you. And then she was like, I want to be back at the Publix at this hour. I'm like, okay, it's fine. Just little things. It's since Hurricane Helene, we've seen more and more people on the streets in my town, and it's really heartbreaking.
There was a lady outside of the grocery store. This is when I went to the movies. Which movie was it that I saw that this was happening to? Oh, it was when I went and I saw the Bride of Frankenstein, the Bride.
Bride.
So outside there's this older black lady that was sitting out there, and then I was at the grocery store getting groceries because like they're in the same kind of plaza, and my mom noticed her and was like, hey, can you get her a sandwich or something while you're in there? And I did. I felt good about it. And then she was telling us that her son was gonna come pick her up, but she doesn't know where he's gonna be. Like, I don't like this thing. And then I saw like the same lady recently, like sitting in a different part of town, clearly having been there for like days. And it's like clearly, I think it's like it's like definitely an alcohol problem.
Yeah, because there's this one guy with like a big like lab, and we see him all the time because that town doesn't have like a homeless shelter. The only thing we have is like a shelter for like abused women to help them, get out of this situation. It's called the Cumbie Center. So they don't really take men, obviously, unfortunately. But like when it was Christmas time and our car battery wasn't working, I had to walk miles to get my mom stuff from the gas station. He was with his dog against the Target building, and people, because it was Christmas time, people were giving him so much stuff like foods and clothes and stuff for the dog. And I'm like, I'm gonna get this guy something, And I did. I got him, like easy things that he could eat, like granolas and stuff like that. And oh god, what else did I like? Some shaving, toiletry stuff, because I mean he was already getting a lot of that. And it just felt so bad. But I'm glad that I mean, he's well known because we see him sometimes just sleeping like in the grass with his dog near some stores, and it's like
we'll have like
he'll move around, obviously.
We'll have like, I don't know, like 2 or like at most 3 homeless people really in town, like at a time. That are like, I mean, when I was a kid, I think it was actually more but
we're seeing teens now.
But our thing was a little bit kind of weird because it was like like they had those kids that would travel the rails.
Mm-hmm.
Like New Paltz is technically like a spot on one of those things. So a lot of the kids would be like transient. They would transient kids. No, but it would be like so they would be in New Paltz for a couple of days, going somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of like more permanent homeless people, they would go to like rainbow gatherings and stuff like that with like the folk punk shit, which like we gotta get rid of folk punk. We gotta get out of here. But no, but the more permanent is like we'll have like 2 or 3 homeless people at a time, and it's like people actually coordinate on like the whatever town groups and stuff to be like, all right, I'm gonna get them stuff this day or this time, and then
so the blessing boxes.
But if it was like a larger homeless population, it would be like the logistics of it would be like impossible, and it's like
what I don't like is a lot of us are noticing because for the Bernie campaign we were making blessing boxes for homeless people as well, and toiletries, toothpaste, like the important stuff that they would need. But recently, a lot of people are putting expired food in these blessing boxes, and people are noticing this. I'm like, don't do that.
It's also like, I don't know, like when you go to the city, there's like obviously like a fair amount of homeless people. 97% of them though are like in shelters. So it's like the people that you see on the street a lot of times in New York City that are like living on the street,
they come and go.
Well, they're just the most extreme cases a lot of times.
Yeah.
And it's like it's people that it's like very, very hard to help. And I don't really.
Yeah.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work to like mandate. Like people always think that that's like going to be the solution. Like, I mean, Spencer Pratt obviously thinks that, but like, like there's a lot of like that's
off the homeless or whatever. Anna Kasparian believes it.
But it actually like the efficacy of it like makes things like worse.
Yeah. Like you don't. Like, it's just so funny when you poll people in LA who think like, euthanizing the homeless is how to solve the homeless problem. And then when you go to New York, it's like, they're not even, if they poll that, you don't get the same answer because I think because New York is at least using resources for other like, things, especially now with Mamdani. But like, I remember one time I went to the city, went to a food truck. And there was this woman who was asking for money. And I was like, okay. I'll give you a couple bucks, and would you like a meal too? And she's like, "Oh my goodness, thank you so much." Yes, because she was like, I was gonna get me like some chips or something because there was like a Walgreens nearby, and I'm like, "Let me get you some. You like chicken kebabs?" She's like, "Oh yes, please." And chicken kebabs, fries, a drink, a little dessert. And she appreciated that.
Yeah, there's also like, I mean, look, it's the same as anywhere else, right? You have a lot of people put it like a very small space. The people that are like not in shelters a lot of times, like if I had just a bad experience, like a traumatic experience in one of those like city shelters, and it's like, like I don't like
Salvation Army. My dad went there for like rehabilitation. He's like, they beat you, like they torture you for like their rehab program if you're staying there. And I'm like, ugh.
Yes, Salvation Army is a terrible organization.
Yep. I'm like, Mom, no money. No. If I prefer Goodwill because they have a system where it's like, give us your big bags of clothes and they organize it and you don't have to worry about doing any of the work.
I don't think people realize what Salvation Army is.
No.
The Salvation part is very, very is very
it's very religious driven organization, obviously.
Oh, they mean like they mean an art like a Salvation Army. Like they mean that it's like they're you're gonna just whip God into you for whatever amount of time.
Yeah, it is.
Most people that work at Salvation Army are obviously not affiliated with the religion or anything though. It's like
no, they're just ringing them bells.
They also have like they have the stores and stuff, but like a lot of people get like decent jobs on that. But it's like if you actually go to their organization, it's like it's one of it's militantly Christian. Also,
too, like even though Goodwill has their issues, SPCA stores also are good. Donating stuff like your local like pet, whatever SPCA, and I'm like okay, and they're much better because like they're smaller. It's all volunteer, and they do appreciate getting a lot of stuff and sending it out and all that.
It's the thing about like, well, I mean Goodwill too. I guess it's like more of the public-private partnership style, like corporate thing. But with like Salvation Army, like Christian charity used to be the like because they're like we saw welfare states as being at this time, right? Like in the early 19th century, like welfare states were seen as like demotivating, and like so we didn't have one. So Christian charity was like they're like, well, if you're poor, go to the Christians. The Christians will take care of you. And it's so that strain of like that strain of like a Christian charity kind of thing is like yeah, it's still very much like a part of the American mythos or whatever. But it's like, I don't know. It's like you should be able to get help that's not like religiously motivated.
Yeah. I just feel like you don't need religion to do charity, because it always ends up somehow being selfish. You have to give the church, your mega pastor, whatever, all this money for like a private jet or weird like laser show with like Trump and whatever. It's just, I don't like it. Just, if you're a good person, I know some people turn to, religion for other reasons, but it's like, once I start seeing like my friends become like born agains, I'm like, oh no.
I don't know. Like if they find out you're like any kind of, gay, bi, trans,
It's like they were cool with it, but then they found God again. It's like,
but like, no, I'm saying like Salvation Army, like, they kick you right out of there.
oh yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. My dad was like, "Fuck the Salvation Army. They abuse you when you're trying to get sober, or you need a place to stay or whatever."
It's like I don't know. It's insane. Like I don't know. I remember like it was kind of like the woke times where it's like it's like everything is kind of like people are always like, oh, this thing's shitty, this thing's shitty, this thing's shitty, like behind like the people behind it. And I remember like, oh, Salvation Army is like incredibly homophobic, and like at first it's like, oh, sure they are. And then like looking into it, it's like, oh no, oh fuck, like
it's like worse than you thought.
Yeah, that was one of the ones that was 100%.
I'm always like, Mom, save your dollar bills.
Yeah, I don't know.
She's like, but I'm like, they're horrible. Look them up.
Look it up, people. It's all connected.
Just do like a donation for $1 for like, at the register or whatever, or for like, for the grocery store to give money, for some actual like organization or whatever. Like, it's not like, or like Toys for Tots or something. I don't know. There's other organizations out there that deserve the help.
For kids.
Huh?
But not Cars for Kids.
No. That was a weird story too. I was like,
I've been knowing about that story, but like not. I've been knowing about that story for a while, but I'm like, I'm not. Yeah. Until people start talking about it.
How do you explain it without sounding actually anti-Semitic? It's like, oh.
I found the like Five-ish, the mascot.
Yeah,
a $5 bill that dances, and then the $5 bill has like another, like they make these videos where it's like their mascot Five-ish, and then they're like, we brought Five-ish to Israel, and he's riding a camel surrounded by like settlers wearing yarmulke, like Orthodox settlers wearing yarmulke. And I was like, I don't like this. Whatever this is making me feel like I'm anti-Semitic for watching it. But it's hilarious.
Yeah. Like my boy Spencer did a video about it, and it's like, how do you explain without sounding? And he's like, and they're trying to start, getting confused and trying to. I'm like, this is funny. He does really funny videos. They're so good.
Like they have the two places, right? Like obviously Lakewood's the one that does Cars for Kids, and then a lot of their summer camps, which is what they really sponsor with. I mean, summer camps and also yeshivas in Israel, but their summer camps are a lot of them are in the Catskills, and then the other place the one that I'm like a little bit more familiar with is Kiryas Joel, because it's right. Yeah, it's two exits down for me, near the Woodbury Commons, and that one is a little bit more like a lot of the people. Number one, like it is a large welfare scam. Number one, like that is true. But I mean, who gives a fuck? But like that is like if you're looking for like wasted fraud, I guess like that is where you would probably look for it. But the other thing is like a lot of them are like end up working for B&H Photo, which is where I get all the camera stuff. I don't care. I don't like they're a great camera store. They have really good equipment for like a good price. But like everybody that works there is part of like the same kind of ultra orthodox community in Kiryas Joel, because they own it. So there's one guy at the top that owns B&H, just like rich, and then the rest of them are on welfare.
Yeah,
crazy.
Did you before we probably go, did you hear the story of Carrie Kennedy explaining the weird shit, psychopathic shit her brother did?
No, I didn't.
For like her infant, like her daughter, her kid's birthday party, he put a snake in the pool. He gave like a vole, which is like a mole in a whatever it's called, and like puts it in like a bag and shows it to the kids, and the snake attacks it. Like it's just psychopathic
I
behavior.
saw
Like,
the video of him grabbing the snake.
yeah, but it's just, but you can look it up.
Snake for your birthday.
Yeah, but it's like,
Imagine-
he's like my, and Carrie Kenny also has like the, but it's like not as bad. It must be like a genetic thing somehow. I don't know where, but like her and Bobby Jr.
and Susan,
have that
Susan
same
Collins
condition.
has that condition as well. But just the thing with RFK, the reason the RFK is so bad with this is
Because he got the thing done and
he tried to fix it and it made it worse.
Yeah.
He's like I'm running for president. I'm gonna try to fix my because it's like it's a tremor. That's all it really is. But he's like I'll fix my tremor, and then he puts steel in there. He puts titanium in there, so now it goes. And like
I mean, like Adam McKay has like the essential tremor as well, but it's not as bad. But like with RFK, he has like actual like 2 aphasia and like another condition that like, oh, we got a raid. I guess we have to stay here for a minute.
If he wasn't,
Jet, who rated us? I can't see. Anyway,
do we ever rate? I don't. It doesn't pop up on my.
Oh, left at the box. Okay, thank you.
Right.
Oh, Sandy,
Right.
yay! Awesome. We love them.
Yeah, it's just if he wasn't a deeply weird and like insane person, like I feel like nobody would like. I'm not saying people would like RFK Jr.'s voice, but I feel like it wouldn't be as like I feel like it's not.
I can't listen to him.
But I feel like it's not just that he has the voice; it's all of it, right? Like it's
and the way he looks and looks like burnt leather or whatever.
Yeah, I think it's all those things combined, and then
he's got like he likes to work out and like the jeans, and apparently Bruce Springsteen does. But like but then you see his body, it's like he looks like Tara Reid circa 2007 with that botched tummy tuck. I'm like, I don't want to see that.
He also like to have that body at his age, No, it's 100% like he's on gear. Like it's there's no way that he's not like on some kind of kit. So it's like it's that too, which is also like he's like I want kids to be healthy, and then he's like you're clearly on either like HGH or you're on like testosterone or you're on like you can't. Like,
yeah. And I mean, Jack Schlossberg's, campaign has been awful, but like when he talks about, RFK Jr., he's like, he's not saying anything new. We know we need to, eat like lean protein, less carbs, take the vitamins, work out. This is stuff that we have always known. It's just the medical stuff is where it's like, okay, what the hell are you doing? You're anti-vax and all this stuff. Like there's nothing wrong when he's saying about, trying to get healthy, because he's saying stuff that's been said for a long time now. It's like, yeah, cool. But like, kids are not getting like their vitamin K shots and they're bleeding out of their eyes and stuff because, parents are starting to like not just get like measles, mumps, rubella vaccines anymore, but like other treatments. It's getting to a point where people are not wanting to vaccinate their dogs against rabies now.
Yeah, there are people that are anti-vax for dogs, which you're just gonna bring back rabies, like.
Yeah, like Australia, they don't have it.
But you're gonna create you just create a million old yellers.
Yeah, because I mean we've seen videos of humans with rabies, and it's like it's really violent. They have to be restrained, and they manage. It's like when you take like angel dust or PCP or whatever. It's like
yeah, that's kind of like a stereotype though, because the real thing that happens is your organs fail, and it's like. Like there are definitely people. I mean, you can't drink water anymore.
Like when it gets like into like the brain, that's where like the behavioral gets out of control. But then like you finally get like to the point where it's like your organs just fail.
Yeah, but it's like I don't know. Like I think a lot of people mostly just have the organs failing part. But it's like you stop. Like it's a rejection of water. I mean, they used to call it hydrophobia. That's what used to be kind of the name for what rabies is. It's like you're afraid of water essentially, and you just and like so you spend your last amount of time. I mean. Your organs are shutting down from that. You spend your last amount of time that you're like on Earth, like in agony, and it's like, I don't know, but it's so that you just created an army of old yellers. Why is that a kid's book? By the way, they're like
oh my god, it's like the episode.
They made that movie.
Bambi, Fox and the Hound. Like it's what was it? Where the red fern grows? Oh god.
Yeah. That's another one. It's the old
I
yeller.
don't want to read this. I don't want to read the sad like animals. They did like on the Animaniacs, like Sally the squirrel or whatever. Slappy the squirrel, and her nephew watches like Bumby, and he's like, Bumby's mom, ah! And then he meets the actress, and then they watch like Old Yeller, and it's like, oh no, and he's like, oh no, ah! And she's like, oh god, here we go again.
Old Yeller. Like I don't know. I just feel like I don't even know what that story. Like, what is it trying to teach us? Like dogs are loyal. Like I don't know.
Yeah, especially after this past weekend. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that really bummed me out seeing that yesterday.
Yeah, seeing the video with it when it's unmuted, I'm like, no. And I
didn't do that. I didn't.
I was like, oh, I don't want to see it, and I've dog sat for like those types of dogs. They are non-aggressive, very friendly, very upbeat. You just gotta train a little bit because they could be a little, a little sloppy, whatever. But they're still good with other dogs. I'm like, what the hell? Why did 20 people in a helicopter have to show up?
It also makes me like the cops have like dogs. Like it just it makes
they got the
like,
canine. They got like the German Shepherds and the Doberman types, where it's like they're aggressive.
Like that. But every time I see something like that, I'm like, what the fuck are you guys doing with those German Shepherds behind the scenes? Like,
yeah,
there's no way you're treating those.
If you can't handle a friendly dog, what are you doing? I mean, I know people. I remember that one video of the cop, who shot like a Pomeranian or like a Shih Tzu, who was very friendly.
The impermanence of life, and life is very impermanent. We know this.
I'm glad that they're getting like all this money for the GoFundMe so they can definitely sue. I know I have a feeling this story like really like because it happened in the Knicks. We realized why there was noise and all that, and also and it's a black family that was impacted, and it's crazy. And
I don't know. It just every single time I feel like everyone realizes the cops are shitty and terrible and whatever, and then
but here's the thing: white people don't care about when unfortunately people of color get got by cops. But it's about the animals; they care the most. And I'm like, white people, you just create a million. I don't know what, but like white people are very concerned when a cop kills a sweet dog.
I guess I'm just so like then they kill. I mean they've. If you look up how many dogs they kill a year, it's actually a lot. But
like thousands.
If you and then we could start out after this part, I guess. But it's like I'm so black-pilled on just the idea that Americans will ever like every single time we've ever like had something the cops will just like hate us, and then everyone reacts to it, and then but then
we move on.
But then you like hit a wall, where it's like we still need them. Or like we still, and it's like I'm not saying like I'm not even like I wouldn't even call myself like a police abolitionist, but like I don't like it just seems like
they just don't stop crimes. Again, my house has been robbed 3 times, and they were like, "We're not gonna do fingerprints because they probably wore gloves." I'm like, "Well, how do you know?" Well, this is a common thing. Well, how do you know this happened at this house 3 times?
I don't know. It just it just feels like you hit a wall with right-wing media is obviously a big part of it. It's like and like the cops have been very, very like police unions have been very, very good at hammering you need a bad guy in your neighborhood to stop the worst guys. It's like I don't want either of you guys in my neighborhood. I don't want bad guys or even worse guys.
Brings a situation like what happened this past weekend. Social workers, cops should not be doing the welfare checks. It should be social workers leading the way, and then maybe have a cop if anything's actually bad. But again, we know what happened.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels like everyone hits a point, but it's like I don't know. Cops scare the shit out of me, to be honest. Like I
mean, fun story. Before we go, fun story. I kept telling my mom, "Hey, mom, it's been over a year. You gotta change your tags, because she's like, oh, we got car insurance. It'll be fine. We won't." And then this morning, a cop pulls us over, and my mom's like, "Oh my god!" I'm like, "What's happening?" She's like, "Getting pulled over." I'm like, "Oh no!" I'm having like a panic attack and freaking out because I just hate cops, and I'm like, I need money. I got bills and stuff. $155, and then we got also paid for the new tags, the registration, and the late fee too, and it's like, oh Jesus Christ. But I do have people who are helping me out with that, so that's good. I want to get that out of the way.
Sometimes if you go in and you like try to argue it, they'll work on it.
Well, my mom did a thing like, "Oh, my husband usually does that. He died a few months ago," and I'm like, oh, okay.
Maybe it'll work. I don't know. I just but it's like,
I always do like the crocodile tears.
They gotta hit those quotas.
Especially in those small towns where you have to go 30 miles an hour. Don't go 31. They're still gonna pull you over. But it's just so
Yeah.
funny because every time we've gotten pulled over, like I'm always like bursting into tears, freaking out, and the cops are like, "Man, it's okay, don't worry, don't worry." And I'm like, I don't want to. I don't have. It's just so funny. But like, I do freak out. Like, I do burst into tears and cry and stress out and get panicked and all that. And my mom's like, my daughter just has a thing with cops. And I'm like, that.
I get really bad anxiety having to deal with cops, but then
Yeah, because you've had a lot of experiences.
I've had bad experiences with cops, and I've had good experiences with cops. They haven't all been.
I mean, the thing is, the cops have been like, very gentle, like, "Oh, ma'am, your tags," and my mom's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry," and I'm like, whew. But like, I told you that one story about the deer situation where the cops just assumed the worst, and all that, it just really messed us up for a while.
My friend's house got raided by like the local it's like I don't know, I mean, this was in like Orange County, so it's like towards the city a little bit, and they have like a SWAT team kind of thing. So he got raided by like the SWAT team because his neighbors, he kept having parties, and like it was a residential neighborhood, and they were definitely like big parties with people like kind of like messed up all over the place. It's like I can see why they like just assumed that he was like running a trap house, but it like wasn't a trap house. It was just a party house. So one day we were all watching TV there, and then all of a sudden I'm still thinking about it, like blows my fucking mind. I saw the flashbang go off, and I was like, what the fuck is that? And then all of a sudden they just all ran in and pointed guns at it, like they're like, get on the ground, and like they were searching his house. They left his dogs outside. Dogs again in the story. So he had to make emergency calls to like his neighbor to bring his dogs inside, because they didn't even bother to like put the dogs back in. They didn't even bother to clean any of it up. When the cops come to your house and they didn't find anything, so it's like they messed up his entire fucking house, smashed everything.
For nothing.
Yeah, but then didn't even bother to like. It was like a $35,000 operation, I think. So then they charged all of us because they found like a little bag of like cocaine that someone had in their room, which he had like a bunch of roommates.
Yeah.
And so they tried charging everybody with this one tiny bag of cocaine that somebody had in their room that wasn't even like, they weren't selling it. It was just their own whatever. And so I had to go to court for like 6 months over it. And they still stole my $300 that you put the money down for. They still, because they always make sure to hit you with something. They're like, oh, it's a noise violation or whatever.
Yeah, something stupid. Because I remember one time we were going to Florida, and we were driving, and we you gotta go south or whatever, and we didn't know where we were going, because all of a sudden we're in front of SRS, which is like a government, facility, if Al Qaeda was smart, they would have actually like hit SRS instead, because the entire like Eastern would be like gone of the United States. But whatever, I guess they don't have vision, I guess. I don't know. But like we had guns pulled on us, and we're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And they're like, who are you? And I'm like, we're trying to get to Florida. And my mom had like Jersey girl hat on, and the woman's like looking at her, and not like, she's like, are you sure you're this woman? I'm like, take off the hat, Mom. She's like, oh, okay. And I'm like, why were you scaring us?
Yeah, they finally they don't have to pay for it. Yeah, that's what they did. They and they charged 12 people with, they had found like less than a gram of coke in somebody's room. Not not even someone that like, I don't even remember.
Close it down the toilet. They probably didn't know where it was.
I think it was just in their room. Like it wasn't even, like they didn't even know it was there, and they weren't selling it. And they tried charging 12 people with it, all like everybody with felonies, and then
they're gonna split it up between everything.
But then they write
that was like a little bit.
This is when I learned, like, 'cause I was like 19 at this time. But this is when I learned, like, they don't retract. Like if the story like doesn't go anywhere, like like they throw it out of court, they just don't retract the story. So it's like you still have like as like
something on your record,
not on your record, just in the newspaper. So if somebody like if you're applying for a job and somebody Googles your name and like where you're from, they just don't retract. And if you write to them and say, hey, can you retract the story, they don't even get back to you. And it's like, well,
Augusta crime, RGL report. I remember the one time my mom, I was like, oh my god. And then one time my dad, I was like, oh my, over like something stupid from like 20 years ago that he paid off, but he didn't have to prove he paid for it. And I'm like, oh my god, really? And I'm like, because this area is very small. Everyone's like, oh, I know her. Oh, I know him. Oh, he needs to keep his ass in jail. Stuff like that.
Everyone, small town, so everyone's doing mad gossip.
Yeah.
Like, right, like social media, like you get fucking Brenda social media, like fuck you, like just I know something about them, it makes up stuff and like
Yeah, and then like the mugshot that the girls who look like they did not regret it, like they were rightfully like doing something like probably to defend themselves, and like, oh, this person probably deserved it because look at she's like,
yeah, but it's just like, but then you could say all this stuff and people will agree with you a lot of times, right? Like I don't think people are particular like
Yeah.
most people are not like thin blue line, like blue lives matter people, right? But then you hit a certain point and then crimes kind of come up again, which it's always cyclical, right? Like, and then all of a sudden they're like, well, we can't do anything about the police. The police, they protect us. And it's like, I don't know, like if 5% of what police do is protect you, and 95% is graft, corruption, killing dogs, killing people, like black people, like there's a whole list of things that come with. I'm not even just saying.
And they get all the money, all the
militarized style of U.S. policing, right? Like,
yeah, conservatives hate unions, but they love the police union, and I'm like, you're hypocrites, as always.
And I also kind of wish that the AFL-CIO would kick out the police union. But anyway, there's but it's like I don't know, like the whole list of other things. But it's like if 5% of what this style of policing does is protecting you, and then 95% is all this other fucking bullshit. It's like you think that maybe we think about another kind of solution or model, but no.
Yeah, it's funny because a lot of people are like, oh, Mom Donnie's for defunding the police. I'm like, Jessica Tisch, and also he's giving more money to the police. What are you talking about? It's like they think that if there's zero crime happening in New York City, it's good. But it's like they'll find like 0.0001% of like a thing happening when millions of people are there, and it's like, come on, people, seriously, crime is still going down in New York City.
Yeah, but he is like, Mamdani was like, because they say that Democrats were going to defund the police. Like, you'd be the most pro-police Democrat. They're like, oh, they want to defund the police. And like, at least Mamdani really was a guy that was like saying shit. Like he apologized for saying that the NYPD was racist, homophobic, and just like, this is a true statement, dude. Like, what the fuck? Why are you apologizing for that?
Him and AOC are Libras, and we all very like to try to be fair and kind, and then it kind of backfires. But also, we should like more Libras in office.
People understand that this is a toxic political issue. Apart from the morality of it or the ethics, is just it's an issue that like they can't do anything about. Like, it's essentially, and it's like if you want to do stuff about other things, this is an issue that has to be thrown on the thing. But it's like, it seems like a pretty big fucking issue to whatever.
Yeah, because a lot of people are like, oh, we'll defund the police. I'm like, well, what else? What is a catchy slogan? What should we call this like, what do we call it instead of defund the police?
I mean, it should have been called police reform, is what it should have been called. I think defund was actually.
But that's not catchy though, for us. We need something bold. Black Lives Matter, Medicare for all, defund the polipolice.
I do think that kind of the idea of
we're discussing a lot of stuff here.
I do think the idea of defund the police I don't think it was a good slogan. But still, that's besides the point, right? Like, it's I don't
change the police. I don't know.
Hope and change the police.
Hope and change.
But yeah, we should probably promo. We should probably promo the tomorrow we are reviewing the new.
Sorry, I'm doing the Emily Blunt noises.
I had this idea where like I don't know how I would edit it together, but it's the Emily Blunt going, and then the girl from of Hereditary going.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I remember one time I watched Hereditary, and then I was walking around the house going, and it freaked everyone out. But yeah, so we're gonna be doing Disclosure Day, Discord disclosure. Talking about that, we've all seen it. We're gonna be talking about it. So catch our review 8 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow.
Yep.
And yeah, I don't know. I think that's it. I don't think I have anything else to say.
We talk too much, but that's good. People love us.
Hey, well, we skipped 2 weeks in a row, to be honest.
Yeah, we got to catch up.
All right.
Bye, everyone.